it still makes you wonder about Microsoft's future when it comes to physical media in general, because their digital console is taking over a large amount of the install base here. Basically, just train people to not really want to buy this in the first place. Also, we did get an official trailer for Croc, which is getting a remaster, and actually you can see it here. For the most part, I think it looks pretty good. I mean, it's based off of a game from the 90s on the original PlayStation, so they're only going to be able to do so much here, although it's HD, upgraded graphics. They did mention modern analog controls with an enhanced camera. That, to me, was the biggest thing. The controls really were not good at that. I mean, it was early days for just 3D in general, but certainly 3D platformers. We've come a long way since that time. So seeing what they have here with the visuals and paired with the newer controls, and for Rock fans, the dozens of this is good news. Or people who've just been interested in it. I mean, this seems like a good entry point, right? Having this remaster. It's coming out on all platforms as well. On the Switch, PlayStation 4, 5, Xbox Series, Xbox One, and God, actually. So I assume no DRM then attached to it. You should be able to buy it there on PC and just load it up as an executable on your desktop. So really cool. Waiting for some sort of release date. They say coming soon. Here's hoping they're able to get that game out before the end of the year. Oh, and we did get the date for the embargo lifting on Dragon Age the Veilguard when it comes to reviews. And I'm very curious how this is going to work out for them when it comes to that Metacritic score. But we can see this. Tom Henderson did post it up, saying Dragon Age Veilguard reviews October 28th. So that's when we'll have that lifting. So that's Monday. All right, so we'll see how that goes. Basically, the next news wave will at least have the score in that day, and then we'll cover it the following day. But I did actually make that the poll question later on, just seeing what everyone's predictions would be for that Metacritic score being attached to Dragon Age Veilguard. So we'll check in on that later on the show. And guys, some of the quick news out of the way. Let's get into the bigger stuff. Let's start right away with a game that seems to have been announced more than Nintendo Switch 2, although it's been done sort of like a toy play. And this is a game that did release back in 2017 and is now getting a re-release, although it does look like they're going back and doing a lot of work to it to fix up some of the issues and improve some of the visuals. And no, I'm not talking about Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, although there seems to be a bit of a different reception for this one. But nonetheless, we do, of course, live in an era right now of remasters and remakes all over the place, so why not have a game called Yuko Replay? Okay, well, I mean, they're the ones doing the marketing, so let's take a look at the new trailer they released, as well as some stuff from their press release, where they say Playtonic are back with a fresh announcement following the game's world premiere back in June. Yuko Replay, we go over great and all the press release is coming to PS5, Xbox Series XS, and Nintendo platforms. In fact, at the end of the trailer, it's simply a Nintendo logo with two eyes there, kind of like the eye emojis, like they're sort of looking to the side. Like, ooh, what does this mean? It doesn't mean Nintendo Switch, I guess. Although they say Nintendo platform, you feel like Yuko's going to the Switch, they can just say Switch. So, Ukulele, that came out back in 2017. It did mention also about like, the Switch and everything, so it's already there for older platforms, the Xbox, the PlayStation, the Switch, it's on PC, and now we have this newer version of that game, which they go over all the additional features and upgrades that it has, which obviously the visuals would take a step up here. They also mentioned it would improve challenges, use collectible currency, navigating the world is a bit better as they now have a map. So with a collectathon like this, yes, you're going to want ways to be able to check off all those different boxes and stuff. Also revise controls, the camera, and for the most part, Green has been very positive on it, saying that, hey, this is seemingly just, okay, so Ukulele definitely have applied a lot of stuff that they've learned over the last 8 years or so now to try to set it up to just be a better 3D platform, what their original vision was, if you'll say here. But yeah, that Nintendo platforms at the end, Nintendo platforms definitely stood out to pretty much everyone because obviously this is something they've announced for the Switch 2. They just can't say Switch 2 or use whatever the logo is at this time. That's to say, do they actually have the logo in front of them and for marketing and they can't put it out yet? It's really hard to say where Nintendo's head is right now because I believe there are many publishers currently that would love to announce their game for Nintendo's next platform. They're working on dev kits, they have things set up where they could make that announcement, but they're just waiting for Nintendo. In this case, Playtonic was sitting there ready to make the announcement like, well, okay, I guess we'll use Nintendo's logo for this because we have the PS5 and the Xbox Series version ready to go to make this console announcement. So sure, put the temporary Nintendo logo in there. And this is something that as long as Nintendo waits to announce this thing, is probably going to keep happening with publishers who have their own marketing timelines and effect, just have to kind of side-eye it a bit and say, yeah, Nintendo, who knows what's going on over there, but we are developing for their next system. So going into this investors, this 6-month quarterly earnings report, it does appear that Nintendo would want to make an announcement around that time because investors already know that the announcement is coming ahead of the end of this fiscal year. But even they would grow a patient over time to assume because this is big money they're estimating here for a new console launch for Nintendo. So they want to know, okay, what's the deal? What are we doing? Is this going to be another Switch just upgrade or continue this hybrid path? We have some wacky idea out of left field that we haven't seen coming yet, but we'd like to know more about. Either way, Nintendo's going to be questioned about this whole thing. So either they make an announcement or investors will keep pressing them and they'll have to keep sidestepping, and then publishers will probably grow more and more patient as time goes on. So I'd like to see them make that announcement before the end of 2024, but I guess the stage is technically set for them to make the announcement, say, in January, and then roll into April or May with the release of the system. Or who knows, maybe it really is holiday 2025, which that would be something to see for Nintendo to kind of get through 2025, which most likely third-party remasters, remakes. Oh yeah, Metroid Prime. So it'll be a fun year to go through, I guess. But here's what Nintendo has plans, maybe a bit sooner rather than later, to show off this new system so that you can replay it and come back and put the Switch 2 logo there. Next up, we'll talk about another studio that's shutting down, which probably isn't surprising news for people since we've seen a lot of layoffs and studio closures. This one in particular is a bit odd, mostly because it's Netflix's big AAA studio. We can see this is posted up. This is over on GameFile with a scoop saying the studio, also known as Team Blue, seemed poised to break the mold of what Netflix is doing in gaming. Early hints about the team's work suggested it was pursuing a big budget multi-device strategy, signifying the ambitious edge of Netflix's initial mobile-focused expansion. As of October 2024, however, Netflix has shut down Team Blue. And all three of those big hires are no longer at the company. The company rep confirmed to GameFile what big hires. Well, one in particular was Joseph Staten, who left 343 at Microsoft to go to Netflix, and now the studio he went to is gone. And that wasn't even that long ago, right? It was like less than a year ago, I think. So Netflix, they launched their games business November 2021. And since then, they've acquired 4 gaming studios. That's Night School, Boss Fight, Next Games, and Spry Fox. And they've also built these 2 internal teams. That was Team Blue, they're in Southern California, and the other is in Helsinki. The other studios apparently are still around. It's just this Team Blue. I guess whatever they were working on, maybe it became too ambitious for Netflix. And we saw the same thing happen with Google, if you remember. They opened up a couple of internal studios where they were apparently going to make a big push with Jade Raymond and stuff to create games that are super ambitious and would push their streaming platform to the next level, show only their hardware can do. And then like a year and a half later, all the studios were shut down and everyone was gone. And that was it for Stadia. So maybe a similar situation here where Netflix realized, oh wow, it takes more than 2 years to make a game and how much money? Well, we're not doing that because it seems like Team Blue was working on like a big AAA multi-device project. For Netflix, it seems like their strategy has been mobile devices, which they have data showing, I'm sure, that many people watch Netflix on mobile phones. So we make games that also work there, whether it's on Android, I guess, iOS. I mean, that is a good avenue to reach our customers. But if they want to get serious about gaming, you feel like they would go to the next level and start creating stuff for PC, for these different game consoles, and just get their name out there, because then it would maybe pull people back to their service. That's kind of where we are with all these companies. It's not just in gaming, but also in like the streaming service. Everyone's trying to branch out beyond the sort of box that they've created for themselves. Because entertainment as a whole is massive, but it is kind of sectioned off right now with movies, TV, gaming, and so on. So Netflix, yeah, probably not the best move to be expanding, but maybe one they realize is a bit tougher than they expected, rather than bite off more than they can chew. Let's see if they can just create a game that's, I don't know, AA level, indie level. It's hard to say what these levels are anymore, but one that's just not as expensive as probably what Team Blue is working on. Next up, let's talk about that Nintendo Switch online playtest, which actually started a bit more than a day ago, a day and a half ago. And as soon as it went live, well, you know what was going to happen. Nintendo was, you would think, please don't share any kind of screenshots or video or gameplay. We can see this over PTC. They say PTC can verify that several players have streamed the test on YouTube and Kick, with clips of the test quickly being reposted on social media, despite the original stream being taken down. And as soon as it went live, I saw a video or a stream pop up in the feed on YouTube that was like, "Hey, I'm streaming a playtest. Come check it out." And like hundreds of people watching. Like, "Oh yeah, what do you expect to happen here, Nintendo?" And look, I assume they knew this was going to happen. They're asking thousands of people to help them test this game, I guess, this experience, which I did get a chance to tune in and check out some of these streams because there were quite a few of them. Then also some of the video footage and screenshots that are posted up on places like Twitter. And it does look like more of a game than I was expecting because originally they mentioned it as a feature, and this could still be viewed that way in the sense that, oh, we're trying this MMO to stress our servers. And people have described it with crossovers of Minecraft, Roblox, Death Stranding. And as I'm watching it, it did seem a bit odd. It seemed like something I've never seen Nintendo do before. But even like, it looked like web swinging from Spider-Man in there. And it looked a little confusing. I would say I'm also not like a big creation Minecraft, Roblox kind of person. However, the ideas there are interesting, and if Nintendo does form this as more of a game that could even be attached to Nintendo Switch Online service, could just offer an extremely unique experience for people to sign up for that online service and just jump right into this immediately. And something that I think has been kind of missing from the Switch is a bit of that community aspect. Like Miiverse, for example, that was a big one. Even on the Wii, we had all these channels where people would work together with different things, right? I mean, everybody votes channel. It's a very basic concept, but at the end of the day, it brought a lot of people together to vote on weird things.
Each dog is incredibly unique.
Greetings to everyone out there, and welcome back to Around the Clock. All right, everybody. Multiple reports are coming in that Nintendo is getting rid of a huge Metroid game on the Switch console. Heck, one of the biggest Metroid games ever to be made, and that's Metroid Dread. Now, to be specific, nothing is happening to the digital version of this game, so if you're trying to buy this game on the eShop, you're fine. But reports are coming in that Nintendo is removing the physical copies of this game from stores. So without wasting any more of your time, let's get into the info. As you see here, the story comes from comicbook.com earlier this month. An article posted that says Nintendo is removing one of its best Switch games from stores. Grab this Nintendo Switch game physically before it's out of print. Now, their source actually comes from Nintendo on Twitter, and Nintendo says here, Metroid Dread seems to have been removed from GameStop, Best Buy, and Target, but it's still available at Walmart for now. So I find that pretty interesting because, like I said before, this is one of the best Metroid games ever made. For those of you who play the game, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the best-selling Metroid game in the series. So it is pretty interesting that Nintendo is removing physical copies of this game from stores. Now, it's my understanding that they're doing this because they didn't print enough physical copies to go around. So that's why they're doing this. And we all know that Metroid is not a huge franchise, although of course, Metroid fans know that this is a huge franchise, but
All right, Nintendo, if there was ever a time to just finally officially pull back the curtain and reveal your next-gen hardware, I think it's now, because we actually have third-party partners that are putting out new games straight straight up teasing them for Nintendo's next-gen platform, not putting a Nintendo Switch logo at the end of a reveal for an upcoming game, but rather just straight up the Nintendo logo and even including some animated eyeballs, very similar to that side look eyes that you would send it as an emoji, like what's going on with this. Yes, I think developers and publishers are actually to the point where if Nintendo's not going to officially reveal their next-gen hardware and they're ready to start marketing their games, we are going to see more of this continue to ramp up. But we have to talk about what game in question was just revealed for Nintendo's next-gen console and likely not the current family of Switch systems, and break down whether or not this gives us any further indication on the likelihood of just how close we are from an official reveal of their next-gen successor hardware from Nintendo themselves. So we'll get on the same page with all of that. Before we do, make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notifications to join Summer Nation if you're new here. And what is the game in question that we are talking about? It is none other than Yuka Replay League, which is a ridiculous name on the surface, but it's the way of them incorporating Yooka-Laylee, the Replay Edition, 3D platformer from Playtonic. Visuals look very nice. It's only back from 2017, but the game did have some criticism over its controls, and those are apparently being at least somewhat reworked and modernized with all of these standard up-res textures and enhancements you would expect with some kind of re-release. And interestingly, this game is not coming to prior-gen consoles like PS4 and Xbox One, but is rather PS5, Series X, and S. And the big zinger at the end of the trailer, you can see it on screen, when Nintendo's logo pops up, it is just that, a logo, and literally some dancing eyeballs pop up on top of Nintendo specifically, where in every other Nintendo Switch game reveal, if it's just for the current system, you see a Switch logo. You don't see just the Nintendo logo, and they're even kind of pointing out the fact that, hey, look at this Nintendo icon. They're putting eyeballs dancing on top of it. So that is interesting because what this really means at its core is that game companies, whether Nintendo's ready to reveal their hardware or not, might start doing the same strategy where they're just going to say, yeah, we're going to release it on Nintendo consoles, whatever that means, or just on Nintendo, but we're not at liberty to say what that system is, so we're going to include their logo at the end of our trailer, and you probably know that means it's just coming to their successor platform. Now, we have had teases in the past from indie companies and very small developers kind of saying, like, oh, we'll bring our game to Nintendo's next-gen platform, but this is the first time that a company of, like, sizable measure that isn't just talking in some kind of an interview, but rather putting out a PR trailer to promote their game, is doing such a direct reference to releasing for Nintendo's next-gen console. And it's really something that's not unacceptable or even kind of like a sleight of hand at Nintendo, I don't feel like, because, well, some people want to act like the Switch 2 or whatever the successor hardware isn't real. We know it's real because Nintendo themselves said they're revealing it within this financial year, or fiscal year rather, which ends March 31st. So everybody knows that the Switch 2 is a project, is coming. It is literally being cited online with the components that you can view public shipping data that Nintendo is ordering to their part suppliers, which just recently increased the order numbers exponentially. It probably is in mass manufacturing now. It at least was getting close to those levels back in August. But having this Nintendo logo with eyeballs pop up for this Yuka Replay trailer, it shouldn't be that surprising at this point in time. Companies are going to start marketing their games in their own schedule, and if Nintendo waits as long as they have to talk about officially what they have cooking in terms of next-gen hardware, companies can make this type of decision to just go ahead with the trailer as they see fit for the marketing of their own games, since they are in a partnership with Nintendo. Nintendo's not their direct boss. They're releasing a game for Nintendo's platform. And to go into a little bit more detail on this project and to see that even the consensus amongst journalists is that this is indeed for Nintendo's next-gen hardware, you can see this following article typed up over at My Nintendo News, which reads, Yuka Replay League coming to next Nintendo system. Playtonic has announced that their remake of Yooka-Laylee, which is titled Yuka Replay League, will be coming to consoles. Nintendo fans will have to wait a bit longer, as it seems it's coming to the next Nintendo system rather than the current Switch system. And they proceed to mention there's some hands-on opportunities at an event over in London that you can check it out. And they mentioned to watch the trailer, but some interesting bullet points to below that are more beautiful than ever with art and animation overhauled and enhanced performance and resolution. The favorite bunny duo has never looked or moved better. New and improved challenges, improvements to existing in-game challenges, and many entirely new challenges to discover and undertake. New collectible currencies, capital B's and F minions have dropped their hard-earned coins all over the place. Collect the official currency of the ivory towers to spend on the video game's most beloved sentient vending machine. Navigating the world, and you can get lost in the game, not the world. A brand new map and challenges tracker helps you know where you are and what needs to be done. Vendy has plenty to offer. Tonics are back with all new flavors. With the option to equip multiple game-changing enhancements, you can truly customize your playstyle. And if that wasn't enough, Vendy has new lines of merchandise for the modern, fashionable adventure. And this is a big one for fans of this game. Revised controls and camera. A new tweaked moveset allows you to combine moves more fluidly, while the new camera controls makes farming the action a breeze. A dreamy orchestral soundtrack, the original score from the famed video game composer Grant Kirkhope, known for Banjo-Kazooie, and David Wise from Donkey Kong Country, returns but as a beautifully arranged orchestral score. So first of all, the nice thing about this game is it sounds like it's getting a lot of things reworked, and it's not just kind of your run-of-the-mill, way too recent of a re-release like we're seeing happen sometimes, most notably over at Sony with them picking some very recent games, repurposing them, just doing some new visual upgrades, but that's about it for the next-gen consoles. This actually does seem, for in the world of 3D platformers where we don't have a ton of them, to be an exciting project. I'll probably be picking this up as a switch to hopefully launch game. Again, want to drive home the point that this does not have any PS4 or Xbox One support from what we see. This is just the current gen consoles, and we just have Nintendo's platform being teased with some eyeballs sitting on top of it. There is, at this point in time, no official release date, but I would imagine a follow-up trailer of some sort once we learn about the Switch's release date, and maybe this could indeed align with the launch of the console. Now, obviously, Nintendo's not going to let them have that logo in there if they also have a hard release date in the same trailer. I would think that that would break the internet with speculation that this is probably a Switch 2 launch title, and maybe we now know the date of that, especially if it was in line with like that March to April time frame. Like, we are still hoping to see the console revealed this year and then announced for that time frame is in terms of its launch. You may have given up all hope. I personally haven't at this point. I really like next week, but again, that's not guaranteed. It's hard to tell with Nintendo, but there's still a lot of smoke around this that Nintendo could be revealing their platform soon. And at the very least, while I don't think that this game announcement directly ties into the likelihood that, yeah, this means Nintendo is right around the corner from being able to talk about their console, and this company knew that, and they decided to just go out a little bit early to get the buzz drummed up. I don't think it was that intentional. I just think companies at this point in time are going to do their own thing with or without Nintendo's blessing on the next-gen hardware official reveal. Like, if you're ready to start marketing your game for like a 6-month time window around the window it's going to be released, you want to promote it, you want to give it the best foot forward to sell as a multi-platform title, you have to start marketing it. And if you want fans to know that, hey, Nintendo players out there, we will have our game ready for your console, just not necessarily your current one that you have. You do something like this where you throw the Nintendo logo, and just surprising that Playtonic actually did the eyeballs thing on top of it to make it that much more of a tease that we have dev kits, this game being in development for the next-gen Switch, but not the current Switch. That's what I think the long and short of this all really means. While I wish it was tied to some kind of official Nintendo announcement at this point in time, obviously, we have to wait and see if next week, if it happens, maybe the first week of November. But I've said multiple times in the videos, and this is where my actual mindset is, if we go to the November 5th investors briefing and Nintendo still has not announced their successor console, at that point, we are likely looking at a 2025 reveal. But at the very least, at the November 5th investors briefing, we will no doubt get some questions about Nintendo's next-gen hardware asked directly to them at that meeting, because the investors want to know what's up with this too. But I really want to hear from you guys at this point in the video. What do you think about
you're sitting here. Yeah. Play my zipper scale. Yeah. 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 She got work. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I just, Mom did. She just did it. But, no, I don't know. Like, no, you can only give me so many things for Christmas. Can you tell me what you give me for Christmas or not? Well, I know, but can one of them at least be the soccer game? What you say? Uh, no, I really want to bring to attention too. We're gonna pick a weekend, and I'm gonna go down before Thanksgiving. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Mom said this month is messed up. Yeah, well, what you said? I forget. Yeah, Dorsey, and yet Howard doesn't get me in practice anymore, do they? Because I'm too old. That's weird. They always used to give me practice. Why did they stop? But they're my aunt now. How do you know that? Yeah. And then I want the other thing one. I want a baseball game. Okay? Wait, you think you yeah, yeah. Sure. What do you do? What are you doing? Oh, know next time I don't want anything in particular. I just want to eat something. And can you say that physically? Physical one, you know, I just can get the cards and then I just need to pull the sticky off and I just enter the code. Okay. I'm just saying, I don't know why we never done that. You know, you always get me. I always thought I could get everything else. But I don't know why I did that. Because you shop cards. I don't know why I ever thought I never thought of that. Well, that's what I'm saying. Can you send me an e-shop card next time? I don't use the e-shop card. I didn't use it in a long time. And I wanted to be more, I already know, I don't know if I'm going to get you at the e-shop kid. How these things on sale? I don't know. I mean, what? Well, I don't know what I was saying. Mom's bringing back. I swear, my parents said you can't appreciate it right now. Do I know what it is? No, two fish, please. Don't, I don't care anything else. All I get is fish fillets. No coke. But just the fish fillets, they're really good. I'm not sure. I thought, no, I forget. You're not telling me what it's all about Christmas? It's in the law of presents? Or only so many? Can there be a lot? Or is it not because I'm grown up? Wow, I don't even know. Wow. Did you know I wanted those pastel joy cards? You know those pink and blue ones, pastel? You know those joy cards? Those Nintendo pastel ones? Did you know that? Well, I don't know what to do because those are like $80 now. So, do you think you should get me those or not? Well, the only reason I want them is because they're pink and blue. If, well, no, these are nice too. I'm saying those ones, those like $80. Well, I don't even know you can give me those. I just know it's too much money. It's full price. Well, I want them too because they're pretty. I know I saw my Christmas away, but I'm not going to do that again. I don't know why I did. I still did it. I still regret doing that. It was a lot of money. So I will kill me in order again. I promise I will some way. I never make that mistake again. So do you expect so much money or can you kill me in order? I don't even know when you would kill me in order. I did it a long time ago, but it was deleted. No, it was the pink and blue ones. Okay. There are 79, well, these are just special pins. Well, honestly, instead of green and purple, I run around with pink, okay? I run around pink to my cards instead of just blue and purple, okay? Both sides are pink, okay? Do you get me? I run around pink, okay? Here you go. You see that? Well, look how, I really mean that. I want those toy cards. Well, I don't know if you can spend $80 on me now. Okay. I don't know. You can't give me a lot of presents, right? I want it not. I know I'm not a kid anymore, but I want a lot of presents, okay? Can you do that or not? Since you're not a kid anymore. You, let me guess. You can't give me another message. I don't, it shouldn't matter that I'm not a kid anymore. I know I'm grown up, but why? You always spoil me. Why does it matter that I'm not a kid anymore? Yeah, it shouldn't matter that you keep giving me a bunch of presents. You know what I mean? Don't grandparents spoil their kids anyway? I know they always say you only get spoiled when you're a kid, but you're my grandparents though. Okay, so, but if you give me your toy cards, I can't get anything else. It's still $80. But how long do we have to wait for the soccer game though? So you might just give me the cards in the headset then? I don't even know. You seem to surprise. Well, I don't know what else you would give me. So what are you doing again? Okay. I said, oh, you want. forgot to tell you something. The cards, my joy cards, I need another charging clip. You know, charging clip, the charging. No, I have one, but I can only charge 2 pairs at a time. So I don't know if I can get another one, right? Well, I rather just get another thing because if I'm gonna be collecting toy cards again, I need to get. I mean, yeah, I could, but I rather just get another clip so I can charge all of them. But can I send you the picture? Okay. The one I have is on sale for $30. Yeah, but it's 35. The regular price is $35, and I didn't know you could get it, but it's $30 right now. But I didn't know you could get it right now. It's officially it's not made by Nintendo, but it's licensed by Nintendo. Yeah, it means they licensed it. I didn't know if I could get it. I'm just saying, if you were to pay regular price, you ought to pay $35. I'm just saying, if I'm going to be getting another contract, I need to get more things to charge it, you know? So I didn't even know you could give me this just to charge it. I don't know, you know, she's going to be connecting contracts. And I really mean, I want to build another connection, but I don't want it so it would always be connected. That was a mistake. I didn't know, you know what, and I regret doing the contract way, it was a lot of money, you know? So I was wondering, can I get those or no right now? Just to be able to charge it. Well, you know the ones I want. Well, no, I already have one of these dogs. And I could get another one and it's the same thing. You know? I don't know which hell I get it. No, right now. It's on sale for $30. So you take a picture with you. Okay? Yeah. I sent it to you. Look at that. So the only things I like want are those voice cards, the charging stand, and then the headset. Okay? And do you remember how much your joy cards are? $80. It charges my joy cards. It charges it. No, I do, but I want another one. And we're going to be collecting joy cards again. Well, I know, but I just like to see them out of on display all at once. It's just cool to see them on display. You get me? I don't know, does that make sense? Okay. Okay, so there's only three things I want. And I really want these ones, and this is else. I want the charging grip, okay? And then the Joy-Cons, and then the headset, Bluetooth headset. And then if we were to add $80, how much was the price? When they said to that, how much was the price? You don't know because the price wasn't in the picture. So I don't know if you know. Okay, about it, if you were to add the headset plus the Joy-Cons, how much money would be added together? So do you think that's too much for me? What, it's not, and we only want those three things. But then I didn't know what to do because I want the soccer game too. So do you think I should put one thing back? I really want the soccer game too. I didn't know what to do, Grandma. Yeah, but I just, yeah, okay. But I just want the soccer game too. And can you tell my dad I want the soccer game? You can do that, right? Okay. Well, okay, I'll call you later. Goodbye.
episode, but it was a lot of fun. Tonight, though,
That's the right call in that situation. The defense is standing against the pass and is hoping the offense.
episode, but it was a lot of fun. Tonight, though, had to bring in the one and only Jeff Grubb.
Happy to be here. This is great. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm glad we can make it happen. It's I think our ships were crossing the night a few times to try to make this happen before, but now I'm happy to be here in 2024. This is great.
Busy guy, you're all over the place.
Yeah, it got way busier in like the last year too. It's a good kind of busy. It's the kind of busy you want, where it's like, oh, everything's paying off and all that stuff. But yeah, it's really cool to be back here. I love listening to the show still. You guys still put on a great show.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, we I remember you last year. You were at the summer game fest E3. You were at summer game fest, weren't you?
Oh, yeah.
That shit, right?
Yeah, we did our own night show, like that Summer Game Fest 3 nights back to back. Yeah, we had those people over at the offices out in LA. It was a good time. Had Phil Spencer come sit on the couch. It was a good time. I tried to get you out there. I told you to
Get
get
me on the phone next time. I'm coming out.
Yes, we'll make it
My
happen.
invite was lost in the mail.
We'll
Okay.
do one of those triple phone calls back in the day. Yeah. We'll make it happen. I'll get on that with you.
I'll get out there. He sends me an invite. I'm out there. I'll come out. I will.
You talk to Black Keely too.
I'll just.
Yeah.
We have OJ with us holding up pre-show.
Yeah, it's fun. Good to be back once again. Starting off the year with the full Spawncast. Looking forward to talking about some games and stuff. So
Yeah, Josie, what was this?
Yeah, happy to be back. I started playing through of Metroid 2 on the Game Boy, so that's been interesting.
Oh wow, okay. Let's start with what prompted that.
Well, because I played all the other ones on the Switch, and everybody was like, you gotta play Zero Mission, but it hasn't come out yet, and I played the other one, and I really didn't like it, and though I made a video about it that garnered a lot of interesting responses, it did really well. So I was like, win-win. We'll try out Metroid 2, see how well it does, see if I like it.
The good comments, the hate comments are all the same. YouTube.
That's what I'm saying, run together.
People.
Exactly.
Hey, that's good. That's good. You have a whole chronicle of all the Metroid games on your channel.
That was the idea. Or it's like, I'm not hurting anyone, it's somebody, what was my opinion do on the game? Not a lot.
Everything. Any on Golden Sun?
Yeah, I actually do want to play those games. I've never played them. They look cool. I'm not an RPG person, but I might check them out.
I'm an RPG person, and I really like those games a lot. So
Yeah.
Golden Sun's good. Love Golden Sun.
I'd be curious to see if you take a shot at Josie, what you think. That's
But I thought Game Boy Advance games, Game Boy Advance games do age pretty well too.
oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And it's from the era of Nintendo RPGs where they work with developers and developers like, we're doing an RPG. Like, well, you have to make it fun. That's the one thing. Just please make it fun. So it's actually a fun RPG.
That game looks really cool for the Game Boy Advance also. It had some really cool effects of the battles and some of
Yeah,
the
the sprite scaling and sort of sprite shapes,
I think the camera angles were really cool too at the time.
Yeah.
It would still look alright on the OLED Switch. I'm gonna check it out there just to see how it looks there. Evan's with us.
Yep.
Evan is here. Alright, good. Sean will be joining us soon. He's cheering on the Knicks because they can hear him from.
Does he just normally watch that during, or is he there, or is he just, because he normally just watch during the show?
You never go to a Knicks game.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah, leave the house, right, yeah.
Those prices are insane. And the trekking to New York. No way.
How big of a fan he is? One room is just the Knicks room. I feel like you gotta go to one game in your life.
You gotta go. I even been to Chicago Bulls game.
Did he skip a convention because he was supposed to go to something they were doing, like a signing or something?
Oh, that sounds like an excuse right there.
Yeah, but
Sounds like
but then when he talked to him, be like, man, hopefully that was fun. He went, I didn't go.
He's an interesting one. He'll be on a little later though, when their game is over. I think he's at round 10, so halfway through he'll jump in. But we have quite a bit to talk about still tonight. I had to bring Jeff on because he's out here. He's leaking the directs. He's leaking the showcase. Apparently, I saw the forum threads. They're one now. I think he did open up the conversation around the year kind of getting started, especially because we have the Xbox Developer Direct to look forward to this week. That like questions around some of the things that are going to be shown, maybe some other things that they didn't talk about, and the Xbox third-party controversy. Nate is not here tonight, but I'm gonna confront him this week coming up on Direct Xbox because he started some stuff. So social media was going wild just because of Nate's podcast. So I wanted to bring that up as well, just because you had some input there too, Jeff. And of course, Prince of Persia came out, and we got put it down. Some of us have gotten to play the game and even finish it. So I had some thoughts on that. I'm sure some of you guys did too. I do want to jump over though to the Smallcast Network Patreon just to recognize some of the producers over there with achievements. John O, Joshua Butts, Mr. Joby, William Hope, Trent A as well. I want to throw them in there. And then the Game Org, who continues on as a sponsor for the channel. Make sure you check them out. I've been linked down below in the description. The Game Org, trekking out to different conventions so Sean doesn't have to. He can live on through their eyes, being Nintendo Live and TwitchCon, all kinds of stuff. So make sure you check out the Game Org over on Twitch and YouTube, link down below. Shout out to them. So let's do start with Prince of Persia. I want Sean to be here for this because he was kind of getting checked a bit by this game. So
What does that mean?
He was some of these bosses. He was
very
I put it on camera several times.
Oh, very nice. I like to hear.
Skill check.
Yeah.
That's the one. I was trying to tell people, this has some like Souls-like type of feel.
This game,
Yeah, the difference class, right? If you haven't had this class in your game, it's I consider a little bit Souls-like. That's like the first step towards being a Souls-like. If I can get a vial that's going to heal me, and I can upgrade that and get more of them, then yeah, I think it's a little bit of fun. Hey, that game is very, very, very good. I am in love with it. I think it's fantastic.
I agree.
I'm incredibly happy with this game. I thought it would be okay. So the team behind it, and I have such a hard time pronouncing it correctly. Ubisoft Montpellier.
Yeah. It's like part of the UB Arts team, right? Like they were kind of
The
smart
Spider-Man
Origin.
Origins.
Yeah.
Rayman Origins for Rayman. I think they even made I think a lot of them even made the original Rayman as well.
What about some of the Far Cry games too? Like,
Who hasn't? Yeah.
yeah, that's true. Okay, let's go on Far Cry, but they come out of the gate with this, and I figured the platform would be good because the Rayman was like, okay, they probably got that figured out, but the combat is actually very good. It's like when you get towards the end of the game and you have all your powers, abilities, and you start stringing stuff together, it is quite impressive actually how well it flows.
The thing is, it's all good. It's the combat is really good. The traversal is really great. The Metroidvania search actionness of it is very good. And then like there's these like time puzzles where you can create three versions of yourself and they get more complicated as you later in the game. It's like that could be a puzzle game all on its own, and that is great. So like the puzzles are fantastic. It's just if you're a team that really understands the Metroidvania genre really well, and then they had the time and the resources to really extrapolate that in every way, and not just like keep every idea. They only kept the good ideas, which wasn't that they had a ton of ideas, and they just kept the ones that really just raised up the level of the game overall. And it's fun. I mean, it's in my top echelon of Metroidvania games now. I mean, I like it. I think more than Dread, and that I never thought that would happen from a Ubisoft game, but no way.
Yeah, I got it in my top tier right now of Metroidvania games.
I knew it could be as good because as soon as I heard Rayman Legends team, I'm like, all right, Rayman Legends is as good almost as any Nintendo platformer, right? Like I think we can all say Rayman Legends is right up there with Super Mario Bros. Wonder or Mario 3 or other 2D platformers. So when I knew that they were making it, I'm like, okay, this is probably really good. And I liked it, one of the few, but I liked it from the very beginning when they first showed it because it didn't look like a high quality Metroidvania game. I mean, I played and beat Hollow Knight. I love Dread. I love all the old school Castlevania. I love that's like a top 5 franchise for me. So this was looking like it could be right up there with that when they started showing off like the powers at the beginning. I'm like, wow, this looks really cool. When they showed off more, I agree with everything Rob says about the game. I'm in love with it. Right now, I'm not sure if it's like, above, like way above Dread for me, because they both do things really well. Like, I don't know, like the mini-map situation. I don't know what the hell they,
That's like add that in. That seems like a very obvious omission.
Yeah, that is the only, that's my only major complaint. And if that's the biggest complaint, it's not that big of a deal, right? Because it's a mini-map, right? So if they had the mini-map, I think it would have been even like, it would have made things even flow better, to where you don't have to pause this through as much. But yeah, I agree with everything. The combat It's super fun. The music is surprisingly awesome. In a lot of the different areas, like, I wasn't expecting Prince of Persia to have like lit music, but it's really good, better than Dreads, right? Obviously, Dreads is not great, so you notice the music way more when you're comparing the two games. Boss fights, there's some good boss fights, but I think that, if we're gonna do a comparison, I think Dread kind of tops it on that one. But like powers and combat and stuff like that. I mean, one game you're shooting the whole time, right? So it's a little bit different. But yeah, Prince of Persia, like the amount of combos and different things, it's like perfectly taking what you love about Sands of Time and like the Warrior Within, like all the other Prince of Persia games, and even the original Prince of Persia. I don't know if you guys played the original one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's like where there's like traps and all sorts of stuff, and this is like that. This is like way more like that to me than a lot of the other games. Well, Sands of Time, there's some stuff there.
It's kind of a cross between Sands of Time and the older Prince of Persia.
Exactly. You know that they probably played Sands of Time. They probably played that a lot and looked at stuff.
I mean, the air dash is just a wall run from that, just manifested anywhere. It's really, really good, really satisfying.
Yeah, I mean, I could go on all day, so I'm gonna stop talking.
So it took me 16 and a half hours to beat the game. So I thought that was actually pretty lengthy for a Metroidvania game. I was like, wow, there's for like that, like Dread is like 10 hours or so, like 11. So yeah, in that ballpark. But initially there's a part where I thought it was over. I was like, oh, okay, that's not bad. And then it's kept going. I was like, oh, okay. And I'm going back now trying to get to 100%. I'm stuck at 80% though, because the thing I've noticed is I have to go back through the map to remember where certain things were because I didn't use the
screenshot feature
as much as I should have.
Yeah.
So that's one thing I wouldn't mind them doing is when you beat the game, they just highlight where all the things are on the map.
Did you file the maps and everything, like from the girl? Because you file the maps, I think it makes it a little bit easier to be like, okay, that part of the map I haven't explored yet, and now once I'm back there, I'll just poke around a little bit more. I have a beat and kind of cleaned it up right before the very end. I didn't got past that point, but you better talk about it. Like, I think this is the end.
Yeah,
And then I'm like, oh, I got something on right bumper now. Okay, it's awesome. So it's like, okay, the game just keeps getting better, even though it's like, oh, it's not one of those things where it's like, oh, it should have ended. I'm glad it's continuing to go. But yeah, I'm also having fun just cleaning up the map.
Absolutely do. I agree with that. The cool thing about the game for me is like I love the difficulty. I love how enemies, like a normal enemy, can just like stretch you to pieces if you're not careful, right? If you're not thinking about it.
You know, I'm like, oh, I'm totally gonna wait to do the parry. I love doing the parry. I'm like, I'm on these hoes. And then I miss it. If you miss the parry, you get punished really hard, and I love that. That's such a good feedback. Like more games should have that.
I played it on like I didn't play it on the hardest difficulty, but I played on like the second hardest, and I think that's just like a perfect fit, and it just teaches you to like get good at the game. I know people say get good, but honestly, like it rewards. Like whenever you die or whatever, you don't ever feel too salty about it. Like you're just like, okay, I know what to do now at this point, So I love games that don't feel cheap in that sense. There are some stupid enemies that just are annoying as hell, but like you get used to that, and like you adapt and you start getting powers to help you get past those enemies too. So to me, it was all good. Like the difficulty, to me, it feels even better to play than like whenever like I die in Souls games. If I die in Souls games, like whatever, okay, blah blah blah. But in this one, it feels I don't know, maybe because it's 2D and there's not that 3D element to it, but it just feels like you can progress and get better at a faster rate. To me, at least in this game. So it's my favorite Prince of Persia game of all time. I pretty much I probably beat every single one of them. So yeah, I'm not super shocked, but I'm incredibly happy with what they've done here. And hopefully this turns into like a franchise, like its own.
Yeah, remember we got Game Boy Advance Castlevanias every year, and then they get DS ones for like 6 years in a row. We're getting a Castlevania Metroidvania game, and that was fantastic. Just do that. And you could take every 2-3 years here, or how much time it takes to make a game like this now. That's fine. And I hope the same thing is happening with Metroid Dread. We're getting a sequel to that in a couple of years. Not even at this point, but a year maybe, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
I think the one thing that surprised me a little bit, it's not really a spoiler because I feel like you see the demo too, but it's in the first, I don't know, hour of the game. You realize earlier on that you're not the person who has like rewind and stuff and stop. It's interesting. They kind of give Sargon his own. He's more like interdimensional with his powers, whereas the big guy you fight right at the beginning of the game before you get the clock or whatever is he can rewind time and stop and just kind of toying around with you. And I'm like, maybe they're doing that so that Sargon doesn't feel just like the Prince when we go to Sands of Time remake. But I thought that was an interesting idea, is to make him a kind of different sort of, I guess, what's the word, like time user really.
Yeah, and it just feels very considered, like everything else. Like it's a good point that those powers that you would have had in Sands of Time exist here. They didn't forget about them. It's not like a full reboot where it's like, well, yeah, it's the time powers, but we're going to do our own spin on it. It's like, no, those exist in the same universe, and now you are going to get a chance to play out with different powers. While you see how those are being used now by a villain, and it's like building on this franchise in a really smart way. Just again, people made this game that thought a lot about Metroidvanias, they thought a lot about Prince of Persia, and they just thought about the overall user experience in a really obvious and pleasant way.
Well, the animal stuff too. Like the animals.
Yes, some people like you can really start specking out your character into your own build. Like every amulet to have something to do with parrying. If you someone who likes to parry and upgrade all those, and your playstyle can feel very different than someone who's like, oh, I'm going to use a ton of bow and arrow and then the chakram power and stuff like that. It's really cool.
The one thing that was kind of, Josie, did you see anything about this game? Did you get the demo or anything?
I want to check out the demo. I haven't had a lot of time, but it looks really cool. I was excited for it when it was first announced. I just haven't played it yet, but I'd like to. I mean, they also go on sale pretty quick, so I'm not opposed to buying this for $20 in a year. We will
This
see.
is the funny thing, Josie, you mentioned that. I saw this pop up quite a bit online when it comes to actually it was more about the 2D game as opposed to it being Ubisoft necessarily. 2D games still have that stigma attached them around value, and even though this is a $50 game, it wasn't necessarily it's going to be on sale soon, like you're saying, Josie. It was like, oh, it's a 2D game. I don't know if I want to spend more than $20 on it.
Hollow Knight ruined it for everybody.
It's not just Hollow Knight, a ton of 2D games that are amazing all came out at that price point. I think stuff like that.
I mean, Hades technically basically 2D essentially. I mean, how much did that cost? And yeah, it's rough out there for these games from AAA publishers trying to make that value proposition. But man, $50, that's what it is, right? Yeah, it's worth it at $50 easily. This is a game that would have been in a lot of top 10 lists had it launched last year.
It's worth every penny at that 50. In my opinion, obviously everybody has subjective value, but the quality of the game, you haven't played a Metroidvania. In my opinion, that's quite like this. Like this one for sure. It feels just different compared to the other ones. And it does all your favorite Metroidvania games. It kind of has like a little slice of each one plus its own unique identity as well, you know? Plus it's replay value, and it's difficult, and there's like stuff that you can go back. Like it's not just like it's like a one and done type of game, you know?
And I think it's the Metroidvania for people who don't really love Metroidvanias. They think about a lot of the problems that I think people have, and they have a solution for the most part. Like, you're not going to be able to fast travel anywhere. The fast travel still works like it does in a Castlevania game or a handful of other Metroidvania games, but it's still going to like lessen the pain as much as possible to ensure that you don't feel that backtracking if you don't want to feel that backtracking as much as you would in other games.
They got full baby mode in the game too, though. Like if you want to have accessibility, it'd be incredibly easy. You can do that. So you can customize the difficulty completely, and like I think there's even like it can tell you where to go. There's even like it'll tell you where to go next.
The guided mode works a lot like it does in like a Metroid Prime, right? Where it's like, here is where you should be going. You got to figure out how to get there on your own. And that's like, that's not hurt Metroidvanias at all in the past. I mean, if you have any hesitation, turn that stuff on. If you have trouble with the parrying window, you can make it wider very easily. There's a ton of sliders in the accessibility and the settings menus. Take advantage of that stuff.
The platforming thing that they have in there is you can reduce a respawn point even. Like, so if you want to leave next to it, and because you do a lot of wall jumping, apparently you can set, I saw it, I didn't turn it on, I should have tried it, but you can just set that point anywhere, although whenever you're on solid ground, it basically sets a checkpoint in like a platforming section for you, so it's already pretty forgiving, with that. But you can do that too. Like if you actually, there were some times where I was getting trolled by this game. Like you don't know what's down there, you drop down, and then stuff just squishes you. I'm like,
There's like what are those like spinning like spike barrels that are just like those were completely like in the sewers, like a little bit.
Yeah, it was kind of ridiculous, some of that stuff. So, but I
just to clarify, I don't think most 2D games aren't worth $60. I don't subscribe to that thought process. I'm just saying, it's Ubisoft. They go on sale within a year.
Oh, you're not wrong. It will be.
Yeah, you're not wrong on that. I agree.
Like, Avatar has literally already dropped to $40.
It's not good, but yeah.
It's alright.
It's alright.
asked, does the new Prince of Persia have anything like Shadi? That's from, not Tooth Throws, that's from Warrior Within. Make sure I didn't just make people mad. Yes, it's character from Warrior Within. No, not something quite like that.
It does have a warrior within skin though, so if you're like in your Godsmack era and you want to make that happen, you can dress up as like a warrior within Prince.
Yeah, they have a bunch of skins in there actually. The one I have, he's actually just overflowing, so that's kind of cool. Although I will say, I do get a little annoyed when there are a couple challenges, I'll say, with like spinning blades and barrels and stuff, and it took me like an hour to beat it because it got really difficult there for a while. And then I get to the end, and it's like, here's a skin that you're just never going to use. It's like, thanks. Great. It takes off 1% of my little progress.
Yeah, that's what it's really about, yeah.
Of course.
What percentage were you guys at when you beat it? I'm curious.
I took a picture of it actually. Let me double check. I think it was 67%? 68%?
Okay. It's about 2/3, 16 hours. That sounds about right.
Yeah, it was something like that. Like I said, I took a picture of it when I put it in my video for 63.3% at 16 hours, 39 minutes.
Okay. All right, yeah, man, that's a beefy game.
It was pretty good, I think, for Metroidvania. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, Joshua Butts with the sizable donation. He's actually one of the executive producers over on Patreon. So thanks for the constant content and entertainment day in and day out. And John and the rest of the Swancast. Good to see the real game of the year, Tears of the Kingdom win the Game of the Year Madness. It did actually, and I have to make a video following that up to complete it. But it did beat out Baldur's Gate 3. So shout out to Tears of the Kingdom. Shout out to Joshua Butts. I'm gonna come back around and do a super chat. So thanks, Joshua. I really appreciate that. It's very, very generous.
Josh.
Yeah, shout out to Joshua Butts.
I think what's surprising, Tears of the Kingdom won kind of funny's game of the year as well.
Yeah, I think for a lot of fan voting, like Tears of the Kingdom went over basically everything last year for most fan votes online. I was seeing so.
Yeah, it won Ars of Giant Bomb. Yeah, it won a lot of awards for sure.
Baldur's Gate 3 did beat out Resident Evil 4 then. So.
Popularity wise.
Yeah, a lot of it's based on the type of art that we're
I went pretty far in that. I'll give you credit. They did. Went pretty far. Let's move over to, we're gonna start, well, we got some presentations we can discuss here, some rumored, some already announced, but let's start with the Xbox Developer Direct, January 18th, 12 p.m. Pacific, that'd be 3 p.m. Eastern time. They've named 4 games that'll be there. We have Hellblade 2, Aura History Untold, which that's the strategy game from Oxide. I'm not a big strategy game person, but apparently this is from a developer behind Civ. So if you're a Civ fan, it's probably one you're going to keep an eye on there. Then we have Avowed and Indiana Jones. So obviously the big 3 there that people I'm sure are looking towards. Hellblade 2, Avowed, Indiana Jones. But this is coming off the heels of quite a bit of discussion around Xbox, which we'll get to. But I wanted to start with the Direct, some of the exciting stuff that people are.
You know what, Grandma? Screw it. I don't want. Well, I mean, you know what? Screw it. I do. You know what you want for Christmas? Instead of anything else, you know what you want? I want to pick out a second pair of Joy-Cons. Well, I have a question though. What's 80 plus 80? And there's tax too.
160 with tax, probably 107.
Oh, so, I mean, I don't need to get headset right then. Because, I said I'm going to connect them again. That's the fastest way to build it up. So, they all deal with colors I can choose. And went out to choose the second pair. And I'm just always getting another pair. You don't think I'm serious, well, I'm 100% serious because I like Joy-Cons. So am I now to send you another pair of what color I want or not really? Because I like Joy-Con, I like them, but do you know what Joy-Con drift is? It's when they, that's what I use Roll for. You know when he sprays it? I know it's annoying, and you may be like, well, why would you get another pair if there's no problem? Well, that's why I know it sprays it. You know, so they don't drift on their own. That's why I know there's no. Okay, so you said I could go to the other pair? You said yes. Because I like them because they're different colors. Okay. I'm gonna look up Joy-Cons. Hang on. They're all different pairs. Actually, you know what pair I want? Well, I'm trying to find them. Joy-Cons gray? I can try to find them. Well, actually, well, you know what? I do want to get the purple and blue ones, you know? And it says they have them in the stock, you know, the stock. It's from Japan. I don't care if the stock's in Japan. You know, I can always just wait if it's in Japan. But you know, no, I don't think, well, yeah, I assume they are in Japan, but I really don't know. Because if it said, I would question, if it says that it's in stock, is in Japan, it doesn't mean when you order it, it's a ship that comes from Japan, so I don't have to wait. Hey, isn't it still in the US? What does that mean by the stock? Can you explain that? Because I decided I do want the pastel. I'm getting the pink. I want to get the pastel too, okay? Here, I'm gonna send you, okay? Okay? I miss you. I wanted to come see you though at Christmas. You know? I said, there was 77 and 50 cents. Did you get it? I said, Okay. Well, alright, well, I'm gonna go. I don't know what time my mom gets off. I'm just gonna text her and say, I'm just waiting. Okay, love you, bye.
As a law firm owner, you handle sensitive client data every day.
Forward to this week. So I'll say out of the four, just in case I was a big strategy person here. What's the game that you want to see the most about? Whether it's release dates, gameplay, just information in general.
Yeah, I'm interested in finding out about Indiana Jones. I mean, I like machine games a lot. I really like Wolfenstein, the new Colossus's story. I'm not a huge story and games guy, but that one really hit hard. There's a lot of really good commentaries, stuff that hit the right time, like 2016, and what was happening in America really fit with what was game. And I didn't say I loved in that game. The shooting was fine. But I want to see, like, okay, they did time to do Indiana Jones right. And this has got to be one of those games where we feel the presence of Microsoft in the way that Phil Spencer didn't do with Redfall, and that they want to ensure that these games are getting the love that they deserve so they cannot be the best they can be. I want to see that all on the screen when we find out about this game. Release date, the rumors coming this year. I think that'd be fantastic. Whatever, take your time. I just want to see a game that looks high quality, that can. I don't expect anything to be as good as an Insomniac Spider-Man. That's a bar too high, I think, for most of these games. But as long as I want that to be their goal. I want them to be aiming for that. And again, I want that to be obvious when we see it.
Yeah, Indiana Jones. That's the one I'm incredibly interested in. It seems weird because when we first heard about it, it was a very generalized trailer of just sweeping over a desk. And it's like, oh, cool, Bethesda's gonna do it. And it's like Machine Games, like, oh, Machine Games is doing Indiana Jones. That's weird, because I figured they were just going to do Wolfenstein or something again, right? Okay, like, go ahead and do that. Indiana Jones, though.
First, do we know what
We don't know
That's the question, OJ, right there. First or third person, because Machine Games is known for first person.
Also, you check right. Just how
I've been looking a little bit. I'm not able to find out. I mean, I think there's like murmurs. It could be first person, but I don't necessarily believe that. We'll see.
I think it's gonna be mixed. I think it'll be both. So there'll probably be moments I think of first person, but then also moments of third person cover or something. I don't know. It's hard to say, but that's if it went all first person, that would be.
I mean, I would be fine with that, but I know that that's not what makes sense for a character action game with a big famous character these days. That's not what people want for the most part. Or more people want the third person. I guess that's fair to say.
Right? That's
Yeah, you want to see the fedora, you want to see the leather jacket and all that stuff. Yeah.
I want to see. I mean, if it's first person, I'll still play it, but we get those thirds. I'd be more happy with those thirds.
This is the one where you play it safe, right? You just make it Uncharted, basically.
Yes, 100%. Just make it Uncharted. Just do that.
But like actual like upgrades and stuff, like not no upgrades. That would be. I mean, you can just.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think Uncharted has no upgrades at all. Which I hate kind of about Uncharted. Still like Uncharted, but I hate
Do stuff like where kind of what you do in the game, your abilities level or scale or something. Like they can do stuff like that because they've done that in things like Wolfenstein.
Yeah, Wolfenstein, exactly. Wolfenstein is it.
they could kind of tap some of that knowledge. I feel like they'll, what they'll definitely like upgrades and progression and stuff. But the biggest question to me is first person, third person. And it's like, just don't get weird with it. Just third person, be okay. Just go for it. That is interesting. 10 minutes of the game and developer insights apparently. So they're gonna show this thing. Interesting though. Some information got out there around it actually coming sooner than people were expecting. Like this might be a 2024 game.
Right. I was not expecting 2024. It was like, yeah, sure, we'll get that when we get it. Maybe 2025, maybe even beyond that. I'm not really too worried about it. Hearing this, it's like, okay, man, I guess if this is showing up in their January developer direct, this game could be out by summer, I guess. That's a possibility. And then they can, reload with games for the fall. Now, of course, it could still be the fall. But now, in my head, I'm getting like this is a possibility that we get a date for this game, and it's this summer, and it's ready to go, or even late spring or something like that. I'm not being vicious, but it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility now, especially if they're, ready to kick into the marketing now. These companies these days don't usually like these long marketing cycles, 6 months, especially under ZeniMax. They've had a lot of success with that, so I'm really looking forward to see how that all plays out.
See, I think these licensed games, if you have a character that people already recognize outside of video games, like Spider-Man, for example, that's like one of the best brands you can position during the holidays. I kind of wonder if Indiana Jones is just set up as something they put in the marquees in the retail stores, and it's October Gamer, or just something like that, just something out there. That would be pretty impressive. I'd be kind of surprised if they flashed 2024 during this presentation for Indiana Jones, but that'd be cool because Hellblade 2, we get the release date here, we think? Here's the release date, and
that's probably the next big one, right? That's our next big release.
First half of this year, then, to get it out.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, April sounds right to me. Yeah.
Okay. Nate seems pretty confident in this game, so I think Ninja Theory's gonna do some very impressive stuff in Hellblade 2. So I've grown very confident in it as well, and I think this is a game they held back for so long to give us that release date, and this is it. It tells them that it's out 3 months or something.
Yeah, they had it at Summer Game Fest, and then there was something at the Game Awards, right? They had more Game Awards, so it's like they've shown it off the last 2 big opportunities. That mostly signifies to me this is coming soon. That's what I always heard. It's like going to be the next big one. So yeah, I need to get the date, and you're right, 3-4 months before this thing is actually out after we start hearing about it here.
This is actually set up a pretty good year already, just for Xbox. If they have Hellblade 2, Indiana Jones, Call of Duty, and I'm gonna say Spyro. 4 games in there this year, just right there. That'd be pretty impressive. And then I do want to point out Valve, even though I'm not expecting it this year, I am interested to see what Obsidian has here. We saw the change in art style, and that kind of threw some people through a loop a bit, but I've seen it enough to where I've just kind of grown accustomed to it. I'd like to see them just sit down and kind of play it for like 5 minutes. So you're
What type of game is it on?
It's like hand magic, but it looks better than Immortals of Aveum. So it's from Obsidian. And when we first saw it, people thought it was like Obsidian Skyrim. And then the last time we saw it, it looks a little bit more action-y, a little bit less RPG, although we don't necessarily know if that's just how they were presenting it at Summer Game Fest. So, we'll get an idea here. Really, that's my question too, Josie. So what is this thing actually going to play like? I'm curious about, but that I'll admit that last trailer didn't do much for me.
It looks sort of like Skyrim, right?
So it's Fallout. Right. People like Obsidian, right, for Fallout New Vegas, like the very RPG-esque RPGs, and so people are like, okay, just show me that stuff. Yeah, cool. Hand magic. I like, throwing fireballs is cool. I think people want to see now. Tell me I can show an NPC and convince them to do something. We'll see if we see that in this presentation. Hey, Josie, do you care about Indiana Jones? I don't think
I do.
You do? Okay. So you're
I love Indiana Jones.
Yes to that. Okay. that's fantastic.
I mean, all my friends actually really like it. I don't know. I mean, he's in Fortnite, so I don't know if that kind of brings him back a little bit in any way. That's who I play. I was in Fortnite.
I was
The guy from Fortnite.
I was kind of hoping you should say,
He was down with everything he said.
I don't know. I like Indiana Jones for other reasons.
I was kind of hoping she'd be like,
Now in Texas, shirtless Indian Fortnite. He's shirtless. It's a good time.
That's right. It's a party. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love that. No, any way to get the kids on Indiana Jones, OJ, I'm fine with it.
Everything was
Well, and I've seen all the
Josie's humor. Everything was good.
I've seen all the old movies. That's just the way it's the most relevant right now. And like the movie with him that he came back in, I thought was alright. I love his character.
I'm waiting for the next reveal of Halo, and then they go through that. That's the guy from
The
Fortnite.
guy from Master Chief, or the guy from
He's the
Fortnite.
guy from Fortnite.
Do you think there's a shadow drop of this Xbox thing?
That was the other question I was gonna have, Jeff. Do you think there's a surprise, because there's 4 games. I've seen some people rumor that there's a 5th game that's gonna be mentioned. I almost wonder if that is a shadow drop. So,
See now, so High Five Rush is what they did last year, and I don't know how they feel about how that went. Who knows how they feel? I mean, like I said before, the game cost this much and made this much money, but they have other ways of measuring success over there than just that. If it is a shadow drop, I wonder if it's something like this like Halo Battle Royale mode or something like that. That would make sense, I think, because you get everyone to jump online that night to go play that. That momentum carries through, I think.
all the new people coming in?
Yeah,
Alright, I like it.
yeah, I like that a lot.
The fodder coming in.
That's pretty good again. I'm happy with it.
Okay, yeah. So you gotta get Jeff on there. Alright, we got squad battle now. We got 8v8. I think 8 or a team of 7. So we can run that. Yeah, that would be cool. If it was just a mode, or they could even what they technically could do. I don't know how people feel about this, but if they just said, here's X amount of Activision games that are now backwards compatible in Game Pass, you can go and play them.
That seems likely, I think. Probably not the huge number, not a massive drop, but like
Here's 6 of them or something
like
like that.
exactly. Yeah.
Just throw them in there, go down. You're good to go. So, that would be fine too. That's a fun drop in there. So, and I do want to also recognize Aura History Untold, just in case anyone is a Civ player out there in the chat. I see you. I recognize you.
You are heard.
I have nothing.
I've played a lot of Civ in my life. The ones from like other teams that have been inspired or have people working on Civ, not many of them have hit for me. I'm like, I'll just go back to Civ. So I'll be curious about this one, but my hopes aren't much too high. I mean, this isn't my savior for the genre or anything like that.
Yeah, but hey, you need that variety in Game Pass? There you go.
Yeah.
All right,
I think Xbox has a pretty exciting year ahead of them. I feel like they can really pull out of this whole downer mindset that a lot of people have.
Okay.
I agree.
Xbox Series S. Okay.
This year looks good. I agree, Josie. This year looks pretty good. I mean, especially if you get Hellblade, Avowed, and Indiana Jones, even if that was just all their 1 year, I think that would be pretty good, right? Compared to where it was before. So, I mean, they've got more than that apparently. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited.
You know, it's very interesting you mentioned that, Josie. I'm going to comment on this very quickly. I saw a message that went out from IGN hours ago, actually, on Twitter. And it was kind of strange because it mentioned Xbox's lineup from last year and then this year, and it mentioned like they're finally, I think, catching up with PlayStation, overtaking PlayStation. Everyone stopped for a minute and realized that last year PlayStation released Spider-Man and Call of the Mountain. And everyone was kind of confused there for a moment. So it is interesting that mindset there because I think Microsoft released 6 games last year. One of them was Redfall. That kind of counts as a minus.
Yeah, it's a negative.
I mean, it technically still came out. They really did. But it's interesting that that's sort of the mindset for Xbox. And I think a lot of it's just the recent news that's come out around, or rumors that are going around. But I will say, you're right, Josie. They show up with Indiana Jones, and they show up with as we assume new Call of Duty, like I said, at the end of the year, very popular stuff. Hellblade 2, Avowed sneaks its way in, Spyro shows up. Like, these are all things that could definitely propel Xbox and get them as their one big release per quarter, or one exciting release, I should say. That would be big. How about Rush isn't considered like a big game, but it's an exciting game.
Okay.
So that kind of thing, right? That's all you really need. Something that creates buzz and interest, and even backwards compatible stuff can do it too. So
I think they're getting to a point with those smaller games too, where if they say we have something, this is basically our next Hi-Fi Rush or something along those lines, I think people would be like, oh, no, I actually am excited for that. Because I'm at a point where it's like the Pentiments and the Hi-Fi Rushes are the ones that I really loved. And so it's like, hey, the team that did Pentiment, they're working on something new, and it'll be out in like, a year and a half or something like that. You tell me that. Yeah, I'm right there. Let's go.
bring in certain affinity. I like it. Let's see what this Halo is.
And working on something.
All about that.
Yeah.
All about that. I do want to move over though, because of course now that the Xbox Direct is announced and happening this week, people started talking about this is kind of start to kick off the year for everyone. Like we now start thinking about PlayStation's state of play or their experience that everybody is, I see online, everyone's like begging for right now. Like, oh my, so you gotta say something soon because it, again, last year.
Grandma, I want to ask you, well, my phone's canceled, but can't you reactivate it?
Your phone?
Yeah, can you reactivate it?
No, I tried to.
Well, I don't know what to do. Why can't you reactivate it?
Well, you still can get your pictures and be on the internet, can't you?
Yeah, but I want LTE.
I know, it won't work for some reason.
Well then, I don't know what to do. Well, I was wondering, well then, well, can they at least get the cracks fixed?
Yeah, we'll see.
How do I fix the cracks?
I'm not sure.
Can you, I want to do that, please?
Well, right now, since the phone's canceled, there's no insurance on it.
Oh, well, anyway, you know the game Pokemon Go? I was wondering, you know how I said, oh, I could get more Pokeballs? It's like inside the game. I can tell you how much they are, but I want to get more Pokeballs, if it's okay. I can tell you how much they are. You want me to say how much they are?
Yeah.
Okay, and keep in mind, to get these Pokeballs in the game, I need an App Store, gift card, App Store. So, hang on, let me tell you. Okay? I can tell you, hang on. 200 Pokeballs is 800 coins. Pokecoins. So to get 800 coins, I need to get 800 coins. They have 1,200 coins for $10.
Well, how do I do that?
I just need to get the app for a gift card. You know what I just need to add money to my Apple account on the App Store. So I don't know if you could like purchase it and somehow you could like share the code with me. You know how you share it. I don't know if you know how to share it though. What?
Take a snapshot of it?
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's an easier way. Can't you like share with the gift card? You know, kind of like in messages, how you send it. Like, you know how Melanie Cox, she got it from years ago. And you know how she like shared it then. I don't know if you can remember how to do that. So I just need a $10. I don't even know what about the App Store gift card on it. You have to look for me. Can you look? can you look, please? Just look on anywhere where you could get an app for a gift card. I want the digital code. Probably, yeah. I know what? I'll store the gift card. And I think you can like choose how much you want to get. You can choose the gift card. You can like choose how much it is. I'll store the gift card. I'll store. And it should pop up. And then what did it say? Did it? Yeah, Apple gift card, App Store, yeah. And did it say you can like redeem it on the App Store? What did it say? Read it. Yeah, yeah, that's right. I should redeem it on the App Store. Wait, no. It's on the App Store or Apple. So should I redeem it on the App Store or not? Well, I don't know what to do. I want an App Store. It's stupid. Hang on, I do not. Yeah, it is an Apple gift card. It is. Yeah, it's funny. And I just need $15 to buy the $10 in Pokeballs. 200. And then I think you can send it through messages. Yes, you can. Do you still have my old phone number, my old one? Yeah, well, you can send it through text messages. I can still send messages. Well, I wanted to send it through text. You want me to give you my number? It's 937-407-6127. Okay? Yes, I can, I'm sure. Send it. It's that number. Do you need it again? Did you enter it? Okay, and then it just says your name. You would enter your name, Pam. And then it says you can just send us away messages on that number. Okay, and now because just say like it's the Pokemon game from 2016. So how many years old is it? I know it. You know that. You know that news broadcast where someone went on the highway just to catch an imaginary being. It's that game. I don't know why someone was that dumb when they would go on the highway. Like, bro, it's not that important. It's an imaginary Pokemon. I don't know why you would go on a busy road. They got killed. You know, how dangerous is that? It's not that important. Why would they go on the highway? You know? Don't you remember someone talking about it was on the news broadcast. Are you sure you are the same number? Okay. Okay, you know what it comes to. Well, I will continue and send it first, let me know. You did? Well, maybe. Well, I'll have to see it. I'll have to wait till it comes through. Just wait. I know I didn't tell you. I can send messages. Well, I don't even know. Did yours go through? It did? No, on my iPhone messages. Did it go through? Because John, you might just have to send it to my email if it doesn't go through. Because I know I can send messages. But what about you? Did yours go through? No, text messages. What did you say? What is that supposed to mean? I don't even know what it's going to. I hope it does. Because if it doesn't go through, then you just send it to my email, and then I can give you my email. It should. I can send messages. I can send messages. What does it look like? said no. You know what? I don't know what to do. Just send it to me, email. The message. No, what about the text message? Just send it to my email then. You want me to give you my email? It's taking too long. No, the text message. The iPhone. No. I'll just give you my email. Okay? It's, okay, get ready. It's Bonnie. No, just put it in. Bonnie. Bonnie. Productions. PRO. How do you spell that? P 45 at gmail.com. I did it, that's why. That's a YouTube account, right? Hey, just put it in, dude. Do you get that? Okay. Did you yet? What? To what? What? That's stupid. Well, next to you, man.
Well, just seemed like they were talk about
In the email or the message? Okay, bye.
So I feel like some people feel that I'm overcritical of Xbox, but I kind of look at it in a bit of a different light because I was around when they were having their rise of prominence. Like the Xbox 360 era, if you were around during that era, you know what Xbox is truly capable of. This system was a direct function to the mouth of PlayStation. Xbox 360 was the console that everyone wanted. It was the console that everyone wanted to play on. And as time went on, the PlayStation 3 managed to, get its legs and really be a competitive thing. But this was a competition, and I feel like it brought out the best in both PlayStation and Xbox. But as time has gone on, there's been lots of questions about Xbox. They don't seem to really want to compete anymore when it comes to companies like PlayStation. And you could say that going in their own lane might work out, but I kind of view it as when competition is stagnant or removed from an equation, then companies tend to kind of not worry and coast a bit more. Competition brings out the best in everyone. When you look at Xbox in 2024, it's obviously a very different landscape. Things like Game Pass have completely changed the landscape of how Xbox does business. Console sales are down. They don't really seem to be gaining any steam. It seems like they've also capped out when it comes to Game Pass subscriptions. And now we're starting to see games from Xbox, major titles, come over to other platforms. And when it's multiplayer games like your Sea of Thieves and stuff like that, it's kind of whatever. Around it, like who really cares about that? But when you have a game like Indiana Jones, which is obviously Xbox's biggest game of 2024, coming to PlayStation 5 in the spring of 2025, a few months after it releases on the Xbox Series platforms, you kind of got to raise some eyebrows. Now, there's been lots of rumors circulating that Xbox might be going even deeper into this with bigger titles and stuff like that. I've seen some reports out there. I'm not necessarily sure I completely agree with them. You gotta remember when stuff was originally coming from Xbox to other platforms, many Xbox journalists were saying Starfield was coming and launching alongside of the Starfield DLC on PlayStation 5. That never happened. But you can obviously tell that Xbox does have at least some more plans to bring titles over to both PlayStation and the upcoming Nintendo platform. Well, in a recent speaking during a shareholders meeting, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, if I'm saying that right, actually commented on Xbox's business strategy, and it does seem to kind of lend credence to the fact that more Xbox games will be coming to other platforms. The quote is as follows: "We are bringing great games to more people on more devices with our acquisition of Activision Blizzard King, which closed on October 2023. We've added hundreds of millions of players to our ecosystem. We now have 20 franchises that have generated over $1 billion in lifetime revenue, from Candy Crush, Diablo, Halo, to Warcraft, Elder Scrolls, and Gears of War. And with Xbox Cloud Gaming, we continue to innovate to offer players more ways to experience the games they love, where, when, and how they want. Finally, we brought 4 of our fan-favorite titles to Nintendo Switch and PlayStation for the first time, as we continue to extend our content to other platforms." So this is obviously something that they are a fan when it comes to Xbox titles. And I mean, the proof is in the pudding when you're talking about things like Indiana Jones coming to PlayStation 5 a mere few months after it's coming out on Xbox. And I always go back to my main question with Xbox: what is your brand identity? Because I feel like you lack a brand. You have your hand in so many different things. Are you a third-party publisher? Because you do have all of these titles from companies like Activision and Blizzard and Bethesda and stuff like that, because you bought these companies. So are you a third-party publisher who just wants these games on all platforms? Are you a Game Pass machine? You know, is that your mantra? Is that the most important thing to you, where you focus on? Where you give companies money to put their games onto Game Pass, because these games, you know, they're probably not going to sell that much. I know that there's data that says, oh, when the game goes on the Game Pass, more people buy it. I don't know. I would really have to see some of that data to really kind of confirm something like that, because I feel like most people, especially in the Xbox ecosystem, they just view Game Pass as the main way to play their games. Are you a cloud streaming service? Because that's another whole initiative that you're trying to push out there, where I don't need an Xbox console. You know, I don't need your console. I can get, you know, an Amazon Fire Stick and a controller for $70 and play Xbox games on my television without having your hardware. But you make new hardware. You just did the all digital system with the 2 terabytes in there, and it was kind of like, people didn't even realize that came out. I didn't realize that came out. And I study this stuff like every freaking day. So how does, like, imagine a major console revision coming out, so no fanfare whatsoever, so nobody talking about it. That is a problem. And I think a lot of this circles back to Xbox's marketing. When you have Phil Spencer doing this PR run saying that games like Indiana Jones aren't coming to other platforms, and then a couple of months later, it's announced that, hey, Indiana Jones is coming to other platforms, it definitely doesn't leave a good feeling with the consumer. Because once you lose consumer trust, it's very hard to get something like that back. And when you're doing games onto other platforms, they, especially video game systems, I'm not necessarily, like, you think I get talking about like PC and mobile stuff, I don't care about that stuff. Like, that is a whole different world to me. I'm just talking about strictly on consoles. When you're putting your games onto other consoles, that does send mixed messages. Whether you intentionally think that or not, Xbox's marketing is the weakest thing in the world. And you can say whatever about the Xbox game division, but when the Xbox CEO, the CEO of Microsoft, I should say, who trumps over the Xbox CEO, and that they like what they see and they want to push this more. That's really what this boils down to at the end of the day. It's what they want. It's not necessarily what Xbox's game division wants to do, because you have to imagine that a lot of higher ups within Microsoft are looking at the Xbox division and they're kind of like, what are we doing here? What exactly are we doing here? We're not exactly lighting the world on fire. We're not selling a lot of consoles. Game Pass sales have completely stagnated. So, if you already know that more games are going to come, Call of Duties and stuff like that with Indiana Jones, but that goes back to my marketing thing, because now there is that doubt for every single major Xbox game that gets announced. Every single one of them now has it. Perfect Dark has it. Fable has it. Gears of War E-Day has it. All of these games now have that question of, well, is this coming out on Xbox? Or can I just play this on my PlayStation, which I already own? Which then negates the need for.
I got that. To my email, yeah. Thank you. To ship me here. That's okay. Okay. I'll call you later. Bye-bye.
Xbox, and you might say, well, they're still making money on it. They're still making money on the game sales and stuff like that. Yeah, I guess they are. You would have to imagine they are, and that's why they're wanting to do this. But at what point do you realize that if that's what your goal is here, especially with the upcoming Nintendo system, Nintendo hardware, if that's what your actual goal is, just to sell software, just to make money, what's the point in developing hardware? What's the point in being in the hardware race whatsoever? You could probably make more money just putting your games onto other platforms and probably being very successful with that. When you look at things like Xbox game sales, when was the last time you saw an Xbox game, as far as an Xbox console game, on the NPD sales, specifically for Xbox? They created a culture of where if it's not on Game Pass, people take a second look. People are way more hesitant to pick something up on an Xbox. So I don't know. And really, for me, the biggest thing with Xbox is marketing. I think if you come out with a clear direction, if you say,
I'm coughing too. What's up, everybody? Now, you might be like, Dax, why are you being dramatic? Why are you waddling into frame? I didn't focus. This video's already off to this type of start. Why are you waddling into frame, Dax? Why are you waddling over? And you might be like, Dax, you're being dramatic. And yes, I am a dramatic man. I do end up being dramatic more often than not. But no, it's because my legs are sore. My legs are sore because actually this last weekend, by the way, timestamp here if you have no care in the world and just want to know what you want to hear me yak about the thumbnail and the title, you should probably click on this video. Anyway, but I'm going to yak about myself first because I did something I'm pretty proud of. We ran our first marathon. Yes, first marathon this last weekend, the Toronto Waterfront Marathon, literally 2 days ago. So yeah, it makes sense that my legs, I feel, I don't want to be like presumptuous, I don't know if that's even the right word, and be like, this is probably what it feels like when your limbs get, or your joints get really like tight when you get older. But maybe this is a glimpse into the future. I don't know if that's actually true. Nonetheless, the point is my legs hurt. I completed a marathon, super proud of myself. It was really hard too. Don't get me wrong, I think as a runner, like I had been doing a lot of running, like you don't really understand how hard every extra kilometer gets after like 30 kilometers. Like I think anyone to run a half marathon with like 6 months of training. 3 months maybe if you're like a generally fit person, but like half marathon's a lot, but it's really like 2 hours of running. So if you can just like sustain 2 hours, 2 hours and a half, maybe 3 hours of slow run, like you can do a half. Like I believe most people watching this video do a half marathon, but a full marathon, that extra 22 kilometers, 21 kilometers, whatever it is in miles, 13 miles, really does add up. So nonetheless, I'm proud of myself. We're back here with the Yap Session. Season 4, I didn't make a mistake in the last Yap Session. I said it was season 3. This is actually season 4 of the Yap Sessions, episode 2. So welcome. Today we're talking about addiction. Today we're going to be sitting while talking about Pokemon Go addiction because my legs hurt. So that's definitely where we're going to be finding a spot. But I want to talk about addiction because I think it's an important topic to cover. This feels like one of those topics that I might have covered, but I did some Googling and I checked on my Yap Sessions. I don't think I've talked about Pokemon Go addiction and what it's like to kind of be addicted, because video game addiction is very much a thing. Addiction, you can get addicted to pretty much anything in the world, from what I understand. We're going to do some Google searches and see exactly what addiction means, but you can get addicted to a lot of things, and Pokemon Go is one of them. And a phrase you will hear often, and I even say this phrase, that Pokemon Go can have a very toxic relationship with Pokemon Go. There's a lot of people who have toxic relationships with the game. And there's a couple of reasons why we'll cover in this video and how to kind of get over those. That's something you might be struggling with, but if not, watch this video because I think it can be always important to kind of, you always want to be addressing your relationship with the game and with a lot of things in life. Like that's something I'm always doing. I'm always readdressing my relationships. Does this relationship bring me value? Am I happy with this relationship? And more often than not, it's good, but it's good to be on, track with that and always, not always, not every single second, but maybe every year, like be like, okay, like, hey, I've been playing this game a lot for the last year. Has it been bringing me joy? It's bringing me joy? Okay, good, we'll move on. But it's good to readdress those things because you don't want to get in a point where you never process things. Like it's just very important in life to process things and always kind of be double checking in, making sure that you're using your life to the best of your ability, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because at the end of the day, you only have one life. You don't want to get kind of stuck in a loop where you're playing this game that you might think is really, really helping you, but really it's actually causing you some pain, or it's not helping you as much, and there could be just way better uses of your time. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying like Pokemon Go is, I'm not saying a time waster, but the whole point of Pokemon Go in a video game is to kind of de-stress, like disconnect, and like have some relaxing time. It's not like Pokemon Go should be the most productive thing that's going to get you through life, and it's going to be like helpful towards your career, which theoretically it is as a stress reliever, but like it's still important to make sure that Pokemon Go still, I guess, is doing the role that you want Pokemon Go to do the role of in your life. And check that. So we're talking Pokemon Go addiction because it's a very important topic. My legs really hurt. I'm going to try to find a seat to sit down. I don't know how much we'll be moving during this Yap Session, so bear with me. But yeah, like my legs hurt. I'm surprised though. Like I thought it was going to be a lot worse. Like I'm surprisingly able to walk. I'm actually streaming. The Halloween event starts in like 23 minutes. So I'm actually streaming that event after, which is good. By the way, any runners, after you run a long run, always remember to walk after because that really loosens the legs. If you just sit down, your legs lock up and then you're just cooked. You're cooked. So luckily I'm not cooked. I'm half cooked. Anyway, I gotta stop saying cooked. I'm kind of hungry too right now. Okay, this is just, I don't even know what I'm saying. Let me go back to sit. By the way, it's like fall here. I don't know if you can even see it. It's still super green because I guess I'm around a bunch of pines. Let me see if I can find a spot where you can see how fall is. That'd be cool. Oh my god, I thought I was running like crazy. Okay, I found a bench. Hopefully you guys can see me. Nonetheless, let's talk. I don't even know if I can really kind of look towards you guys. Let me bring this closer, actually. This is a bit better. Cool. Okay, addiction. I had a side note I wanted to say about something that I completely forget what it is. Let's talk about Pokemon addiction. Okay, first thing I just searched up first in the search bar. First thing we need to look at is the definition of addiction, at least based on Google. We always do this. Let's take a look at what Google is saying about addiction. So addiction is a neuropsychological disorder. That's a big word for the kid, let's just say that. Characterized by persistent, intense urge to use a drug or engage in behavior that produces natural reward despite substantial harm or other negative consequences. Okay, so I actually do like this description. I think this is a very good one to put out. And obviously we can kind of just put drug away. Now, can we say dopamine? Dopamine is the drug of just like, I think it's just the drug of satisfaction. I'm not 100% sure. I need to, I guess I could just Google that. What is dopamine? Dopamine. Neurological molecule that plays several roles in cells. It is an organic chemical. Dopamine constitutes about 80%. Okay, this is too complicated. Dopamine acts on areas of the brain to give you feelings of pleasure, satisfaction, and motivation. Okay, so dopamine is pretty much what it's not really a drug. Okay, so I don't really know what I'm saying, but dopamine is like what you get when you feel pleasure, I guess. So like when you play Pokemon Go, you probably feel some sort of dopamine. It's not a drug, so we can obviously avoid that. But it is engaging in a behavior that produces a natural reward despite potential consequences or negative consequences. Now, for most people, you're probably not going to be getting many negative, I guess, consequences or harm from playing Pokemon Go. That is not a very common thing that a lot of people will be experiencing. But that is something that some certain people can go ahead and experience from playing the game. And that's kind of like what we're going to be trying to do today, trying to break down how to, like, I guess, know when you're getting negative consequences and when you should kind of look at Pokemon Go or like as an addiction. Now I say it as addiction. I want Lulu, I can speak as an addiction. I want to say just because I've been addicted to Pokemon Go, I've had situations where I've been addicted. Doesn't mean it's a constant thing. Doesn't mean you have to completely cold turkey stop the game. You can still play Pokemon Go in a healthy way and have like those balances, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. But like, so just because you might have like an addiction somewhere doesn't mean you can't get over it and still play the game and enjoy the game. I guess is what I'm trying to say. So anyway, let's get into it. First of all, talking about how to tell, in my opinion, if it's a problem or not. Let me bring this over here so you guys can see me. Great. Now, the number one thing I always ask myself, and I always tell people to ask themselves if they can tell Pokemon Go is a problem in your life or not, is does it bring you joy? Does it bring you joy or does it bring you sadness? Because this thing is just cracking. At the end of the day, that is literally the point of video games. The point of video games is to bring you joy and be a stress reliever from all the struggles that we go through in day-to-day life. Because I understand everybody goes through struggles from day to day. And you escape. You escape Pokemon Go. You escape to movies, to TV shows. That's the whole point. We have an entertainment, I guess, industry, you could say, in the world, is because people need that, or else like we would just go crazy, or like we would have a very depressed society, you could say. So that's kind of like the base question: how to tell if you're addicted or not. Does it bring you joy or not? That's the first question you should ask yourself. Because if it doesn't bring you joy, then there's another reason you might be playing it, and it's probably because of addiction. The second way to tell if you're addicted is if it's taking away, if it's causing harm. Because at the end of the day,
Now that the Xbox Direct is announced and happening this week, people started talking about this is kind of start to kick off the year for everyone. Like we now start thinking about PlayStation's play or the experience that everybody is. I see online, everyone's like begging for right now. Like, oh my Sony, you gotta say something soon because it. Again, last year, while there were a lot of PlayStation selling, they definitely leaned on their third-party support, and it kind of looks like they're doing that again this year from what we're seeing. So people just want to know what's going on within Sony. Like, not necessarily IPs they own, like they own Helldivers 2, but Arrowhead's making that, so Sony's own Arrowhead. They're thinking like what's Naughty Dog making, what's Sony Cinematic making, what's Team Asobi making, what's Sucker Punch making, Ben Studio, like all these different studios you can rattle off, but we don't really know. That's kind of the hope. So you brought it up, Jeff, the idea that Sony might try to position as they move forward this year to get started. I mean, if they did, would you want them to do something where it just says, you know what, here's games that aren't coming out for 3 years, but we're going to show them to you right now?
Yeah, and I think of all the companies that can do that, like okay, Xbox does that. They've done it for a long time. Perfect Dark, we haven't heard about it forever. We're done hearing about new games from Xbox. You've so many announced. You have to just tell us about those for now. I'm sure you probably will announce a couple new ones, but we are mostly interested in you delivering on the ones you've already talked about. Nintendo talks about games that are 3 years off, and you're like, you tell yourself, that's probably 5 years off. That's going to get delayed a couple times. Sony's the one that's like typically has delivered when they said this game's going to be out in 3 years. And yeah, sometimes those do get delayed. But I don't know, most of the time when they announce something that's 3 years off, I think that they've earned telling us about that because it usually works out correctly. I don't necessarily know why they backed away from that. I think that they see that there's not a lot of benefit to it. All it does is put extra pressure on them, and they can get just as much return on investment if they spend less money and have a shorter marketing cycle. And I think they kind of lean into that going forward. So yeah, I would like that, but I just think that they probably still aren't going to start talking about games that are 2-3 years away. If they do, I'll be happy. I don't expect them to. I think they're probably going to have mostly partner games in this state of play, which is coming relatively soon. That's what I've heard. I think that if they do have any big game of their own there that we haven't had officially announced, I think it probably is Ghost of Tsushima 2 or whatever they call it, Ghost 2 from Sucker Punch. And if that's like coming out later this year, I'm very excited. Just like Spider-Man last year carried it. I think for a lot of people, Ghost 2 would carry it, and I think I'd be fine with that.
I wonder if they would call it Ghosts of and then wherever it's taking place.
I think so.
Time period. Yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool to see. I would love to see what Sucker Punch does next after Ghost of Tsushima, because that was an awesome game. And it shocked me when I heard that the budget was relatively confined for that one compared to Spider-Man. So that's even if you double that, it's still significantly less than Spider-Man. So that's the studio. Then Team Asobi and then Blue Point. Blue Point's the other one that I think I'm at least
good point.
curious about what they're doing. That's something. There's so many studios within Sony right now. We just don't know what they're doing. They've just been pretty quiet. So everyone's waiting for that blowout experience where they just start talking. But if it's a state of play, as you mentioned, it would have like a lot of partner stuff to expect in there. It's still going to be that same situation of well, they're games, but they're not. We're waiting for the Sony studios to show up.
Right. Yeah. State of plays are just they 100% are marketing tools and like that. I mean that like literally like Sony puts a dollar price on a spot in the state of play, and then they sell that to their partners as part of the contracts for like co-marketing deals. Like you get so much amount of money of co-marketing from us, and that sometimes is represented by a spot in the state of play, which would be worth X amount, and we give it a market value, and we say it's worth that, and that's how one of the ways that we're paying you. So that's why a lot of times you get state of play, and you're like, well, I don't care about this, but Sony has to do it because they owe these obligations. I think that it's a shame we can think about it that way because we view it as such like this is a show, please entertain us. And a lot of the other companies have gotten at that point. I think even Xbox has sort of gotten it at this point. So state of play always feels like it is risky and going to disappoint us. And even that last PlayStation showcase was a little bit disappointing to a lot of people. So I think Sony's at a point where the next thing that they do should have at least one big new thing. Some updates on some of these live service games like Fair Games and Concord. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. So it's like let's get some updates on those, and then so we can begin moving past them if you don't care about them. And Sony needs to recognize a lot of their fan base that they've cultivated over the year don't care about those games until they know a reason why to care about them.
Sure. Okay, we'll look forward to that, seeing a play of some kind coming up. But the other one you mentioned, this was hilarious, because I saw it pop up immediately on Twitter and forums, was the Nintendo Direct. And then I was like, really? Let me go look. And you're like speculating about a Direct, and then just leak the Direct.
Yeah. So well, it's bad because I never like think about it, like how the words are going to be taken by other people. But yeah, of course, like they always have one in February, at least they have for the last several years. So it's completely fair to speculate that one will happen, just like everyone else has. And I do think there will be one, at least, if it's not February, maybe they do it in March, but there'll be one around that time. And this is kind of how it's, it's played out for the last several years, and it's kind of what I heard would happen this year. It's like Microsoft will go first, and then Sony will have something, and then everyone always says, hey.
Grandma, I know I stepped on the GameCube records. I know I stepped on them, but no, this time I want to get another pair, and I'll be careful not to step on them, okay? How? No, I mean, I just want them because they're cool, and I just have to be. No, I didn't ruin it. What happened? Well, what happened was I know this because what happened was I didn't ruin the Nintendo. What happened was the wheel came off with the Joy-Con. That was the wheel that broke. The Joy-Con, dude. I know, but we didn't have to send it in, I don't think. Because when they took it to you that day, all he did was, I don't know how he figured it out, but he just did. And it turns out we didn't have to send it in, I don't think. I thought it was the wheel on my Nintendo tablet, but it wasn't. It was the wheel on the Joy-Con. So I don't know how he did it, but somehow he pulled the wheel off that was detached from the Joy-Con. So in reality, we didn't really understand it. I think it was a waste of money. But in our defense, we didn't know any better. But I don't want the other pair of Joy-Con. Screw that. I really want the purple. Yes, I want to share the Grandma. And Grandma, I want to send you the picture so you know what to get when you order them. And I promise I still have to be careful not to step on it because I was clumsy. I miss you. I really want to come back and live there. And when Vivian graduates, can I come back? I can't, you mean it? Well, I want to come. Well, I have to wait so many years. And do I have to wait really that long? I just feel really excited and eager to go back. But hey, here's the thing. When you be graduates, at least you still have to deal with me. You have to deal with both of us.
I'm not gonna deal with you. You're gonna be better. Once you get your job fixed, you might find a job down there after you get your job fixed.
I just miss you, that's why I don't want to move back.
Well, you might find a job down there and get your job fixed. Learn how to be able to talk and eat better.
No, but that would be temporary though.
You're not listening.
Right.
Get a job that you love down there.
Yeah. Well, I need to see ground.
Get your house cleaned up?
Not yet. I don't know why.
Did you offer to help her?
Well, I can.
Did you ever find your underwear?
Yeah. Well, no, I just got a package.
Well, you never got the other suitcase out of your mom's car?
So just, mom's dumb. She doesn't, she seems to clean up what she never does.
All you gotta do is offer to help her. Say, hey, what do you want me to take out to the dump? You got underwear on?
Yeah.
When's your mom gonna do your laundry?
That's another thing. She doesn't do it very much. No, that's kind of dumb. She hardly does it, and I say that's stupid.
She wants your new underwear, or you still wearing them?
No, she hasn't washed anything yet. I've been saying for days, Mom, please wash my clothes. She doesn't do it. She's even lazier than me.
Is she at work now?
Yeah, but I'm saying, I kind of sick her saying, but she always says she always works because she can't do it because she works. I'm sick of that excuse.
Well, don't yell at her. Just tell her to say, Mom, I'd like to have some clean clothes.
What needs to happen is
Don't yell.
Grandma's mom's mom. Grandma is my mom's mom. So Grandma needs to text me, Mom, and sort things out. Because Mom's not even doing anything. It's sad. I've been saying for days, Mom, wash my clothes. She doesn't even do it. I mean, she keeps saying she'll do it. She doesn't do it.
Say, Mom, I thought we were going to have a good time here. I thought you were going to change.
What needs to happen is Grandma needs to straighten it out, and she needs to text her.
Grandma's not sitting with yelling at her. She's an adult. You're an adult. You two need to sit down and talk about it.
Well, it'd be easier when I have my own car.
You won't listen to me.
Right.
Talk. You need to sit down and have a talk with her. Say, Mom, I really want to stay here, but we got to get this apartment cleaned up, and I got to have my laundry done.
Okay.
Your next day off, we got to do this. And then don't yell. Just say, please. Okay?
Well, she still won't do it.
I'm working on not yelling either. But you gotta listen. You can't keep talking when nobody talk. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So what are you watching on TV?
YouTube.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Alright, well I gotta go. So what do
Okay.
you see later?
Wait! I also see Grandma's a picture. Hang on.
We don't have to talk while we're sending the picture.
Okay, tell Grandma I'm sending her right now the GameCube icons. Hey Grandma, you know what the color is? They're black. But I rather have the purple ones. Should I just look on eBay? Because Amazon doesn't have purple. Grandma,
I
I'm
don't know.
looking on eBay. Hang on. Okay, well, I found a pair. Whoa, you need a new choice for delivery, though. That's dumb. Do you want me to, wait, do you want me to see what day I'll buy it now? Well, here's the purple pair. Okay, you know what? I might look it on Amazon. You know what color it is on Amazon?
Yeah.
They're black. Wait, I need to see you as a picture. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, let me go to the gallery and then send you the picture. They're selling these orders on Amazon, okay? Did you get them? I sent them. I rather get this pair than the other pair of toy cards. Let me know you got them. You did? Okay. Talk to you later, everybody.
Nintendo always does that thing in February, and that's how I feel about it too. They'll probably have something in February. Why wouldn't they? They got games to sell. They probably have one or two more announcements for the Switch, and then we'll get to summer, and they might start talking about games there as well. But then we'll get a little bit past that, and maybe it's all Switch 2 all the time. But yeah, they'll do it direct. They still have video games to sell us.
How do you, curious, how does everyone think Nintendo should even handle a February Direct? Because everyone's going to go into that. I mean, I assume they would tell people that there wouldn't be new hardware, but that would be weird on their end anyway, because it's like, well, we're also technically saying that we do have hardware coming, so I'm going to say about it now. That is a very strange Direct to try to handle when everyone around is like, hey, the new system's coming soon, right? And they just be like, here's some Twitch remasters coming your way.
Just explicitly the new Hollow Knight. Finally, it's here. It's the ultimate
I
flashback.
mean, that would do it. People would be like, oh, okay, cool. All right.
You would be excited for that. You'd be like, damn, it finally done.
But that's a weird situation because I feel like a lot of people are just, I mean, it seems like every day stuff's happening, but I feel like every day people are thinking, is it coming, are they going to make the announcement in March? Are they going to make it in April? And people are already looking towards that, right? So you show up in February with a full-on Direct, and it's all games for the current Switch, and then the next month you go, okay, yeah, here's the new Switch. So that's a weird time period to try to do this thing.
Yeah, I think the most aggressive way that they might handle it would be they end the Direct by saying, we do have new hardware. Right now it's codenamed this. Join us in, July, August, September for the full reveal or something like that. Maybe they'll make people wait that long, but they're like, oh, we have a teaser video in a few months, and then we'll do the full blowout later in the year. Something along those lines, I can see them doing that. But, it's Nintendo. They could easily go on this Direct and not mention anything and just play oblivious. They 100% could do that, and they might.
Well, they didn't cook by the masters in that meeting.
It's kind of what I think they're gonna do though. Like, the Switch is still selling, not as well as it was, but like I don't think they want to jeopardize that in almost any way until like the last second, and then be like, oh, here's the code and here's the actual console. It's gonna be out in a month or two or something. I just feel like they're gonna want to do things back to back super fast to get that turnaround time.
There's a month or two that'd be.
Yeah, okay, I was exaggerating, like a little bit longer than that, but I don't.
Other months, I figure, from start to finish, start to release.
Oh really? Or maybe I'm lying.
piece of scrap every day.
Oh, okay. So I'm not, like, if I mess up, that's not.
No, it's just.
So whatever you do, just do not push your fingers close to the blade. They can't work on all fingers. Think about that too. That's true. Safety first. Yeah. Just like that.
Simple push.
Do that all the time.
Yeah.
I punch two days at the same time. Punch 2 days in the face.
That's something that we kind of took it out here. So, you want to try that? Just maybe on it. Try the opposite side of me. Just go in. About right there. Screw it up. Second. Pull it up. Don't move this hand at all. You want to keep it exactly the same. Or you can move it like this or anything. Go like all the time. So that's a big one. Yeah, so we're definitely. Just do like small dot and then pull it up. Small dot. There you go. Okay. Yeah, definitely pull it.
Is it like that or like?
Yeah.
You say yeah. This is like another level up. Like, it's a little easier than more skill jobs. Oh, see, what it is? It does the job for expensive, that's learning. You should, that's how it is. They're teeing it up, and then you smack the top of that side. But it's blowing more. Get it up. I don't know, some of the beer hats you have. All simple concepts. So that inserted in that, so I think you blow and then great signal. Like a bulb set like that. And I think that would take a little bit of blowing. Because I feel like blowing pumpkin is helping out because it inflates a little bit, I guess. Open area and enclosed area. Right? What happens? Wait, what are we waiting now? You don't get that. Well, you think, and you just, you knock off here. When you get back to 16 millimeters. It's not very hard. It's just like when you pop all in, it's going to make it nice and circle. Actually, that's what I started. So that like what you'll see is, you know, that move right there. It's gonna take time to like right here. But yeah, by the looks. So I'm grabbing a torch. So I already have the plant separated. Oh, it's a lot more important. Oh my god, I feel it. I feel like sitting himself. Well, that was enough. Just getting the hand up. Well, the torch is gonna be in your left hand. So that's already in your mouth. How close? Like on it.
Moments like these call for Josh Seller's Reserve, a collection of special lines for the ones who will always have a seat anywhere.
for the edits and color pieces. Nice. 7 up. Yeah, I'm taking a picture. Just one for the colors. You use this? Oh, I use some of the colors, yeah.
Hey, you got a piece right here. Good. Sitting like right here. This shit is going ground. It's got marker on it. So it's just right.
Yeah, alright. Oh, yeah. It is what I'm saying, it's normal.
Okay, you're right.
Change the dark.
So this one is UV lighting.
Was it clear?
Holy shit. Are you getting that?
Yeah, these colors are awesome. Almost Lucy and Illuminati.
That's what it's called?
The material colors.
It's all working on it, so.
Yeah. Also,
That's for sale.
yeah, it's for sale.
How much does that cost?
A lot of money. Yeah. Oh, yeah. See that piece all scratched up?
Oh, yeah. It is money you're on.
You know, we take out the glass and then just.
Oh,
If you pull out the glass, I'm good. Take it down.
oh, alright.
I will. I don't think you're able to sell that.
Oh, no. This one is good.
Well, it's great.
Where?
Yeah.
Holy shit. How much?
Yeah, you're someone picking this up. And,
Dude, that was a good week. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
yeah,
Shit. Okay. Yeah, where?
I don't see it as getting job, it just, I'm sorry. And that's their one. Grab anything, so. And, cement.
Piece of that together?
No, that's trash. Yeah, that's like your whole price is a couple months back, so what you.
Yeah, I didn't even.
Yeah. It's not gonna fly, just. You gotta be on top of your toes, you gotta be really careful on it.
Shit, we can't like
Hang on,
this together.
no.
I mean, this is still. Shit.
Look at this up.
Alright.
Yeah. This is. I feel like this is your field. I don't know.
I mean, I'm calling it.
Can't be complicated, although this is. That's not your thing. Yeah, be way more careful. That's just what you do, more careful. And
Yeah, I was just stupid. That was like. 28, like $2,000.
a little more actually.
I don't know if you want to sell your house this time. I'll take 100% waiting for it, yeah.
You start out,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll just do this, I can get back to it.
but
McCaffrey coming back? That might be. Someone said that's the worst map for sniping. I don't know. I feel like once you figure out all the angles and the little spots, and then you get a sniper that's pretty quick and fast and lethal. That might be a fun map to snipe. What do we get thrown into? Give me out. Okay. Can I load outs level 4? Okay. Yes.
I wanted the double cheeseburger, but I'm gonna go healthy and get the fish and chips. Fish and chips? That's it. Excuse me, can I get directions to the Providence Civic Center?
Do you like cake?
Yes.
Do you like my ass?
Yes.
You want to eat cake off my ass?
What kind of cake?
Angel food cake.
Well, Rusty, looks like we're gonna eat our way out of another jam. Or see to the fat guys. Fat guys most. My God, look at these fat bastards. I didn't know you could even find your other penis. $5 for a dollar. $5, $1, $1, $5. Excuse me, I was just looking you over and I had a question. Are those highlights in your hair or potato chips?
Highlights!
Okay. Hey, will you sign this form that says I hit on you?
Saturday! You got me sweating above and below my ass! Let's go, lover!
That's what the future will look like. Those are flying cars, but the people in them are too fat.
Oh no, I left my baby in there!
Are you here against your will, sir? If you're asking if I'd rather be in the zoo, then yes. Maybe you step out of the car and we see if you can drink. I'm too fat to be in a car by myself. Hey, who's that fat shit speaking out of his phone? I'm someone I met from class, Bettina. Well, that's way too fancy a name. The name should be Thud or Oof.
I'm sorry, sir. You're too fat for Red Coast.
Oh, Gordon. Yeah, why don't you go back to your farm, Hippo? Hey. How about me, sir? Am I too fat to ride?
No, you don't seem to be.
It's competent pointers from my old buddy Steven Seagal. Is that guy? Yep. Go on, ask him. Why are you so fat? Okay, ask him about anything but his weight. You act Asian, you look Native American, your name is possibly Jewish. What are you? Big fat.
I can't fit. I'm afraid I'll get stuck. I'll just go on the lazy river.
Dad!
No, son. This is the life I've chosen.
Inspired by his love for Lois, Peter had steamed vegetables and brown rice that evening, then ate like crap for the rest of his life. Nonetheless, he was immortalized on Big Macs. Fat people are amusing to me. Hang there, you fat bitch.
She's not fat. What? I figured the day you came home with a girl, we had to back into her garage. A little further, a little further, a little further. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, all right. Now, do you prefer Fatty or Miss Boombalani? You over this way.
Energy's robot Jerry's here. Much better mood today. Because I know today I don't die. I have a week for that. Right, Ella? Ella, you want the antlers? You want them? Your little boob dear. She's freaked out loud. Yeah. I should probably stop playing with these. There's got to be a fucking drop in the break. So, what do you guys hear this? After last night, Jeffrey was floating around. I talked to him about, like, anyone that he knew, or if there's a job he could hook me up with, or maybe he wanted to take me under his wing and do accounting. I suck at math, but that was only because there's alphabet letters in there. I think accounting is just straight up numbers, addition and subtraction and shit. So I think percentages. I could do that. He's like, no, I don't want you fucking doing that. Also, you're not filming it. He said in regards to me and my dad, he said, dude, you give you another week. Just fucking find a job. I mean, he was obviously telling me to put it on the camera, but he said he frequents this one paintball place. Like he's a pretty frequent buyer there, and he knows the owner. And the owner's always looking for new guys to work in the warehouse and stuff. So that could be me. So I'm just gonna like flash Jeffrey's name around there and be like, hey man, like are you hiring and all? And we're hoping for the best. That's like a 30-minute drive. I'm gonna get cracking into it, guys, because like 1 week I have to really make the most of every single day. Like it's pouring down rain. I could use that as an excuse as like, I'm not gonna do anything today. I'm just gonna sit in the house and look up stuff online. But you know what? Fuck that shit. Going outside. Also, I just want to tell you guys that I ate a bowl of frosted flakes this morning. April! I didn't eat breakfast. Yeah. It's like, I can't see the front, but it's Pac-Man, this Pac-Man. This place seems pretty cool. They already got gaming in the yard. That looks pretty cool. This is where we enter, right? I'm asking you, like, it's super legit. The address seems like this. This was like a. This is paintball, right? This is paintball. This is out in sports. Yeah. I was wondering, you guys are hiring at all? Who sent you hiring? I mean, did I hear about it split on the paper? Well, my brother Jeffrey Bridgeway, I guess he shops a lot. Like you buy yourself. He said you guys want to be hiring. Check. Oh yeah, that accountant kid comes in. Yeah. He does. Okay. He told you we're hiring. Well, he already might be. I don't know. I don't know if we ever looked for labor. I mean, we always got stuff. I can find out you guys will just have a seat. I went back and we talked to Andy. Just hang there. Just gotta kind of keep that down. We're in all this area here. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Just hang there. Like a store here. Wish I could order stuff online. Yeah, I don't think we should be here. I don't know. Looks like the room is one. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch the camera. He said. Yeah, pretty good. Back in here. Okay. He's gonna talk to you, see what he's got going on. Okay. Yeah. This is we got some products that we made out here and all that stuff. Okay. I don't want that to be put up to see it. Oh, right.
guys are, or?
So I was just gonna find out, I mean, we always get something from here. I mean, we don't know, maybe that. So it's no guarantees, but I think.
Oh, I'm definitely by the way. I'm Paul. I'm his little brother, Paul.
Okay.
He's just Zach. Yeah, I do, the camera just like I do YouTube videos.
Okay. But, you know, it's sort of like no weird stuff, like.
Not really.
This is Andy.
Andy?
Jeffrey.
Yeah, this is that.
And I just told me what the hired, so he's come in and look and see if they got any work for him or anything, you know, if you need any help back here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from what you're doing, we can get something.
Okay. All right, after you do things, anyway.
Question about like how much is pay?
Usually minimum wage, I mean, depending on, you know, but it could be more, it's something we'll talk about later on, you know. Take everything else, yeah, he does, this as well.
Well, I guess, I'm good. Yeah, just looking for a job.
Yeah, we'll get, stuff back there, doing projects out, see what you can do, you do your games or anything like that?
No. I mean, I can do it, yeah, I can do it. Whatever you gotta do.
You can't mess this up, I mean, it's paint, so.
Yeah, this
You know,
So what we're doing basically is gonna dump a bunch of these walls inside of here. Put the spot underneath there, push it in, fill it up, and then dump it into a bag. Throw some 5 pots per bag.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm already doing. It's fine. So what does this do?
dump them right in here, what we're doing is we're test the paint.
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back, starting at $13.99.
I'm your Senator Bill Haggerty from Tennessee. Early voting has tremendous advantages. As Republicans, we need to embrace it. Don't wait till the last second. Certainly most Americans don't.
Can we show up this good? Let's fill this up.
Okay. Alright, and I,
Just fill it all the way to the top.
oh, okay.
Finish all the way up.
I feed my dogs at home, it's like kind of the dog food thing.
what do you got on?
Do you find I eat dog food? Shit.
Gotta keep them all in the box, bro.
Right.
Just get real fast if you don't pay attention.
It's all different colors? Okay. Is there a way to tell like what's on the inside? Okay. I'm waiting for that person on here or?
So it's frowned upon, but sometimes it happens.
If you don't wait to find out, you can take a few, just squeeze in your hand real quick, and be still color that one. This one goes hard.
I guess that's good then.
Yeah.
Okay. So to the brim?
Yeah, put it
This is what I actually done. This isn't like a full checker.
Oh, this is a real job.
Job. Well, I'm not actually getting paid. I'm getting paid for it. I mean, this is, I'm not hired, so why? It's like an interview. It's like, so like testing me. Okay. Typical, thanks. It's a little bucket everywhere.
Alright, that's good enough. So go ahead and put the pot underneath here. Just push it all, just like see how it slides right back. Just put it on there, slide it in.
We are putting these in back in here.
Yep.
Oh.
So you're going like this, push it in, that goes up, you pull it back. That's 100 balls. You gotta put 500 in each bag. Dump them right in. There you go, that's your first one. 4 more to go.
Alright. Oh, and this is Scott, the customer?
Correct. Correct. So 2,000 bucks.
Oh, this is the amount.
Oh, that's good. See, it's gotta be full. Now I gotta start all over again. Sorry, go over again. burnout. We all experience it at some point. It's so important to me that I've actually been working on it in therapy.
We are going to react to KKG. Yesterday, I told my viewers, you guys, to put your screen time in the Discord. We're just gonna look up what you guys spend most of your days doing on your phone. That's it. Now let's guide with two ways. It could be normal, or it could be insane. I will be the judge. Here we go. Surely this will be normal. Alright, first one. This is by Mr. Yeet. Daily average 7 hours. 13 hours on YouTube. 6 hours on Clash of Clans. 5 hours on what's that at the bottom right there, bro? We need to see that. I want to see that. Clash Royale, 5 hours. So you spend 6 hours on Clash of Clans and 5 hours. Is this a day? This is a day. So 80% of your day is on YouTube. First of all, what are you doing on YouTube? Because YouTube is dry right now. So what are you exactly watching on YouTube for 13 hours? And then Clash of Clans, I didn't believe still pay mobile games. Anyway, I mean that one's cool, I guess. Alright, this guy spends 4 hours on daily on his phone, 4 hours on YouTube, an hour on Spotify. What the is Happy Color? An hour on Happy Color and an hour on Twitch. I just realized a lot of you guys don't really use Twitch, do you? I be watching streaming mods. That's about it. Yeah, that was cool, I guess. This one as well, 9 hours. 9 hours on YouTube, 8 hours on TikTok, and 7 hours on Instagram. Yeah, you're an NPC, buddy. You're one of those. You're one of 8 hours, 9 hours on YouTube. And the biggest that you're using right now is TikTok and YouTube. Yeah, you are an NPC. 3 hours on Spotify, 6 hours on Snapchat. What are you doing on now? Freaky ass niggas. 6 hours on Snapchat, almost 7 hours on Snapchat. Bro, I'm not joking. I probably maybe open Snapchat and use it for no joke less than 5 minutes. 6 hours is insane for Snapchat, bro. Oh, let's see this one. Oh, hell no. 10 hours a day, right? Today. 6 hours of YouTube, 6 hours on Twitch. Okay, so this is a Twitch viewer. This is a Twitch viewer. W Twitch viewer. Right? And he watches YouTube. An hour on Discord. That's not even that bad, I guess. Is that bad for an hour on Discord chat? Bro, freaking off with the AI Snapchat bot. If you have more than 15 minutes on call a week, you need help. I barely use Discord. That's like nothing. Oh. So this ain't really that bad, right? And then 39 minutes on the phone. Cool. Okay, what's this one? Okay, what the is this? So this is 7 days. What the? You spent 7 hours on Bloons TV6. What the is Bloon TV6? 4 hours on Instagram. I can barely see it. I'm not gonna lie, my screen brightness is crazy, so I can barely see. But 3 hours on Twitter. 2 hours on YouTube, 1 hour on Reddit. What are you doing on Reddit, my boy? Hold on. Come in, bro. What the f are you doing on Reddit? What are you doing on Reddit? An hour on WhatsApp. What are you doing on? Is that Hangouts? Why are you on Hangouts? Bitch, who uses Hangouts in 2024? And the podcast. An hour on Safari. FMM 2018. What is that? 20 minutes on set. What are you doing on the settings for 20 minutes? Hold on a second. No, chat. What is he doing? Like, bro, you do not need to be on settings for 20 minutes. No? Like, I use Hangouts.
games for just $7 each?
Apparently EDP445 got caught again. Classic chap, Mr. Cupcake again. Now you know me, bro. You don't know the lore, the backstory. I was one of the YouTubers that was exposing this back in the day, or making commentary videos on this guy, getting no joke hundreds of thousands of views. And then I quit because I was like, my last video I said, unless this gets caught again, I will no longer make videos on him because I don't care. They just need to arrest him. Skip forward to today. In this month, apparently, allegedly, EDP has been caught again. So we're gonna figure out what he's done this time. Can't wait, guys. Let's go, boys. Strap in for this one.
When you're dealing with trolls, when you're dealing with people on the internet who can just leave a comment.
I just hate his face, man. But I'm gonna continue. I'm not gonna violate him because last time I got terminated or strike for bullying a pedophile, I guess. I don't know anymore, bro. I don't know.
And just run off to the series of their own, hiding spots. Is that there's no reconciling with this. There's no getting through to them. There's no, trying to get these people to understand where you are at that point in time in your life. Addressing what happened a few years ago, the whole incident and stuff like that. I'll be the first person to tell you, I was in a very dark place in my life, very dark place.
EDP445 just got exposed again. These past 2 months, I made a couple videos on EDP. One speaking about his return to YouTube for the 28th time, trying to evade a ban. The next talking about him begging for another chance, basically trying to redeem himself. Which he proceeded to blame shift and not completely own up to his mistakes. EDP said that he spoke to his closest friends and family and then started therapy for his issue with speaking to minors.
The only thing that you can do.
What do you mean therapy? Just don't talk to minors. What do you mean therapy? First of all, chat, when was the last time? Chat, when was the first time this guy was called? Does anyone remember? Because I don't even remember when the first time this guy was called. But
When I created Terramana, I wanted.
Here's the actual console that's coming out in a month or 2 or something. I just feel like they're gonna want to do things back to back super fast to get that turnaround time.
I don't know if that was a month or two, that'd be.
Yeah, okay, I was exaggerating, like a little bit longer than that, but I don't.
7 months, I figure, from start to finish, start to release.
I really, never mind.
I can see like 6 months at the longest at this point.
It's kind of around.
Yeah. The thing is, Nintendo is the one company that does tell their investors what to do, though. Like, all other companies are like so scared of their investors, and Nintendo's like, nah, man, we're not doing that. Yeah, so I don't know how much they're worried about it.
They would release their guidance for the following fiscal year, or like 30 days after it ends or something. And everyone's looking at it, okay, obviously you have something coming then. So for sure. And once it goes into manufacturing, we've seen it with every single system so far. It leaks online. The PS5 leaked online, the Switch Lite leaked online, everything. So to me, they'll probably have to play that around that. But I get through the fiscal year currently and then just start talking about it. But the February Direct could just be, I guess if you close out Metroid Prime 4, is anyone?
Yeah, like what if it's an absolute banger? Like they just announced like all these crazy games, but maybe some of them like they don't specify that it's just for Switch or something. I can see stuff like that maybe happening. Just to get you maybe hyped for like the launch lineup or something like that.
I mean, you want to light the internet on fire at the end, it'd be like, hey, any of these games you've seen, don't worry, they will work on the next hardware that we'll talk about.
It just-
Oh, yeah,
And then
boom.
just like, that's it.
Yeah.
Roll.
Yeah, like Endgame, like the Avengers will return. Please,
I feel like Metroid Prime 4, if we close out with that, people would they just be like, all right, cool, that was great. And that's all I really ever need with these things. If you just remember one announcement from any directive that's good enough, the whole direct's great. that's all you need. So that's how I handle it. I have Silksong in there, and I close out Metroid Prime 4, and then show up in a couple months with the new system.
Yeah, same here. I think there's a decent chance Metroid Prime 4 is there, right? I mean, is there I'm mostly asking because I chose it in my fantasy critic league, and I just want reassurance that that's the right thing to do.
I believe it's been, or it's going to be, I should say, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's been 5 years since, no, it'll be on so on the 25th of this month, it'll be 5 years since they announced the reboot.
The JPEG again? Oh.
No, since they announced
It's like
the
7.
the J thing. Yeah. So 5 years since that day when they showed up on YouTube with that video. 2019, right? 2019, January. I love it. January 25th. So 5 years after the reboot, that does seem like, and Retro's working on it before that. So even if it was like 4 or 5 months before that, they were working on it. So that seems like we're getting to a point where they can probably have this game ready to go, I assume. So I think so. Maybe they do show it finally, because I feel like they've been terrified to show this thing until it was basically done. So maybe that's the move. Launch key for next system. I like it.
Yeah, right, it's the original Switch, like the lack of swan song for the Switch.
I think it's a cross-gen.
I also think it's a cross-gen, but I don't think it's what the thing is launching with. I think it's hard to sell a console with a Metroid game. Not that they're not great, but like they don't have crazy widespread appeal like something like Zelda or Mario. I kind of think like, yeah.
I don't know, first holiday.
Yeah, I think it's gonna come out like very closely with it, but I just feel like we launch with like a 3D Mario or something crazy, and then we get into the more like hardcore gamer stuff.
Sure. Yeah. Like we still have Xenoblade 2 come out.
Yeah. Exactly.
So,
You're right. They probably should have been delayed, to be honest.
yeah.
But I mean, it still came out that year, and I'm shout out to them. But like, there was just some things that were missing. Like, it didn't really get better until like they patched it up. Like, it wasn't until like the early the next year that they really like. I think like 4 or 5 patches, 3 or 4 patches, and then by then it's okay. They really tuned up a bit. But I mean, they did get it out in that first, back 2017, which nobody thought that they would get it out in that year. So.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I remember that. It was like getting down like 0 hours. Like it's December.
Yeah.
I chose the studio though. We need a studio to show off what that next system can do with realistic visuals. See, like Retro Studio's gonna work. Take care of that. So that's PlayStation did play. Nintendo Direct coming up next couple months. I think it'll be a fun way to start off the year.
This is sort of off topic, but do you guys think that Metroid 2 and 3 are still gonna, or probably 2 and 3 are still gonna come to the Switch?
I mean, how much remasters coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely heard. That's what I was told is that Tekken 3 remasters were coming as well, but it's Nintendo, and the last time I said that, I think they deliberately punked me and delayed the Metroid 1 remaster, and then Shadow on that. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that because when I talked to Kate first, I'm like, yeah, we talked about you all the time, and then all of a sudden, what the hell? Okay, all right.
Thinking they got that, they got Twilight Princess Wind Waker, they're just gonna go remaster back to back to back to back.
Is that a double pack? Like 2 and 3 double pack, you think? Or like individual?
You want to pay double pack? $120.
That'd be so awesome. That'd be so good.
You want to get double pack? Now it's 2 SKUs. $50 each. It'll probably be like a standard $60 game.
That's what Primary Master was for. He was kind of surprised me.
Yeah.
That's true. There's a lot of work with it though. We can decide to show up finally. Shut the fuck up. Are the next this way?
Guys, they got on 9. I'm around 9.
Okay. Was it half yet?
So like,
Yeah, it's quarter now. Oh, okay. We were just talking about the State of Play Direct.
Yeah, nice.
We already talked about Prince of Persia as well. What boss was messing up this time?
I'm at, where am I? I got all the, You did like the puzzles to go to the understand area, I forget what it's called. So I'm messing around in there now.
Okay. So good stuff. Good stuff. Alright, let's go over to the. This is the thing that Nate started. Alright, see Nate told me he was gonna be saying stuff on his stream, on his podcast, and I believe him, and I guess I should have because he lit a fuse online. And this is around the Xbox exclusive first party games that here he rumored to go to another console. He didn't specify which console, he didn't specify which game, but that was enough to get people really discussing this, and I questioning Microsoft's strategy here, some of their decisions that could be in the works, although I will say Microsoft's usually pretty good about coming out, at least recently on social media, and either dropping subtle hints or outright refuting stuff, and they have not refuted this at all. So I believe in Nate on this one. I think he's correct, and the idea of Xbox exclusive games then jumping over to console, I think, has some Xbox fans concerned about the future of the console itself. I think that's what a lot of the pushback has been, or concern, I should say, online. A lot of discussions, which there have been many, but I rushed. Sea of Thieves, these are coming out. Jeff, you mentioned Sea of Thieves?
Yeah, someone where I was like, when this news broke, I was like, oh, this is the Sea of Thieves thing getting out there, and I looked closer, I'm like, oh, well, what he's saying doesn't sound like Sea of Thieves, it sounds like Hi-Fi Rush. But yeah, I've heard Sea of Thieves has definitely been considered for everything. I think it probably comes out to PS5, and then, you know, if it does well, maybe do it on the next Switch or something like that. But yeah, Sea of Thieves is definitely one they're looking at, which, you know, makes sense. I think Sony's might look at their live service games and be like, do we do it on Xbox? Do we put it out there? They won't probably have for a while, but the Xbox obviously doesn't have those same issues. I think it's right in line with what they've been saying forever. They're not going to suddenly start putting all of their biggest games onto PlayStation and Switch like in the first year or anything like that. But they have accepted, and you know, the people want to like hear this. They accepted they lost the console war. They lost it. PlayStation won the console war. Okay, now what? Now what does everyone do? What does that mean for Sony? Like, okay, they won. Great, they still have to try to make money. They still have to try to sell new games, so they're still in the same position they were. And so what? Microsoft lost it. They still have to figure out what they need to do to make money, and that's what they're doing here. So, you know, they have to keep going towards tomorrow, and it's going to look a little bit different than it has in the past, but it's not going to be some sea change where everything is over and Microsoft is a third-party publisher, other than the fact that they're already the biggest third-party publisher of Activision, basically. But yeah, it's a messy time for gaming, and people are going to have to kind of just accept that for a while.
It is a very strange looking situation. I will say that the idea of Microsoft, I mean, they can even announce this in their developer direct. Hey, I'm my restaurant. Or maybe they just put it into a State of Play, or maybe they just put it into a Nintendo Direct. It's just Shy shows up on the screen. Here's Hi-Fi Rush for the Nintendo Direct. I think it would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I think so too. Although it's weird that now it's getting kicked around as it's a PlayStation now game and not. I don't know. People, again, the rumors they get churned up in the middle and then coming out the other side, but I think the game makes a ton of sense for the Switch in terms of just collecting revenue. I feel like it would sell really well there.
Yeah, I think Xbox has done that a few times, you know, like it's done that with Cuphead already, it's done it with Ori, and Minecraft is to the same extent, but Minecraft is on everything, and technically I think they own that too, so like, it's not unprecedented. I think it's gonna be crazy if they start going with PlayStation, which will really be interesting, like what first party means, I think.
Yeah, here's the thing that Josie and I agree with you, what you said there, but the thing that I heard. Because I watched so many, I wanted to get the opinion of like actual these hardcore Xbox dudes, and while they agree with that, why? Because I wanted to hear their viewpoint, because I wanted to hear their viewpoint of why they're upset. You know, it's like I look at it like we still put all their stuff on back. I mean, the biggest stuff like Chuck Brown said, it's still gonna be there. Like, you're still gonna have your system. You're still nothing's gonna be taken away from you. So what are you upset about? And the thing is that they feel that while all of those those games came over, this is the first one that's actually like Microsoft first party, not like a third party publisher or like a third party developer. Like Ori, that's Moose Studio, so that's an indie studio. And that's an indie studio. So it's different than it being Tango, which they bought Bethesda, which Bethesda they got Tango, right? Or had Tango before, so it's even kind of like that. It's a little bit different, but they feel that that's more like a core first party. They don't see it as like, I don't know, Nintendo with Mario or something like that, right? That's how some of them are looking at it that way. Like it's not an indie studio, something separate or second party slam or anything like that. It's a like a core first party game. It's like a mascot game. So why are they doing that? So that's the big thing that I heard. I don't necessarily agree with that 100%.
Yeah, it's the studio is Microsoft really likes Tango Gameworks. That's one of the things I heard a lot of after that they run the Hi-Fi Rush, underperformed what it costs or whatever. It's like they really love Tango Gameworks. They want to invest in them. And to me, this like kind of lines up with that a little bit, where they want to continue getting that studio wins, let their game go out there and make some more money. Have them feel good about it. They invest in their next game in a big way, apparently. So it's like, yeah, I think this is just a lever. It's a tool that they're going to blow out of their toolbox every once in a while. And I think because, everything happens more often in the future, but it's not like the new status quo or anything like that.
Yeah, like it's. I'm sorry. I look at it as like Hi-Fi Rush is a game, and from what we've seen, like Jeff, you said what you said, but I don't think this game. It's not like the Game Pass charts either, right? So it's not like it's one of the most played games. So even if you want to play the Game Pass angle on it, it's not like it's like the Game Pass. It doesn't have 30 million downloads, and it's definitely not like the sales charts. People aren't buying like that. It's just sitting there, right? It's not like it's selling 2 million, 3 million copies. So a game like that is necessarily needs to just be stuck on Game Pass, not doing anything, not being downloaded, and not being bought. Because everybody wants to play it. So to me, it makes no difference if a game like that comes over. Now once it Gears and all these other games, then okay, get worried or get upset. But to me, stuff like Cuphead and all that, this shouldn't even be like it's not that big of a deal. And I think to the reverse, like it's like let's say Nintendo decided to put an Astral Chain on Xbox and PlayStation. I'd be there and buy it in like half a second, right? If they wanted to do something like that, it doesn't sell as much. So I think it's really just more of this game that's not necessarily super crazy in the downloads or sales. So this is something that if you want to expand the franchise, you might make like a TV show or movies or something. You're gonna have to get it in front of more people's eyes. Like you said, get more money so they can reinvest into a new Hi-Fi Rush, right?
Maybe next to the studio, thinking like, hey, Microsoft goes to the studio and say, hey, what would make you happy? Like, I know you guys put a lot of time and effort in Hi-Fi Rush, and you wanted to play by more people. Maybe you wanted Hi-Fi Rush too. What would make you feel good about doing that? And like, can you put it out on other platforms? And I can Microsoft would say yes to that. They're just not interested in saying no to their studios like that.
Yeah.
There's just because I look at this and I go, it seems just like there's less and less interest every year from Microsoft on their console. Like the console's it feels like it's getting pushed further and further into the background for Microsoft. And it's odd because I feel like if you buy an Xbox, you're probably signing up for Game Pass. And I get the idea they mentioned before that they kind of hit a wall for console Game Pass subscribers. But I do wonder, for example, they were able to push out 130 million systems. Like they do what Nintendo did here, even if they had to do something like, oh, we're going to do a hybrid system, do it all stuff. Does anyone think they would just have more Game Pass subscribers than they do now by a significant margin? That's the thing it's kind of strange to me with that, because if the idea is to grow Game Pass, I don't really know if Hi-Fi Rush on the Switch makes Game Pass grow, because I don't really see an avenue for Game Pass to end up on PlayStation or Nintendo's platform anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think it's not a viable way of doing things.
Growing console isn't growing Game Pass, so that's not going to be a game that moves Game Pass up Hi-Fi Rush. It's not a game that is moving the needle for Game Pass. It's going to be stuff like Starfield, it's going to be stuff like Hellblade, those are the Gears, those are going to be the games that really move. So keep those, Game Pass, whatever exclusive or private. But like Hi-Fi Rush, Cuphead, Ori, these games aren't making Game Pass. Pass, I'll bring that, I gotta rush up there and get Game Pass. I mean, they're cheaper too, so you just like, move on, and you just like buy it. I remember some $30. Right, so if you wanted to buy, I mean, if there was a physical, I would have bought it. I would have bought it right there if there was a physical. You know, I had to just get a code for Microsoft. But yeah, I would have bought it 100% and like day one physical for $30 and say, hey, cut that. I just went out and bought the game. You know, I didn't sort of have any game pass for that. It's like Microsoft feels like different.
The messaging is just kind of nice, right? It's hard to make sense of it sometimes with their plan. It almost feels like their plans are coming from two different ends of Microsoft sometimes. Like they don't necessarily meet in the middle or communicate well. And because now people, but I see a lot of people are saying, well, Hi-Fi Rush is doing it. Like, start with this game, show them PlayStation, or like that seems to be some of the stuff that people are just kicking around. And I feel like once that starts happening, it then just kind of snowballs a bit, and people are like, I don't know, the Xbox, and once that happens, and then you come in selling less consoles this generation than last generation, that feels weird because the Xbox One was, I mean, kind of hate might be a strong word for when it first came out, but people did not like that system when they were showing it off and when it launched. But it's the Xbox Series is tracking below the Xbox One. That kind of blows my mind right now because the Xbox Series is significantly better than the Xbox One in general. With the value proposition behind it, and you could, I mean, argue games, obviously, the Xbox One, I went back with launch on it, it's not what people remember. I mean, even things like Rise, that kind of slipped under the rug a bit, but like that, and Rising, Forza and others, but it seems weird, it just seems like they're working in the direction of no console. That's the thing I think people are kind of sticking with, or having a hard time grasping right now, is are we one generation away from there just not being a console anymore for Microsoft? And I think that's why you're seeing some of the reaction right now of don't let go of anything. It's like, I rush nothing because like you're able to spark this trend right now.
Yeah, I totally get that. That's the opinion that a lot of these dudes had. Was that I think that I don't think it needs to be Hi-Fi Rush game. Like I said, it needs to be something bigger for me to react that way. For me to react at that point where it's like, oh man, it needs to be something way bigger than Hi-Fi Rush. It needs to be something as big as like Hellblade or as big as Gears. And if it's something like that, then I'm like, all right, okay.
But yes, Xbox does pay attention, probably more than they should, to be honest, to the internet. And I think the idea here is if they make a big enough deal about Hi-Fi Rush, Microsoft will be like, okay, we see it. Okay, I get it. Because if there is no big deal, then we get to the point where they announce the Hellblade or Halo, it's too late that they've announced it. It's coming. So I kind of feel like that's also their mentality. Let's make a big deal about it.
You're told they literally said exactly what
really?
I watched this, sorry, I can't remember if you guys, I didn't give them a shot. It's like a double barrel or something like that. And that's exactly what someone said was like, they changed it. Like, we made a big Xbox Live, they changed it. They changed stuff, so that was actually one of the things. Like, if we complain about it enough, they'll change it. So, that's part of it. That's part of the goal.
And like, and that comes from it like that, and I run into this all the time. Phil Spencer letter about third-party publishers and how they used to have a stranglehold on retail. So that was their identity. Like, oh, I recognize Capcom and Ubisoft because they're the store that I go to. And then when they had started competing with like thousands of indie games getting released, a lot of these publishers lost their identity. Capcom obviously still has one, but I think like Ubisoft, EA, Activision to a certain extent, these publishers don't have a lot of affinity towards them. And so Phil Spencer's very aware of that being the problem, that you need to have people come to you because you are a company that they've loved for a long time. So I think that's why they care about that. And they typically are walking in a direction where they could hurt that, absolutely. But I mean, I think that they fully have admitted that they are, for the console. I don't think they leave the console behind, but I think they are trying to build a strategy that is built around the idea that they've lost. They're not going to catch up to PlayStation. And so why even waste time trying to do that? They need to get ability to be flanking around the console space and finding a blue ocean that they can exist in. I think we're in the early days of that still, and so it looks really weird. And people are like, why not just do the thing where you sell console and most people that buy an Xbox console is going to partner in a game pass. That's your goal. And they like that the amount of money it costs to like get to that number where that makes sense probably isn't the answer here for for them. So, and in the meantime, in terms of making money, well, now they got Activision, they got NG, and they got tons of money coming in. So their profitability is not going to be a problem for a long time. It's about maintaining that love for the Xbox brand for a lot of people who have it, and finding a way to like build that activity going forward, no matter what that looks like. And I think it's going to. I don't think they're going to stop making the console, but it's going to be a lot less emphasis on the console, and they've told us as much in so many words.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I feel like that pulling out completely just shouldn't really be an option or a thing that people want, because it's gonna be bad for everyone, right? Like, that's gonna be less competition. PlayStation, like, PlayStation isn't gonna be driving to push things forward, it's just gonna do a whole lot of bad for the gaming industry, I think. I do agree with Jeff that there needs to be somewhat of a strategy here, because they've literally already admitted defeat in so many ways that they're not doing well, that this is not the console generation that they want to do. So like maybe next generation they come back then this banging console that's super, super good. But I think for right now, like you just said, they're finding ways to skirt around it and figure out what they need to do. I don't think I think the future for them is probably Game Pass, but I don't think technologically we are there enough to have Game Pass be very widespread. Like, game streaming is still a thing that is not available to a lot of people. So if we are going to rely on that, trying to put Game Pass on TVs, on phones, all this stuff, we're just not there yet. They need a few years, I think.
Okay, so the chat here, some super chat. So buy ZeniMax and APK, you don't give your console a chance before you go multi-flat. There's no right
I'll say this.
Locking up in some consoles.
I'll say this to you. If they somehow were made some type of crazy thing and said everything will be exclusive next system, if they did that, I think it would be drastic. It would backfire in their face, but damn it, I mean, that could work. They just said, no, everything's going to be exclusive. It's not something they have to make multi-plat like Call of Duty, you know. But if everything else was exclusive to their console, I think that would be a crazy and interesting generation. I mean, I buy Xbox systems every single time, so I don't personally care if they did that. That's great, because that's what they used to do, so I'm fine with that, you know. But if they wanted to, that would be, wouldn't that be kind of wild if they did something like that?
Just try it before you start throwing it home. But you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing it just because I want to see what Sony does then. I want to see that. That's what I'm saying. It would be crazy. Yeah. Imagine Rachel fight it out. Check this out. Imagine it's going on.
Jesus.
Trump. I have a luchador mascot.
Scott, you have one on there around the local 7-Eleven.
I got it. It's wrestling great. I never wore it. I can wear it tonight.
At least there's a wrestling thing going on either way.
Whenever you fight, yeah, you gotta play
But
something.
they're not striking with his help. All the Congress advantage for RGT, wherever he goes, he's arrested.
Fighting with fire, what was it, raisins or fighting with raisins and grapes?
Yeah, it's all pretty much.
Yeah, the Toys R Us shirt.
That's a legit one. No, it's a rebrand.
I think the vintage could hang that out.
Jack, what do you think that mask smells like right now? Go for it.
Brand new, 100%. It's brand new.
You got like a wrestling great thing recently, but
Right, did you bring that to bed?
I would.
You know, whatever.
Well, RGT's rotating movie.
What do you think about the exclusivity war they're showing with Xbox? Should it be nice and put it everywhere, just do what Kids Move and OJ said he'd like to see, just cut it off, be serious, no exclusive, just Xbox stuff now?
It depends what the way they're taking the company, and I think they're the type of company that need to come out and say, this is what we are doing. You know, they need a call to action here, because there's way too much confusion. There's way too much, and maybe, you know, at the Xbox event, you know, maybe we'll get some of that interesting information. You know, maybe we'll get more of a clear plan. But yeah, they definitely need to, like, you don't necessarily have to address the elephant in the room, but you got to give people some sort of direction as to what you're doing. But I mean, at the same time, like, we can't act like everything is hunky-dory with Sony in the same breath. Like, yeah, the system is selling great. I don't give a fuck about that.
when they were going head to head, it still felt like something of a fight. And it's just what's the future look like for them? They don't. I don't think Sony really knows. I think what Jim Ryan got out, while the game was good, he didn't have to figure out what the next 10 years of PlayStation looks like, because there is no real good answer other than keep spending even more money on bigger and bigger games, to the point where you have a $400 million Spider-Man 3, and I mean, you're not gonna take any more risks. No more new IP. They're gonna cost that much. You're gonna have to license more IP. It's just gonna keep getting more and more expensive. I think that's why it's like, okay, so Xbox foresees a lot of this, and that's why they're like, we can't actually go head to head, so we'll do that, and people just get mad at us, and say, we're taking games away from all these gamers. They want it on their PlayStation. We gotta find a way to skirt around. So, yeah, Microsoft tries to say these things. Sometimes they try to say, hey, we are like, we lost in terms of, we lost the last console generation, whatever, with their digital library. That was the worst one to lose. And that was their way of saying that we just are not going to fight that same fight anymore. And I think you're right, RGT, they need to be more explicit than that. But I think they've tried in so many words to say what is happening here. And most fans are kind of a little bit playing, they don't want to believe it. They don't believe their eyes.
I'll just make sure I say, you guys are right. Sony's last year was, in my opinion, one of their worst. Like, they didn't really have much. You know, they didn't really have much at all. But since they're selling so good, it almost was just, and they've got like full third-party support. They've got all the Japanese support. They've got everything there. And so they realize, yeah. Even like this year, it's like they don't have a ton of first-party stuff, but they have like a big old huge like Grand Blue Fantasy remake that's exclusive to Sony's consoles. Like, yeah, and like they've got Rise of the they grab our things, you know.
Rebirth's the most exciting game that I've seen for this year. It's like, if you look at those leaked documents, and you assume that those dates are correct, there's Venom in 2025, Wolverine in 2026.
Yeah.
Like, we know about Wolverine. We've seen Wolverine, at least in a little CGI little teaser trailer. So, I guess my confusion comes in with it is like, well, if that's a game that you're already showing off, then are there games that you should be showing off that are coming out before that, or is that like my next big thing that I'm waiting for here?
Yeah. I think some of those games they have shown, it's just stuff like Fair Games and Concord. I think the live service like strategy was the alternative. And I think it kind of blew up in everyone's faces. This is how Sony probably blew up in everyone's face. And now Sony and Jim Ryan, they got it. I was like, okay, that's not the answer. I'll have another one. I'm not going to sit around here and try to come up with it. I think you do need something other than the next game could be $400 million and things riding on it. And one of those games, this is why, like, yeah, you're right. Like, Sony's in a good position overall still for the most part. They have the runway to figure this stuff out. Just the problem is, there is no solution obvious at this time. I have to create a company that will come up with solutions. They probably will find other ways to start making games that can make them a lot of money, and they'll be fine. It's just as we stand today, what does that look like? No one knows, and inside of Sony, they also don't know. So they probably will figure it out, but making every game going down the line be $400 million is just not going to be sustainable. There's no ransom or masters all the way down. They're kind of out of those pretty fast.
I'm not trying to, say doom and gloom for PlayStation and Xbox. I'm just simply asking questions that we don't really have answers to, and I feel like we should have answers to some of these questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so much, and it's been this way the whole console generation for both companies, both Xbox and PlayStation. There's just been so many questions that we're so used to having answered to see, because usually when you see an event, you see all these games, and all these are the games that are coming out, and then you're looking forward to those games, and now it's kind of like, we do an event, and you see some games, and then we do another event, you're seeing the same games, it's like, oh, we got a little update for it, it's like, oh, okay, what else do you got to know? What do you got in the downtime? That's where third parties come in.
I think that same way comes down to it's, I got a couple of good games that people can feel pretty good about their PS5. Hopefully, and if it's not, then yeah, maybe, I don't know, they'll understand that, like, Sony fan panic has been happening a little bit, kind of that undercurrent that's been happening for the last 6 months. I imagine that really will will take over in a way, but I think they're gonna be fine for this year. Hopefully, we'll see.
I think that's kind of the issue with like all these consoles lately, except for the Switch, is that they're pushing power in such a crazy way, but there's no games to really back it up. And every year it's like, well, what are we gonna play this year? There's one cool thing that'll come out, and then that's about it. And it's not very, it's just not very sustainable to be a fan of something like that. I don't think, because it's probably just kind of exhausting.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, I think I say a lot of stuff and people go, no, I mean, they're selling those consoles, they're making money, they're fine, but it's about growth. And Sony as a corporation is shrinking in every other one of its businesses.
This is you, and this is your surprising hunch. And with FanDuel's easy-to-use app, you can act whenever it speaks to you.
Spend $5, get 300 bonus bets if you win. Only from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
All focus inside of Sony is on PlayStation because it's the one profitable division, and that's why like PSVR 2 is pushed out, because Sony proper gets excited about this new hardware, like we want this, you're going to do this, and we see the Envision or whatever the other hardware, the headphones and stuff. All these things get coming from these other divisions. They're like, we're going to attach this to the PlayStation brand, and we're going to ride your coattails so you hear a little bit. But the PlayStation's got to make as much money. This is why we get the PS Plus price increases, because everything's got to make as much money as possible from PlayStation. So we need to see that growth. They are getting to the point where they are tapping out on all of these avenues of maximizing revenue, and that's why they are looking to all these other answers. And it was live service for a very long time, and now they don't do even that. So the questions are definitely there. The answers are no.
I feel like the live service U-turn probably set them back a year or so with some of these releases. I feel like we're kind of seeing it. I think we're seeing it right now. Like we're in the middle of it currently. So it's like a 12 to 18 month run with just Insomniac, put us on your back, let's go kind of thing. So that's tough. That's really tough. Well, I hope Concord is good. I don't know. Concord? It's like the big one from Sony. Okay. We'll see. State of Play coming out.
Yeah, the game with the roast beef sandwich. But that's all you saw was a roast beef sandwich and I love roast beef. I mean, it's pretty good. I miss Arby's. Always there was Arby's near me.
Yeah, with Arby's.
I used to drink the sauce.
Sure.
Is that used? It's not something you still do.
No, like their Arby's sauce, their barbecue sauce, whatever it is.
Something Arby's sauce, right? No, Arby's.
There's Arby's sauce and horsey sauce.
What is it though?
It's a proprietary blend.
It's a proprietary blend. Which usually just means friggin' barbecue sauce and French dressing or something.
Well, I worked at this one pharmacy. It was right next to an Arby's, so I'd go over there and I'd get like a roast beef or a Smith and cheddar, and then I'd get the sauce. And like I'd bring a couple packets back to me at work, and like I'd be sitting there and typing away. I'd go squirt in my mouth. No, I'd drink it. And like my coworkers were like, "What are you doing?" I like to take the way it tastes.
You're living, getting calories. When I don't know an answer to something going forward, I'm going to say it's a proprietary blend from now on. Yeah, it works every time.
I like it. Well, I will say the answer we need here is obvious. Don Matrick needs to make his return. He can be an advisor on the board because you need a fall guy. So there you go. He's a perfect fall guy for the Xbox One. Do you think one of the reasons that a lot of the Xbox fans are on edge about this is because Microsoft almost shut down the Xbox in 2014?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're on edge because they don't like the games that Microsoft puts out. I think that's what it is. I think a lot of them secretly don't like Starfield, and they're just mad about that. And so every move is going to be overanalyzed and overthought about in ways that are just going to drive them crazy. I think that's what happens.
Oh, Indiana Jones coming up soon. Save everything. We'll see.
Man, I'm interested in that. I like that.
I think everyone is dead. What do you think? First person, third person?
That's got to be third person. This first person, throw it away in the trash. No, is it first person?
No, I don't know. I'm not implying anything.
Jeff Grubb leaked it right before
Christ.
Surrounded everyone.
No, I figured it might be a mix between first and third, Sean.
Why do I need first? Unless it's a camera over executive.
I can't just play it safe, make Uncharted.
I mean, it's not even necessarily. I mean, because we had two decent Indiana Jones games prior.
You say decent about the Xbox game, but an old school original one?
No, but Infernal Machine from Factor 5?
Infernal
Okay,
Machine.
yeah,
Yeah,
let's say,
yeah.
you're talking
Staff Kings. Staff Kings was good.
Okay. Yeah. When you go first person, do you see the brim?
I'll say about that and the original Xbox, I was like, oh god.
The Lego games are good.
Well, Legos.
Atlantis is good.
No, you missed it. You missed it when she recognized Indiana Jones where he was from.
Not where I know his still in this choice. I read it shredded in the comments. No, it's
Well,
it's because he's a scared. I'm not Amish. He's a scared in Fortnite. So then I was like, oh, I play as a video all the time in Fortnite. Is you had to be there type deal.
Interesting.
No selling.
Okay. Let me look at some of these super chats here. T-Joe says, play the relink demo myself. It's fun, despite technical questions. I just really wish one of its release dates wasn't on the same day as P3R.
It's
tough.
It's a day. I think it's the day before, actually.
That's tough.
Yeah, P3R. I think it's gonna be good.
And I think that the what's it called? It's the digital release is at the end of this month, so it's the 29th for the digital release. So it's a little bit before, but yeah, it's really close to P3R. But I'm actually a little bit more excited for this than P3R just because it's a new game. This is the, I think, 5th release of Persona 3 in some way, you know? So 5th or 5th release. Like you have the original PS2, then you have FPS, then you have the PSP, then you have the HD version of it. Yeah. This is the 5th release of Persona 3.
Yeah,
So
this fourth one will be the best.
This is from Margaret, who says, big fan, the British Prime Minister. I want to recognize Joshua Butts once again. Very generous, Joshua. Shout out. Achievement says, when is Jazz Corden coming on Swampcast? I was on Rand's podcast. He was able to be on there at that time, but I think his time zone is like way off from ours. So
Yeah, you'd be like 4 a.m. for him or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to work that out, but I don't mind getting him on at some point.
This is the UK, I think.
Yeah, to figure that out for him. Jorge says, since some of you want a D-pad on the Switch 2, do you think Nintendo should just drop Joy-Cons altogether and force buyers to buy a second controller to play local multiplayer? Yeah, personally, yes. I don't care about Joy-Cons at all. I have no problem. I use the Pro Controller unless it's in handheld mode. I've never passed the Joy-Con off to a single person randomly in the last 5 or 6 years. So
then how are you gonna play WarioWare Move It?
I do that like every weekend. I'd be kind of bummed.
You can still sync them up, but I don't need that to be the primary control.
I don't think you need to. You can still make a Joy-Con with a D-pad, and it can still function in the same way. Can it?
Yeah, just make a D-pad.
Like weird.
Just do that. I mean, the Switch Lite has it.
Did the Pro Controller's D-pad get better over time? So I got the launch one, and the D-pad was so bad with false diagonals that I never used it again. I hated it.
Yeah, slightly better. They revised it. Like they revised the thing like 5 times so far internally.
How do you use the Switch Lite D-pad?
What's that? Oh, Switch Lite.
Bro, how do you use the Switch Lite D-pad?
I have, but I do like that. Is it like that?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. I think it's pretty similar.
Okay, yeah, it's close. I'm very happy with the Switch Lite D-pad.
Yeah.
G-Man says, hey Jeff, the ending of Firewatch sucks, scrub.
Hey, you're allowed to think that. I'm allowed to think it's a red flag if you don't like it.
And John, I want to switch to more of my family spawn way. Why does the PS5 only have 12 exclusives?
Because games are expensive to make.
They're quite expensive. See a fire with a little bird emoji there. JT says, God of War, a Prince of Persia, the Lost Crown style. Oh, like a 2D God of War.
That'd be bad. Yeah.
I'd be 1,000,000% down.
We've seen some of the stuff fighting, the combat, like people who are really good at fighting games, playing the Lost Crown and showing up what's scalable, and that you add good combo system to a 2D God of War, I would love that.
This is from Bernie. It says, hope you all are having a good night. I see Jeff Grubb is here, so I gotta say, let's go Lions.
Yeah, can't believe it.
AJ says, hopefully 2 definitely gets dated Thursday, right? Unless it's this direct shadow drop this time around. I emojis. I'm like 2 available right now. No? Okay. I mean, it's supposed to be the big thing about Game Pass. They can shadow drop anything whenever, right? It's in there now. Go get it.
I suppose it does like mitigate that a little bit, right? Because those first day sales maybe don't matter quite as much.
The Uncharted Wolf says, any thoughts on the Spyro game coming soon? They've been hinting at it. They put a little card out that's like, gotta believe, 2024.
Yeah.
I think the Spyro game's gonna get announced this year. So I don't know if it's gonna out this year. I think it's gonna get announced this year though. Liam says, do we know for certain Switch 2 is even 2024? We do not. Could be called the Super Switch. No, it never comes out.
Our podcast would suffer a little bit.
That's fine. Bro, I did Wii U shit, alright, for Nintendo enthusiasts for years. You learn how to squeeze water on the rock.
That's exactly right. I did Wii U stuff too. That was brutal. But you figure out how to get it done, one way or another.
Andy says, Microsoft will recover. They make a mean toaster. I saw that. The Xbox Series S toaster. Kid Smooth says, Player Essence summary is correct. Casual New Gamer says, why buy Xbox console? Games go elsewhere eventually. Sorry, Microsoft just wants your money. They want your Game Pass subscription. So
They already said they don't care.
Game Pass, maybe you buy it because there's Game Pass. You buy it because you like the controller, you like the system, or because you like the quick resume certain features. I mean, I guess there's other reasons.
Yeah, so they're not doing a pro because they already have pro. It's called PC. Like they don't care.
Yeah. Michael says, with games becoming all digital on standard x86 hardware, do you think home consoles will become obsolete with the actual differentiator now, storefront, subscription, and catalog? You think it'll become a home console? People have been theorizing home consoles will go away for decades already. Like PS3 and 360 generation was gonna be like the last gen or something at one point, or Packard said that was for the PS4 and Xbox One. It's
Microsoft's looking at ARM as well for their next one, so they might even go away from x86. So
that's their slides. Yeah, I saw that.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They might be thinking that by the time we get to, well, it was gonna be 20. I mean, at this point, they might launch 2026. Who knows? But these mobile chips are getting pretty.
Oh yeah,
good.
They're going up in power faster than x86 is going down or improving in efficiency. So it might make sense.
Yeah. The Axiom says Origami King is going for $100 on eBay now. Weird. Is it really?
Yeah, because
they're going out of print thing.
Yeah, they're going out. It looks like some people are speculating, Nintendo Select's situation. So.
And no one wants that badge of shame, the yellow Nintendo Select.
Those are all my Wii U games.
I'll keep it a buck. I bought Pikmin 3 the other day. I'm like, no, I don't want that. I don't want that player's choice banner on that shit.
You saw Prime.
Everybody know you broke. Let everybody know you're a brokey. No, I'm good.
Oh man, I remember when I was trying to school about the Pima Lajo on shoes when everyone was wearing Jordans. So yeah.
I'm big 34 on the side. Big 34 on the side. Yeah, Yeah, they're wrong. They're $34. They're on sale. I got them. My mom got me those, so I was like, well, I can't get shit. Yeah. I can get Jordans. I can't get Jordans, but I'll take this. I'm good. And I'm joking with the brokey stuff, guys. Like, I bought Player's Choice all the time. I'm joking. Don't take it serious.
Could just calling you a whore.
Yeah,
That's good. So I think after the 360 era of Xbox, they must have felt pretty confident about the brand. The always online DRM stuff really left the bad taste in everyone's mouth. We can see the trend of everything becoming digital with Best Buy pulling all physical. Don Matrick was a visionary. It's pretty obvious. He's ahead of his time. And you should have just bought a 360, okay? Yeah, if it wasn't for them trying to put a security camera in your living room, they might have had something there. Oh well. Car says a definite visual upgrade.
Definitely. I mean,
Not so much for you, Sean. Yeah, fuck all of us. he says no consoles plus Game Pass over console plus no games. Disco says, I think live service might still have some gas in the tank, but what's the next big thing? And will it be Sony that finds it? Sony might be a juggernaut, but if they keep canceling the live service games, cost versus benefits, maybe. The next big thing is obviously Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League.
Lost the industry.
Great. I looked at the NBA on this thing, and I think they were expecting it to go over well when they did that. It did not. So
I watched the gameplay. I mean, I was trying to get it. It looks bad. Like it looks like a bad version of the
I played the out show.
They put it on you.
Yeah, they did. Nate, I think MG played a little of it. I played 2 hours, and that was enough for me. So, yeah, not great. Did that.
Rocksteady spending 7-8 years on this is a tragedy.
This is a travesty. Yeah, tragedy. This is from one of my favorite studios in the 360 era, right? Like with Batman, this is just, I don't care about any type of justification. It's not cool, man. This sucks. I feel bad for them because, maybe they were pushed in this direction, but at the same time, it's like, bro, like this is not good, man. Coming from Batman, Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, like, oh man, it is what it is though, right?
Mm-hmm. They have like traversals different for each character, and like for example, Captain Boomerang, if it was Boomerang, will warp to it, like super speed to it and stuff, which is fine. But it didn't feel great necessarily using it in combat. It didn't really actually control it very well. And they have like cutscenes set up to show all this stuff. It is super high quality. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like most people are just gonna go online and watch all the cutscenes back. And I guess the only compelling thing about this is the story, because as I was playing the game, and they had me like go off with Flash and Green Lantern, they're like wreaking havoc in the city, and I'm jumping around. And I'm like, okay, all right, this is like Crackdown 3. It's like, oh wait a minute, this is like Crackdown 3. Oh no! It's like feeling jumping around and stuff. Like, oh, that's enough for me. This is like midnight, 1 a.m. and it shows like pitch black, silent in my house. I just turned the Xbox off.
John, better or worse than DC Universe Online Launch?
It doesn't feel like that though. It's not like it's more action based, right? Whereas DC does have like the menus, you click it and it moves. This is more like you hit a button and you'll shoot guns and aim down sights and that sort of thing. But it just, man, what a sad time that was. Don't feel like going back. But anyway, I probably hate beat it, and
Saints Row.
I think throw that thing.
I give Suicide Squad a 6 out of 10.
Really? You read Saints Row 9. It's gonna get like an 8 or 9.
No, there's so much negative publicity about it, though.
Oh man, I'll play it. I gotta see the story through, but that's about it.
Why? Who is Captain Boomerang, by the way?
One of Flash's
Is that real?
One of Flash's major villains.
They're all real. You can literally say any combination of words and they're a DC character. There's a Calendar Man.
You're kind of right, actually.
Calendar Man was in Batman.
Was it our? Yeah, and then he actually had some pretty cool things.
That's right. That's right. Yes.
This is his
calendar, though. You can actually see him on different days.
If you're in Batman, you're fine.
Did you watch any of the movies, the animated movies for like Batman and Suicide Squad, like Assault on Arkham? That's actually a good one. You might like that because you like massive fandom.
Captain Boomerang is originally a Batman villain, right?
No, I'm pretty sure he's Flash. He was one of the
Flash.
Yeah.
Flash. Okay.
Because in the game, he gets the super speed like Flash, and he's like making fun of him and laughing.
Oh, okay. That's why. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So that stuff was good. I'm like, okay, this is fine. And they have like the funny cutscenes where it's all dramatic and stuff, and then somebody trips over something or punches it. It's so they're playing into kind of the joking nature of how these are just misfits trying to take down the Justice League. And like Wonder Woman's not under mind control and stuff in the beta. I don't know. The story is interesting, but the gameplay just does not. It's just not there. So it's sad.
I didn't play with other people though, so I don't know, maybe it's more fun with, we got through Redfall.
Did you just really, really love Gotham Knights with other people?
No.
Okay.
I couldn't get anyone to play Gotham Knights an hour. Sean wouldn't talk to me for 2 days after I made him download the game and play it. He was right, he just excommunicated for half a week.
Yeah.
So,
Gotta learn a lesson, pal.
it's a shame with Rocksteady. Man. Could have been another Batman game, but oh well. Yeah, Superman would have been cool. I don't know. Sean, we have Sega. I got Sega news for you.
Yeah.
We had 5 games that were, of course, announced. There's 3 more that apparently were put out there by Insider Gaming. Do you have any insight on the 3 games? Because there's Panzer Dragoon, Sakura Tyson, and here we go. Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Oh, yeah. It's awesome.
Did I do it? I did it? Alright, good. I've never really watched that. I see people talk about it on Twitter. It's not as easy to pronounce as Gun and Wings, so I just watch Gun and Wings instead.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing what they do with Panzer. I mean, you know, it's a franchise that I think would still lend itself to be interesting. I would assume they would go in the more traditional direction instead of the saga RPG direction. But yeah, I think that would be cool. The other 2 things I could care less about.
I think wouldn't Saga like a new Sega Panzer Dragoon Saga RPG? I think would hit really hard these days.
But then you get into the whole budget thing, risk and reward.
Yeah, really good point. Okay.
I think
these games look like they're bigger budget than what you might imagine, but they're not that big. You're right.
Right. I mean, I would love to see a Skies of Arcadia HD version if you want to test the water. Can't really do that with Saga because I mean you have to. I think the code was lost on it or something.
Yeah, they could release an emulator on a disc sort of thing. Something along those lines. Saturn emulation is better than it has been, but yeah, they don't have the original source code.
Yeah, so it'd be tough, but I would love to see it. I just you got to be somewhat financially responsible with it.
Would you agree, like the Skies of Arcadia HD if you were in charge of Sega?
Oh yeah, I think that would be fine. And but once again, okay, you don't work for Sega. And once again, like I think that's a low risk, high reward proposition.
I can't believe they haven't tried that yet. Maybe they are doing it now. Because apparently they have some new leadership in there for Sega Sega America and Europe. So
yeah.
Maybe they're gonna take a shot at some of that stuff. It seems like that would be a good one, just test the waters. You're right. But Panzer Dragoon's the one you're looking at. That's like, I mean, I looked at 3 games. I was like, yeah, it's probably Panzer for sure.
Yeah, I don't know shit about the other 2.
The others, well, I think the other one is Soccer Wars, basically.
Yeah, people love Soccer Wars. I've never played it. I just went wild for it last year.
But wasn't there one on the? I feel like that's the franchise that. Yeah, like that was the franchise that hasn't been.
Yeah,
hasn't been like this for a while.
It's good. It's good. It's just didn't do as well as maybe they would have hoped, or it really didn't do well at all. But it's a good game. I mean, I liked it when I played it. I'm a fan of Soccer Wars. I'm a fan of all like Panzer, all that stuff. If it comes back, I would also, Valkyria Chronicles. I mean, hopefully they bring that back too. I think that'd be really good.
2 more games apparently that we don't know about that are, or 2 more franchises coming back. One of them needs to be comics, and that's obvious. So leaves 1 more out. Everyone else.
Comics, I think one of the rumored ones. I agree with what you're saying because it is rumored. Comics.
Well, yeah, because they said a movie. They're working on a movie for them. What do we think? What do we think? The other Konami thing is. I think that's interesting. That wasn't on your topics list because you're terrible at your job.
It can be now if you want it to be. Google Drive,
We
we can edit it. No. Other Konami. What do you think, Sean?
I don't know.
Other Konami.
What is the Well, it's bigger than Felix and Rocket Knight because they're doing it at IGN's thing. You know what I'm saying?
Do we have any other details, any other circumstantial stuff? Because for a long time, alongside this Metal Gear Solid stuff, it's Castlevania is the other thing that gets mentioned all the time in that same breath. And we haven't had anything confirming that yet.
Yeah, I mean, they did, the other two collections, so it would be kind of.
It's a new game, that's the thing I.
No, this is the limited run thing. This is the limited,
that's what it was.
yeah, it's gotta be a retro collection. I mean, do we think maybe Silent Hill? Like, the original? Okay, yes, just pay attention, okay? I think Silent Hill 2, because that's apparently been out this year. Right, but, okay, in that same vein, supposedly Metal Gear Solid Delta is coming out this year, and they just released the trilogy, so I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility necessarily. But yeah, that Rocket Knight's fucking high. I'll go with pop-in music. I don't know. I'm looking at their list of. I'm trying to pick out what would be. I don't know, realistic here. Bloody Roar. Oh yeah, you got to go like limited run, right? Well, no, but it has to be carbon engine friendly. And so now you're here. Well, yeah, because there's certain systems. Because we talked about it, and that's obviously dated by like 6 months now or something. So who knows what's been advanced, but
it would be cool if, and this is going to be a Rice nightmare, but what if they just did an arcade collection of all their IP games, like The Simpsons and X-Men and stuff like that? That was all out Konami, right?
Yeah. I mean,
that would rule. Ninja Turtles? Jeez, yeah.
I mean, they've done Ninja Turtles,
Yeah, they've done that,
in the Cowabunga collection.
That's right, yeah. So, yeah, maybe something along those lines, yeah.
Yeah. For sure. He's been PlayStation with the carbon engine. Yeah. Oh, I mean, Vandal Hearts. Okay. Come on.
Did it stand for Evolution?
Beat Mania?
Yeah.
Is there a celebration of anything? Because like Jurassic Park was based on the celebration 30th anniversary. Let's see. So Disney owns X-Men and Simpsons, right?
Yeah, and John Drake is pretty down to like do a lot of business like that.
Yeah, I mean, they did the arcade one up for both X-Men and Simpsons.
Yep.
Deca Sports. That's a Hudson Soft game. Oh, it's under their list. Oh yeah, because it's on the other side. Coded Arms, that'd be cool. But you can do a PSP game, right? Coded Arms. I remember it. I remember when Coded Arms came out. My buddy bought it for his PSP.
It's just capture with online. That's all it is.
No, I got it out there collection now.
But with online, did it actually have that built in?
No, it didn't. I do want to point this out as this was something that was broke. If they did Snatcher and Police Knots, that'd be too good if it was Snatcher. But well, they're doing that other collection that fucking Joe from GameSack made a big huffy and puffy about the translation and all those other fucking retro dorks. I mean, I'm friends with them, and I'm like, who did this translation? Is it a working design translation? Is it an official? Like, shut up, goddamn, did AI do this? It's like, bro, chill out. I'm not even familiar with the fucking series, but people acted like it was like the second coming of Christ, and I was like, okay. Okay. But that was a limited run compilation that they're doing, but the games are only released in Japan, is what I'm saying, and they're being translated for the first time. But Snatcher would be that'd be pretty good. I'm talking about
do something like invokes Kojima like that.
If there's money to be made, I mean, look at Metal Gear. Metal Gear, so yeah.
Metal Gear's like there's too much money in Metal Gear to ignore it. I don't think they're expecting like Police Knots and Snatcher to hit like that.
But if you do like Police Knots translated for the first time and Snatcher together, like bro, that'd be pretty good. Think of how much Snatcher fucking costs. Like, last night I looked, it was like 1,700 CID. Oh, what? Remember we used to have one of those in the store back in the day on the Sega CD? And like, oh my gosh, look at this thing. Yeah, we had. I think if they did that, like,
And I mean, obviously, Kojima would get paid off of it because it's his work. So I mean, it's win-win-win across the board.
I don't think he would get paid.
But yeah, it depends on the contract.
Yeah, but you know, you're right. If they think they can make money, they wouldn't care. You're right. Yeah.
That would be sick though if they got Snatcher.
Yeah, you do Snatcher, SD Snatcher, and Police Knots. Which SD Snatcher was the super deformed one that came out on.
I never played Police Knots. Is it good?
I have a translated version. It's interesting. I have never played it to completion.
Okay.
So I can't really speak too much on it. But it's an interesting enough premise. I mean, it's the same sort of thing. Yeah, Snatcher's already translated. We're talking. You would need.
What is Snatcher though? Explain.
Have you ever seen Blade Runner?
Yeah.
It's like what if Kojima just watched Blade Runner and then made a movie or made a game about it, basically.
It's a point and click style game with like limited shooting segments, but the story and the writing is really. It was a Sega CD game, and the story and the writing is actually like really well done. And there's lots of nods to Metal Gear stuff that becomes more prevalent. Like your little assistant thing is called Metal Gear, and like there's Outer Haven and stuff like that. So there's lots of cool nods to it. But it's a very cool game. But you have to like that sort of storytelling and stuff like that. But very, very adult, mature themed game.
I'm gonna put my money on it is Symphony of the Night finally coming to Switch.
That would be fucking great.
That would be fantastic. That is overdue.
This is from, we go through some of the super chats here as we finish up. This is from Joshua Butts, who says, I would love to see Adam Corley come on this podcast sometime. I can talk a bunch about the inevitable dreaded all digital future. Well, plenty of time talking about that here pretty soon with the Best Buy and Target. Rufflemont says, Switch 2 is weak, but the Steam Deck is a 4090.
Switch 2 is way too weak. Like,
yeah. All those confirmed specs that are out there.
Dev kits, people got dev kits and shit.
They've confirmed everything. Specs are confirmed, dev kits are out there, games.
Let's go.
Yeah, Mario's gonna be 4 times bigger. It's gonna have Pauline and all that. Everybody just knows.
Ever seen for the first time?
You see Mario's butthole? Yeah.
Hold up here. I didn't say OnlyFans the game.
Yum says there was a God of War Betrayal on 2D released on mobile, never known to most gamers. I think they got, obviously can't play it now, but I was on like, it's like old Nokia phone stuff back in the day. Yeah, that was a while ago. Jacob says, what are the odds Ghost 2 is this year? Probably not very high.
yeah, like 20% maybe. That 1 in 5 chance.
I'd like it, but I'm thinking if anything, that might be like, we'll say first half of next year or something.
Mm-hmm.
David says, besides Polaris, is anyone else hyped for Penny's big breakaway from the Sonic Mania team? That game is shaping up to be a massive shakeup for the 3D platforming genre.
Yeah.
It looks great.
Yeah, it looks cool. I talked about it when it was first shown off.
Are you ready to lull again, Sean, after what happened with Battling though?
No, I've never really loved before in my life.
That helps actually.
Yeah.
CJ says, why does everyone ignore Final Success? 100,000 users average of Steam since release. I don't know, Sean, he tried playing it for 5 minutes and rage quit halfway through.
It was closer to like 4 minutes, I'm gonna be real.
He rage quit. He turned off the Xbox, he just gave up. And it was up to Nate and I, and we pulled out the win later. We got it. But no, I don't know, it was okay. We played the same map over and over again, I think, for a while. I was like, I got enough. Seniors Bean says Ghost of Tsushima was mixed 83 meta like Starfield. Yeah, that's actually a little weird that Metacritic is 85. I felt like it would be higher than that.
Here's the thing. What the journalists thought about Ghost of Tsushima and their scores don't reflect what they actually thought about the game. They thought the game was like a 90 plus, but for some reason other people thought the game was too, other sites felt like the game was too Assassin's Creed.
The 2 Assassin's Creed, exactly what happened.
Yeah, so that's what happened. So we got a bunch of people that thought the game is too Assassin's Creed, so it's gonna get an 8 out of 10. But then a lot of people voting like Game of the Year, and a lot of the journalists thought, no, this is like a 9 or 9.5 or a 10 out of 10. So it created that mixed type of thing where you saw it get, in the Game of the Year voting for many different things, but it has a little bit of a lower Metacritic. Whereas Starfield, it just seemed like it was universities just either mid or I like it a bit. You know, I mean, there are some who really like the game, but it's not the same vibe. If you just actually look at the individual, what people are saying and the voting went, you can clearly see that people felt Ghost is a way better game. Despite them having the same average, people felt Ghost was way better. You know, they just look at what people were saying, like, especially like the Game of the Year voters and stuff like that, you know.
Josie, put Ghost of Tsushima on your list.
Alright. No, I've been looking at it for a long time. It was kind of like when it was first. It's on the PS4, right?
Yeah, they did a PS5 version of it now, and it's on PlayStation Plus.
And my brother had it, so I've been looking at checking it out for a while.
Yep, they did a whole PS5 upgrade for it, but it's you have PlayStation Plus, it's on there. So put on
It's on the homework list.
Yeah, but you can also borrow from your sister too. She can also.
I don't have a sister. I have a brother.
Also playing Mike Tyson's Punch Out. If we're just handing out games, you have to.
Yeah. Well, I have to Punch Out.
Okay, not that now. You play Punch Out, not Mike Tyson's.
Yeah, Mr. Dream or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a difference.
Well, she has Tekken coming up soon, so she'll be busy, but.
You guys know I'm number 83 in the world in Punch Out, right? I have the speed on speedrun.com. Let's see, I'm number 83 in the world in Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Yeah.
Random relax, I like it though.
Yeah, right? Like, listen, you don't spend 6 months trying to do something and then not tell people about it.
No, I said I like it.
Ruffle Mutt says, by the way, playing Gravity Rush 2, screw that live action.
What is that?
They showed some live action.
What is that? Make another fucking game, you weirdos.
They destroyed the studio that made the game.
Well, fucking outsourced it.
Hey, Trigger's somebody gonna come out swinging with the next Gravity Rush. Watch out. Casual New Gamer says, which is better, Gotham Knights or Suicide Squad? Well, I haven't played through Suicide Squad yet, but I don't know.
I'll take Gotham Knights right now. I'll take Gotham Knights right now.
Disco says, what's everyone's thoughts on handheld PCs or any form of portable console? I've been more interested in them recently, thinking of an Asus ROG or some other emulation machine. I did get in.
ROG is God tier. I will say that I don't remember the name of it. The wood grain Ambernick that I got sent and I made a video on. I think I talked about GameTube stuff on it. I had used that so much for my book. Like all of the screenshots of the N64 wrestling games, I took it on there, and because it looks really good on there, and like I think it's so like beefy. Like it plays Dreamcast games great. It plays most PS2 games really well. GameCube games really well. Like fucking Twilight Princess runs on that thing. Like it's super good for the price. I love that thing.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with these things. I feel the same way about all my like Android handhelds that RGD just said. And then I got to play a ton of Roger Ally. I called Roger.
Yeah, that Roger Ally fucking amazing.
It's great. I hate Windows, but dealing like on these devices, using Windows is a real pain in the ass. It can be really messy sometimes. But once you're in the game, it's great. The games run really well. I really like my Steam Deck OLED, and I just got the Aya Neo slide that has the slide out keyboard, like the old sidekick, and man, so I'm excited. Games that you're surprisingly good on that. It has like the same chip that's in all the top end handheld PCs from China. These things are pretty good right now. If you get like the Steam Deck OLED, you get the Roger Ally, those things are going to treat you right. You're going to be able to play most new games on there. I think like Avatar didn't run very well, but like most everything else does.
And PlayStation 3. PlayStation 3 is a fucking beast on the ROG Ally.
Yeah, but that's what I use it for all the time. Yeah. Yeah, 50 Cent. Let's go.
TJ says, just reminded that P3 and FPS have worse combat and are stuck on PS2 and PS3, while P3 portable has better combat but less content and worse presentation. P3R fixes all of that, but no FPS story. Should I have you?
You know.
Ellen says, games are getting too expensive and console hardware is expensive, selling at a loss. How long till Sony stops selling consoles? They'll sell consoles till the end of time if they could.
They have to. That's one of their main sources of income. Because they're fast business.
Boot says, for the first time in a decade, I got all of my games on one wall using track shelving for Mac storage. Anyone else have overdue game storage wins? That's Sean. I think one time a bookshelf fell on him or something.
Well, you remember when I moved and you had to come help me and all my bookshelves broke? That was fun.
Yeah, it's broke. Yeah, they're just busted in
But no, I sold most of my shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He says, and yes, I'm aware Persona 3 Reloaded is on Game Pass, but I don't have an Xbox, and my PC isn't convenient to play it. So I'm getting off this fine. Thank you. Shout out to you. Yum says, what US cartoons? Great to port into a video game.
Where's Jordan?
Yum French. That is a Jordan question. What's a good cartoon, Sean, that they should send into a video game?
Dino Saucers.
No, Sean, no. Let me give you SWAT Cats. Take SWAT Cats and make an incredible game.
Didn't SWAT Cats have a game?
It's had a game for that, right?
It does have a game, but we need a new game.
Was that right?
I remember.
Yeah, I really wanted it. I played over a Dino Saucers game.
A good Avatar game would be good.
You can talk to
Not for that price, never mind.
John Reddings. He might be able to.
I SWAT Cats $200.
No, it's
I know what those fucking games are.
an okay game. It's not that great, but I mean, if you like SWAT Cats, I mean, you'll probably get a little bit of fun. I mean, I like SWAT Cats, so I like the game.
Yeah, the SWAT Cats was awesome.
That's an awesome show. So, I mean, if they did a
I'll take a
game,
Street Sharks beat 'em up.
We did some Pirates of the Dark Water.
I'll take a Street Sharks beat 'em up.
oh, Street Sharks is good. Yeah, Street Sharks.
See what I thought.
Man, those toys were banging back in the year. Did the Street Sharks toy back in the day?
One of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you could have thing like their mouth would close.
Yeah, yeah.
It was, the video was Vin Diesel. He was one of the people who was actually selling the Street Shark stuff back in the day. That was kind of funny to watch.
They were awesome. Let me go through.
Fuck you.
Yeah, you remember that, don't you? Yeah, that's right. I remember the theme song now too, because I said that.
Darkwing Duck had a game on the NES. It was good. Darkwing Duck had a game on the
Hey,
NES.
cartoon, we're putting $100 million behind it. What do you got?
Dino Saucers. Pirates of the Dark
Oh,
Water. We already have good
I know,
games.
but we could get a new updated one. They released a new show, reboot. You reboot the game too.
Oh, that Freakazoid.
Everybody liked the reboot.
No, Freakazoid. Yo, Freakazoid would be so cool.
Why do I feel like there was a Freakazoid game?
I don't think there was.
There was an Animaniacs
I'm talking
game,
about like
but
Super Nintendo, PS1 games. Like we're talking about like we're gonna start talking now PlayStation 6.
Freakazoid was ahead of its time.
So come on in.
Boy said I want Dino Riders.
I'm telling you, man, Freakazoid is ahead of its time. It's funny. You can go watch Freakazoid right now and like laugh at some of the jokes. Even though some of it's old, but it's still really funny.
Let me go around here as we finish. Jeff, where can everyone find you?
Yeah, I'm on johnbond.com. I do a daily news show on there at 11 a.m. Eastern. It's a lot to hang out and talk about video games for an hour. And then I got my Game Nest here on YouTube, Jeff Grubb's Game Nest. Do Last Minute Nintendogs on Tuesday and Game Nest Decides on Thursday. Those are podcasts. They happen around 9 p.m. Eastern. Tune for those. And then, just on Twitter, at Jeff Grubb. Trying to use that less, but I can't help myself. I'm on there a lot.
I have your channel link down below in the description, so go check it out.
Thanks, Sean.
Just active over there. Sketch covered. I also want to recognize two of the Streamlabs messages here. Rick said, how this launch lineup be for Switch 2, Mario Kart 9, and new Mario 3D, Star Fox, Metroid Prime 4, that tech demo stuff like how once you switched arms was, the third-party games, Elden Ring, Starfield, Genshin, and Sora. That would be
insane.
That'd be the most ridiculous launch lineup of all.
That would be a bad idea.
All the good games out at the same time.
Yeah, and then people don't buy it, and then people, it's not selling. No, we can't have that. You gotta spread it out, man.
Then Liam did ask Jeff, do you personally think the next Nintendo console will have backwards compatibility?
Yeah, I think it is in NVIDIA's interest to help Nintendo figure that out.
Okay. There you go. Josie, where can everyone find you?
You can find me on YouTube at Josie Woe. I'm playing through Metroid Prime 2, or not Prime 2, Metroid 2 on the Game Boy, so if you want to check that out, I'll be live at some point. RGT Gamer just relaunched the podcast, I guess, on a new channel too, where we talk all about Nintendo, so you guys should check that one out. It's a good time. But yeah, thank you for having me on.
It's called, what's it called, Josie?
A Game and Talk podcast. I can drop the link in the chat. Do that?
No.
No. Unfortunately. Well, it's
Josie's been going serious with this too. You guys check it out. Check it out there. Check it out. Got that, and they're also live streaming it now too. So
Yeah, it's not sport of me pop up in my store.
Oh, yeah.
The fuck is this? And I'm like, hell yeah.
We gotta make sure I tell you or how you grow a podcast.
Yeah, Sean. Sean, where can I find it?
Jesus.
Coach's camera was still on with the mask.
Got some mega uploads coming up this week. And that's good. I could have went longer.
That's the best one. I was
Recording and just hold up to the microphone and like
That's just fun.
You gotta learn the standard method of inhaling while still talking, so that you can just go back and forth.
all right, what about OJ?
Yeah, I can't do the dream for like 10 years like Sean. But you can find me right here on YouTube. I pretty much stream every day with my Players Since Live the show. And I've got some cool videos coming up on Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. In addition to interesting video with Mario plus Rabbids. So if you're into those games and want to know some of the reasons why maybe the second one didn't hit like the first one, we've been working on something like that. So check that video out. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks for having me. Player Essence on YouTube. A lot of you guys have been coming over and saying from the Spawncast, so I appreciate you guys. Seriously, I really do. Thank you.
What about Evan? Get your King Talk channel going.
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube at Kimmer's Project. Some more videos coming up. I'm trying to reorganize my schedule so I don't kill myself with burnout again. Yeah, it's been fun though. Almost 4K subscribers, just a little bit off, so it's nice.
Nice.
That's awesome, man. Congrats.
Just check it out. Got some awesome videos for tabletop going. So, a lot of Warhammer stuff in it.
Everything's constantly shifting. I'm trying to stream the Las Vegas Open, I think a week or two from now. That should be fun to watch.
Okay, cool. Good stuff. That should do it here for us. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll be back next Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Talk about the Xbox Development Direct. I'm sure other things that happen. So, Sean, you have your after show going.
But it's already live now.
Okay, there you go. Thanks everyone. We'll see you next weekend. Hundreds of car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you gotta check your school setting first before sending my guy. So check Allstate first for full patient safety purpose.
Sometimes it takes a different approach. To see possibilities all around you. At Capella University, you'll learn in-demand business skills relevant to the career you want.
The DVD box podcast, kind of this podcast will be ending. It's like a half.
We're 349.5, I guess.
We'll remember that for next time. That's fine. This is we were coming back after a couple weeks off after the New Year's, and all kinds of stuff happened. Sean is like dying right now. He's like really sick currently, so he couldn't make it. He's gonna try to lay on his couch and just participate here and there as things happen. And then Nate ended up having something come up with an energy as well. But I said, you know what, we still, the show must go on, we gotta do something. So we'll be back on January 6th. So we are here. And I did bring in a guest, and shout out to BD came in, like last minute, like I was looking around, I was like, I have a whole list of people to bring in this year. And if you were on there, I was going on the list of see what BD's up to. BD, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. Appreciate the invite. I had to do last minute bargain with my wife and hit me up. I'm here. I made the trade. So
I'll keep it a shorter episode. I feel like an hour or so. Okay? Keep you away for too long. But the reason you came up in my mind when I was going through it, I was like, I see what's happening right now because I'm going to go through the 3 different systems 2024. And I see the stuff for PlayStation right now. It is interesting, and so much so that I wanted to bring you in because you seem like you're in the midst of that, and then kind of discuss their 2024 a bit and some of their first party stuff. So, and I saw you were talking about the Switch as well, and I wanted to see what your take was on the new system that we all expect to launch this
here, of course. Oh, when's Michael come back? Sean,
So we're probably gonna be back, at least by the 21st. When we go on break, like after Christmas, our fans hate it, but we always take a lot of time. We're in no rush to come back, so.
Okay, there you go, 21st, okay. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. We have Josie Woe with us, Josie.
Yep, happy to be back.
Good to have Josie back. OJ's here, hold up the pre-show.
It's a lot of fun pre-show, interesting stuff that happens. So thanks for everybody that came off the pre-show, appreciate it.
And we got Blake here. Blake is joining us right off the podcast, not jumping in midway through randomly or something.
No, yeah, I'm a free woman right now. Yeah, hello, happy New Year, everyone. Also, chat, I need recommendations. I'm trying to name my canon monk. Give me character names in chat, please, and thank you. Yes, I'm making another character that I don't need, but give me names.
I just watched the documentary on who's that guy, Rifle. So that reminded me. Yeah, it was very good. They came up with the game from Mars.
Okay, yeah.
It was really
I can't believe that game is still this popular. I remember it back in like 2006, 2007. I
Bro,
still.
I'll tell you what.
That's crazy.
You just told me in the year World War 2024 that we have like 5 different versions of WoW and like millions of players on each one. I wouldn't have believed you. But as far as retail goes, like the most current, iteration of the expansion, I think it's kind of a product back because it was on its last legs and no one really wanted to play it.
And then we have Evan's here. He's back in this land party.
Yeah.
We call him good. Like I said, tonight we're going to be going through 2024 for the different platform holders, and then next week we'll do like a more full-fledged episode with everyone else here because they had some stories from over the break, and I wanted to get MPG's back on to play a bunch of games, so some stuff will go over there. But let's just get right into the new year that we're in currently, 2024. We're going to go through Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft. All three of them are quite a bit to go over, but I think I'm going to start right away with Sony because this is all over my timeline. I'm not necessarily used to it with Sony and some of their first party stuff. Usually it's like Xbox and then Nintendo people talking about older systems. Like I said, like you guys see the Nintendo or the Street V3 where people realize that Mario and Peach and Luigi were in there?
Yeah.
I thought that was common knowledge. And this is kind of on me because I feel like that's the way for everything, and that's why I get in trouble when I tell people what happened at the end of the Conquest Center Disc 1. I just assume everyone knows. True. Yeah, and they got Mario and Luigi and Peach. That's just it shows you know that?
No, I didn't know.
Oh wow, okay. See, this is good. We got the younger generation here just educating us.
I'm like one of the most popular, I think, games. It was always being rented out at Blockbuster, and that's the only way my parents would let us play it because they didn't have money for it. So you could rent it for like $3 for the weekend. And bro, whenever it was available, picking that up, it was so much fun.
Well, that usually was what I'm used to seeing random stuff like that, but in this case, it's all about Sony's their first party stuff because this has come up. Sean's mentioned it, Nate's mentioned it, and we did ask it here and there. I'm going over to Sony right now, their first party stuff, but they did release a trailer. They put a website post up, and they went over actually quite a few games this year. They were all 2024 titles. We're gonna get to the theme here as we go through the Final Fantasy Rebirth. Rebirth is the big focus, and that's out in a month and 3 weeks or so. It's right at the end of February. So that's obviously a big push for them now. Since Square Enix put the game out. But for PSI specific games, Silent Hill 2, Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin, Grand Blue, Fantasy Relink, and Phone Stores. Third party wise, it'll be on other platforms, Know Your Solid, Delta, Dragon's Dogma 2, 10 to 8, like Dragon Infinite Wealth. And when it comes to first party, or Sony owned IPs, I'm saying that one specific title, Last of Part 2 Remastered, Concord, and Helldivers 2. I mentioned that because Helldivers 2, while that IP is owned by Sony since they publish it, it is made by Arrowhead. So they're not owned by Sony at this. I say at this time because I guess if this one does well, maybe Sony scoops them up. But the common theme here is
last year they did Spider-Man 2, and they did Horizon Call Mountain, and that was it, unless I'm missing one, I think that was it. And this year it's looking a little empty. I don't know, it's very weird, because I think the point's been brought up, BJ, I think you brought some too, that Sony isn't necessarily one to announce a game and then it comes out for 4 months.
Yeah, no, it's not happening.
If we're in January right now, it's this is an interesting time for Sony. I think I might have a reason why this is, but I'm curious, BJ, what your take is on the current schedule they have in front of us.
It's weird. I think every console has down years. You know, that's normal. At least one in the generation, where you just don't have that many games to put out. But this year is looking barren. And last year was only, as you said, Spider-Man 2 and Call of the Mountain, which was really bad. I won that. It was designed.
Yeah, like it was like climbing. That's what I said. I thought the boat was cool, like the first time you did it, and I was kind of like.
You have an IP like Horizon. You make it into a VR game and you make the player climb. It's like 80% of the time. That makes no sense. But yeah, it's just weird to have a dry season for your console. Essentially, what would be 2 years in a row. Because if you don't have anything announced now, I don't really believe you're gonna release something in the same year that you never even announced it. You know, that's not something they've really done in the past. Others have done it, but not PlayStation, so I don't believe they're suddenly going to start doing that. So I think it's entirely possible we get through this whole year again and no first party exclusives from, you know, any of the first party studios or anything like that. I would be shocked.
That's I mean, there's obviously stuff to play as they went over this, but I get the idea of some of these first party studios, like they're like the Sucker Punch, the obviously Naughty Dog who's been through the ringer recently, and Last of Us Part 2 Remastered is coming up, but I don't know if that's moving the needle for most people. I'll say most people. The survival, the separate mode they had was kind of cool, but it's not a brand new title. So I kind of wonder if the stuff going on behind the scenes right now with Sony when it comes to the live service and then a bit of a U-turn and cancellation of things like Factions 2 is not put them in a position where there's sort of this gap behind the scenes that we're not necessarily privy to, where they're just trying to fill it in with these third-party games right now.
Yeah, and suddenly people are changing the narrative that, you know, it doesn't matter whether it's first party or third party, but that was never the case before. There was always the emphasis on, you know, the first party games coming from those development teams. So I don't know why people are kind of switching up now. You know, you would think that they would have learned the lesson not to depend on, you know, just mainly third parties. You know, third parties, you know, with so many acquisitions happening, you could completely lose your, you know, your supply where you're getting your games from. And, you know, trying to just lean on third parties only.
It kind of reminds me of the PS2 generation somewhat. There were times where Sony was still trying to get their studios together and figure it all out. That generation, you just had all these third-party games come in and they decided to scoop up and put just on the PS2 at that time, whether it's the Metal Gear Solids or the Final Fantasies. It's kind of like, with 20-some-odd years now, it's kind of circling back around here with them and just in a precarious position. Concord?
I guess, and we don't even really know what the hell that is.
They describe it as a PvP multiplayer game, but we have like
When is it?
We have to go on. When? I would assume that's, gosh, I want to say that's the first half of this year, but if it is, then they wouldn't have much for the second half, so that might, I have to say that might be their, like, their third quarter game next year for the side like that. I don't know.
I think they just have to listen. I think they don't have to hold that L, right? Suck it up and accept that they're probably not going to have any games and recover next year. You had 2 years of downtime, which is really bad. That's really bad. Like from a fan, from any perspective. If that's what you got to do, these games take longer and longer to develop. So think they just, work really great. So, go ahead and hold it out, and we'll see y'all in 2025, I guess.
When is Xbox next game coming out?
Their next game, it's the next like big game that would be like okay, probably hopefully I think it's hopefully too.
That's not confirmed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. One, so I think the expectation is then, right, for a game to come out every quarter, essentially, at least one,
Right.
right? Okay. And we don't have, obviously, live service facing away from that, so you're not gonna have free playability as strong, live service versus a single player. So, I mean, if we're saying, believe me, I'm like so far removed from kind of gaming as a whole. My whole picture is, if PlayStation is taking an L for not having a game this quarter too, does that mean Xbox is taking an L technically every quarter for however many months now?
Well, I think
Outside of having Game Pass?
well they finished up with last year. They last year now, but
Starfield.
with Starfield and Forza, and then technically start of the year they had like Hi-Fi Rush, which has
Sci-fi exclusive.
released for
I've heard it's really good.
it is now, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But I think with Microsoft, and we're gonna get to them a bit later, I think this year is gonna start to set up their picture, kind of their roadmap, their strategy.
I would like to know one.
Yeah, so I think we'll see more from them when it comes to their release lineup here soon, because they do have an event that basically been thrown around now, but it's in a week and a half. So
We forgot a game from Sony. The
Who we got?
Celebrate, that's coming out 2024. And they are now, they actually took over and publishing it. So that game is only coming to PS5.
I think that was you have to see what I feel like that was kind of a reaction to the stuff that's going on right now behind the scenes with them with the live service pivot or games being pushed back, canceled shelves, what have you. I feel like that kind of reacts to that game disappeared for a while and it came back and it's like, okay, Sony publishing, they're funding, they're working with us on this. And we heard reports before that Sony was going to start being more aggressive and look around for games they can bring in. So I think Stellar Blade I think that is a good pickup for them to just put in the calendar year as and not stop yet. But I want to see what, like for example, Sucker Punch is doing. God, I think they have a ton of potential. Remember the game goes to Tsushima, what, $60 some odd $1 billion? That would be, I mean, that would be triple that.
Well, we're getting a sequel, right? Right?
That's what
We got this.
Yeah.
That's a new game.
Yeah.
I heard with Stellar Blade, there's some issues with the combat and some of the things that people they keep on delaying, but they need to get, I can look at the first trailer. I play a lot of games with Bayonetta and DMC and stuff like that, and it didn't get anywhere near as refined as those games, so they needed to spend a bit more time refining that game so it should be better. And it's up to the expectations of what people see with that type of game, So it's good that they took some extra time. I don't think the game would have been as good if they released it, as it was intended to be released, like on everything, the extra time so that helped with that game.
Yeah, they
Surprised I learned it. Yeah, I didn't realize it first, but that's not even coming to PC immediately. I think it's literally just PS5 only. And I'm pretty sure because I was looking for confirmation that there's a PC version, unless I'm mistaken. And because I think because Team Ninja and Neo 1 and Neo 2 did the same thing. They were on PS5 first, and then they went to PC until a year later. So they even seem to have that game, not even going to PC. And personally, I'm not like super excited about that game. It looks okay, but I think it's essentially Neo 4. It's just that's how I feel.
Yeah,
Neo 3 was full on.
Right, yeah. And I like your mind the road, and I do kind of go, I want to see those Tsushima too.
Do you have a release date for Rise of Order? Yes.
It's March 22nd.
I think people said it's the same release date as Dragon's Dogma too.
Oh, is it? Oh,
it might be.
No.
That's tough.
I'm a bit more interested in Rise of
It is.
Dragon's
It's the same day.
Yeah, this
good game. I'll probably get both, but I'm not like very sure what I think would be more interesting to play first.
So, here's another question, okay? So, if Sony doesn't have, say, a big game for this year, would it be enough if they just said, let's show them what we're doing for the next 3 or 4 years? We're gonna have a big presentation, here to show you, here's the game. They're not really good. They got you. Well, I feel like it's been a little while since we had
Nothing like consequence that matters that people care about.
Well, I mean, it's funny, so you know we kind of already have that anyway.
Yeah.
But we don't know, like, from most of the studios, we still like Blue Point, Sucker Punch, the London studio, Team of so we most of the
I said the soccer coach for a second there. I thought you said the soccer coach.
Oh. Even, yeah, like, most of them we don't know, because even Santa Monica, they just, they Valhalla, but we know they were working with something else behind that, so most of them we actually don't know what they're doing anymore. It's like, yeah, if you actually did do like this whole blowout and said, okay, this is all a bunch of our first party stuff, comic people might give you a little forgiveness. I think that would probably work.
The show is coming at this point, because it sounds weird, we're 3 years into the generation, so we're almost halfway done the generation already, and people say it doesn't feel like the generation's really, like, started. So, maybe you just go, here's the second half, boom, here's some awesome games we got coming up from these top tier studios. I feel like people at least have that. How many times did they show Spider-Man E3? I feel like they showed it at least twice. Like, I think it closed out twice or something.
So how do you space out announcements like that though? Do you do it all at once, so you know about everything, so there's no surprises, or do you leave some out? Like, how do you gauge that though? Because I know, like, normally the opinion is don't show us games if it's not coming out in the next 12 months. So how does that change? How do you gauge that?
I mean, you like to see it sooner rather than later, so you know what to expect.
I'm okay, I would probably be, depending on what it is, I'd probably be okay with 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah, I think right now, if Naughty Dog is ready to show that like you can give a sense of what it is, I think that's the studio summer. It's like Naughty Dog's been going through. Let's get them out in front, show them what they're working on, so people remember.
Well, Naughty Dog are doing something different because they basically just, told people, hey, we told you it was coming for a while now, and also it's not. I feel like if anybody, it should be Naughty Dog, but as far as like all the other developers, I mean, how has the fallback really been on Insomniac for their stuff unintentionally being announced?
Oh, like Wolverine is it's hard to tell because people are like taking these alpha, not free alpha, and acting like it's the full game, and it's hey, sometimes Twitter's Twitter, what else next is next? I don't know. It's there's a lot of armchair developers online, whatever. These people make MVG laugh without realizing they laugh. It's and honestly, Wolverine is very, very early to tell anything from it based on the stuff that's being shared. And I think it's just a lot of sympathy, obviously, for Insomniac and what they've gone through with it. And Wolverine's still apparently 2026, so there's still years out for that anyway. And the stuff we're looking at is 3 years too early anyway. So I think Insomniac's they're gonna have to done apparently next year. So
I feel like this whole generation though, we've been like waiting for these consoles to like get started, like over and over, like this is the year, and I just feel like it hasn't really hit yet. I don't know. But
You're not wrong, Josie. I felt like this before they even came out. People crucified me for it, so yeah, they vindicated everything.
that's just my kind of delay on the box.
it just feels like everything's getting so big that it's like they're prioritizing. Like I guess it's obviously better to prioritize quality for quantity, but at the same time, it's like everything is so big and massive, and they want this next thing to be the game you play for years that like nothing actually comes out. And these consoles don't have a lot of momentum. Like I love both of them. I love my PS5 and Xbox Series S for a second, but like
Yeah, you should not love your Xbox Series S.
it's chill. I like my Series S actually. I love it.
Well, if you have a bunch of selection, like
Game Pass is great for Series S.
yeah, for sure. I mean, you're gonna have Yeah, that's fucking silly.
Serious ass, what's your issue? What's your beef with that?
It's all digital.
What's it going? You know how it goes if you leave a stack of games around.
Now you're a physical crusader.
This.
Well, of course, Switch stuff is.
The option for physical, that's what I like. I play digital games. Like I play digital games, but removing the option is to me not good. Having the option is better for digital people and also for physical people. But if the companies are allowed to just only do digital, that's not good for consumers. And you guys will find out. Whatever it is inside, you will find out. It's a basic econ. You gotta have
I
it.
agree with you. I'm just saying, so this is a console I bought for $200 broke in college. Why would I get that? Or why would I not get that and buy the $500 one if I can eat
I'm not telling you.
out of it? You know what I mean? Like,
I understand.
what?
I understand why that's like extra.
That's like already removing all of the
Yeah.
pockets of everything, man. It's over. Y'all lost the fight, bro. Sorry.
I don't know. We'll see about that.
Just go in there and start stocking games and all that.
Hey, look, we'll see. And I hope when it's all digital and they just start charging whatever and all that, I hope you guys are happy.
I mean, it's gonna be the exact same thing as we're seeing with streaming services right now. Like, they seem to forget why people don't want to pay for cable. And all of a sudden now we're paying 15 here, oh, never mind, it's gonna be 17 here, times like 4 or 5 better streaming services or something. So yeah. Oh, no, not me, but I will say like the S makes sense because you have the physical option. So if it was the only option, yeah, I get that. But because she has a choice, hey bro, are you gonna pay for her college tuition?
Yeah, it's a couple thousand a day.
Come on,
Yes.
get the
First of all, college is a waste of time. You know I got my degree, it's a waste of time.
Oh, don't put it to the kids.
The rest of my life is wasted.
Stay in school.
Also, I have like, I got two students. Okay, I got two. So, yeah, no, those
Two is overkill.
It was easy though. Back then, you could stack and you could solve the communication, like you only get like 3 or 4 classes on.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're both. But anyway,
You're talking right now, are you too?
that's just interacting.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, yes, but they extremely, YouTube wasn't around like this.
You work out all the time, right?
There was no YouTube and all this, so it wasn't like the same, you know?
It was like a year. When did you come around?
It was 2007, 5.
I think it was when I was leaving high school and Newground was like still a thing.
I graduated in 2009. That's my age. So it was YouTube was really like much.
Bro, you just gave your whole shtick, what good job?
I'm also like managers who play the
Oh,
in my 40s. In my 30s. In my 30s.
The Lord with the 18-year-olds.
Yeah, I'm not even-
Wow.
Which Sony studio does everyone want to see the most who hasn't said anything in a while? Okay. This is new IP, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a new IP, and it's like they've been just quiet as I feel, along with Sucker Punch. I guess it's a mystery.
Yeah, but there's holiday cards now. Right?
Yes.
What do you think of it? Is there anyone that's just kind of hanging out? Somebody you want to see what they have?
I watched these other bikes on Happy Accident. Outside of that, I mean, like whatever they bring out, like the Naughty Dog, I love to see what they're doing next. They said they have a whole new single player game. So I always get,
I think they're kind of doing a fantasy.
yeah, I'd be down for that. I used to be all done.
Y'all think that's what's coming next? Like immediately next?
For them, for Naughty Dog, I kind of feel like they're doing their new IP. I kind of think they pull people off Last of Us and they're like, let's go.
I feel like they're so good last of us. I felt like they were, after what happened and stuff like that, stuff got shaken for them. I felt like they retreated back to exactly what they know. Let's go to the Last of Us and get some 90s and make some money. I think they went back to what they were doing.
Okay, so you think Last of Us
Part 3 is up before
Yes.
okay.
Anyway, yeah.
No, I was gonna say we're media molecule.
Well, okay, you know what?
We'll make that. I wanna go,
Redemption.
there's some minutes.
What about the group was Rick almost said house party?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they were, I can see that, right, so.
I'm gonna say Team Asobi, because if Sony puts them on a VR thing again, my gosh. It's gotta be a 3D platform with a budget behind it. Yeah, I can't believe Sony isn't looking at Astrobot like this could be a legit mascot for us as like all ages. It's the same theme as the PlayStation 5. And for me, it makes a lot of sense to put a budget behind it. And honestly, with Team Asobi, they can probably make a pretty good 3D platform with that Ghost of Tsushima $60 or $70 million budget.
You just said give them $60 million for the Astrobot game.
Yeah.
Never stop.
Hey, inflation.
Give it a multiplayer feature? Make it like party animals or something?
I think there's a lot of potential with Astrobot, but they're not debuting.
But yeah, I've seen that. You don't need that much bigger 3D, but I need a 3D platform.
Like a really good one.
Like people were hyping like Little Big Planet to be, the last place. I was there at one point, and I'm like, this thing sucks. Get them out of here. Astrobot, I think, fits perfectly. It's literally like a cartoon of the PS5, essentially.
Exactly.
It's perfect for it.
How much was the Ratchet Clank budget? Wasn't that like 80 million or something like that? Yeah.
Oh, just like overscaled.
It was 2 days later.
82.
See, I'm trying to save that money, right? I'm trying to save 22 million on this thing.
I get that. I mean, like, Ratchet Clank is proven and it's been around, Astrobot is not.
Hey, all I know is Astro's Playroom is going to go on to be the best-selling 3D platform of all time. That's all I know.
That is stupid.
All I know. Hey, people out here playing the Wii Sports numbers, you know what?
Well, I was gonna say, isn't it just a Wii Sports situation? It just comes with the console, so.
Yes.
Allow me to look up the best-selling games of all time, because I guarantee Wii Sports is in the top 5.
Is it a bigger game?
Yeah, I mean, I can't hold run.
I mean, everything that pre-installed software is pretty, because like Wii Sports is a separate disc, and it's sold separately in Japan, it was never packaged with Wii.
I've heard.
You can
It was not packaged.
Yeah,
You had to buy it separately.
It's digitally packaged. You have to download it.
Can you buy it?
Yeah, it's free. That's it. It's
Okay, so
free.
you can't.
Zero.
Yeah, you
Zero
can't.
and a star next to it.
So Face Raiders from the 3DS, that's one of the best selling games of all time, right? It's packaged with the 3DS. Face Raiders, 75 million copies of Face Raiders.
Hey, Astro's doing big things. Time to get the platform. Time to put them on things. Need the respect. Get them off that VR headset. They show up with a VR Astro game. My gosh.
They just lost a VR company because it's not working.
Yeah, unfortunately, that developer did go under. Well, they're dissolving.
First contact.
Soon. Yeah, they said it. Hey, there's not enough support. In the VR sector, we're out. I was like, oh.
It was kind of funny because they said, there's not enough support in the VR sector, but their game was also broken.
I mean, that probably didn't help things either. Yes.
Yeah, so it's like, you can help the cause right there. So.
Like I said, PS5 Pro. It's I'm telling people now we're apparently it's not getting announced at CES. So there you go. But it seems like it's set for the holiday 2024. I don't really know what they're going to do to market it other than it just plays 4K better. It's PS5 Pro, but of course it's shiny and I'll buy it. So there you go. That's it. It's got Pro on the end, but. Any idea? Anyone got an idea on pricing? Anything for that as we go towards? I mean, it's gonna be a full third-party year for the most part, with some other first-party games in there. But I mean, they could probably say, hey, a lot of these games play significantly better, and if they set it up correctly for GTA 6 in 2025, it seems like it'll probably do well with the enthusiast crowd.
It's going to be more than what it is now.
How much was the PS4 Pro to PS4 when that came out?
400 versus, I wait, no, the PS4 Pro was 400. They got that at 400, I remember that. And I think they also introduced the PS4 Slim at that time.
They dropped the price for the,
Yes.
yeah, the base version after the,
Yep, and then I think they pushed a patch for HDR and stuff for the original PS4 that they weren't selling then.
So I'm gonna guess $5.99 for that.
Okay. Okay. I mean, 500, yeah.
Yeah, just $100 more. With inflation and
Are you guys gonna buy it?
yeah, I'll buy it.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna make videos on it, so we attack it. Yeah.
I'll write that thing
Alright, then you guys hear it first, Chad. This is attack round, okay?
I don't know what they would, that $600 price point, you know, from the stuff of nightmares, that's bad history. It's bad. I don't want that on you.
It's gonna be 600 and it won't have the disc drive attached at the bottom.
Go $549.
Yeah, $50 more, I mean, they might push that, right? If people try to upgrade. But I don't know, that just, if they did $100 more for the PS4, and like, the economy now is, in terms of inflation, it's even worse.
But yeah, I'm buying it too.
Yeah,
I'm team,
that's
I'm
what
gonna buy with shiny stuff.
It could be $549. Could be $549, that would be a very attractive price. If they did $549, that would be super attractive.
I think it would still, I kind of feel like it would still not have that disc drive that we have to buy it separately if you want.
That's something, that would be terrible.
I kind of think that's the way they do it. Yeah, I get the disc drive. I mean, if I was already in at 600 and now it's 549 and you gotta get like the $80 drive.
Oh, you gotta buy it. No, I don't want a separate disc drive, I just want the disc drive in there.
Well, you attach it. It's,
Yeah, I don't want it,
you can,
I don't want to go. I just want
it's top the side.
It costs somebody nothing to put a Blu-ray drive. They own the technology.
Then they have SKUs all over the place. You got like 449, you got 500, 549, 600.
Oh, give me one SKU.
Nobody cares.
Give me one SKU for $5.99, I'm in.
So is it gonna cut down load times by like a second?
It'll probably make, for example, when games like Final Fantasy 16 are played on the PS5, they drop resolution to accommodate frame rate or vice versa. It'll probably just be, it does it better.
That's probably the best it'll do. It'll make Final Fantasy 16 actually run at the full 60 and not 45 when you're roaming around and 60 when you're fighting.
Market the PS5 as being able to run things at 60 though? It's not like they marketed it at.
They said 120.
Oh, that's
It's up to that, though. That doesn't mean every game, it just means it's up to that.
Oh.
To be fair, they did put 8K on it.
8K. There was technically one game that could run an 8K, but it
No, the Taurus, right?
I don't remember, but
Yeah,
The Taurus,
they put it on the box. One game.
It's 8K on the Taurus, you can run it in 8K.
I think they probably put that on there because the HDMI classification was high enough to be able to output 8K. And maybe they figured someday streaming and Comcast will play along and why you do that. I don't know. We'll see. But that's Sony in 2024. It's going to be interesting. We'll see how that goes. I'm just looking for their big showcase. February, March. I don't know.
Have it come out with like a special edition. Give people something beyond the minimal specs. Like have it be something cool looking. I think that'll work.
The PS5 Pro.
Mm-hmm.
It's not gonna look like it's gonna look like the PS5 now, but it's gonna have the other like it's gonna like the double
Ridge
screen.
configuration.
Yeah, that one.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Hate it.
I really like the PS4 Pro, I thought it was good.
Yeah, no, the PS4 Pro is fine. It's just, mine sounded like it was trying to take off in outer space.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, it was crazy. But
Outside of that, like in terms of like what it would do, like even if you look at the new what was that Prince of Persia game, that runs at 4K 60 on the PS4 Pro.
How is the jump in technology though between the PS4 the Pro and the PS5?
The PS4 Pro is interesting because they were with AMD while AMD was developing that chip at the time, and they technically had the technology before AMD put it into their video cards. The problem was they had to still work with the Jaguar cores, and it was like you had this little Intel CPU, and it's like, okay, here's the 4090 on top of it, kind of thing. There's like this massive GPU on it. So I mean, for some games, it definitely was a massive improvement. You had the 60 FPS toggle and that sort of thing. So, but it's I think it's just going to be a system that enthusiasts will pick up and probably capture 10% of the install base, and they'll be fine with it.
How much is the normal PS5? It's like 500?
450 or 500, depending on if you have the disk drive enabled or not.
Okay. Yeah, I think they'll go up $100.
550. That makes sense. Let's move over to Nintendo. We had a prediction that came out from Dr. Sirkin Toto. Was it Kantan Games, I think, is his publication or company that he's part of there, and he put out what I would say is a pretty safe prediction. I feel like I've seen this a million times, and we've definitely talked about this before in previous podcasts, but the idea being a Switch is the new system will still be an iterative version of the current Switch, kind of an upgrade, if you will, the Switch Pro, and it coming in at $400 as opposed to $500. I guess the 600. To me, when I heard that, I was like, yeah, that's about right. That was kind of headlines everywhere for this thing. I do want to mention though, Dr. Sirkin Toto is also the person over the last 3 years who's been saying that Switch Pro is coming out that year. Just saying. So, yeah, well, it's I was saying darts and dartboard and stuff. It's kind of like, okay, this is the year. This is the year. He did mention though the PS or the Switch Pro was almost a thing, but then Nintendo pulled the dev kits back, and the funny thing about that is no one's ever going to believe him with that because it sounds like, okay, all those times were wrong. That's because Nintendo came and got the dev kits and took them back, but it wasn't going to be a thing. The funniest thing is, that's the actual story. And no one's going to believe it. I'll tell you, that is the actual story that happened. So, there you go. But Nintendo apparently iterative on the Switch, more powerful, I guess. Maybe some wrinkle in there. Is that what everyone wants? Move?
I mean, the saying is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I don't think anybody's gonna be mad if you improve it.
Yeah, I think they're gonna throw some weird stuff in there that just nobody really wants, but they do every generation. It's gonna be some random thing that hopefully doesn't affect gameplay too bad.
Better online experience would be great. I mean, I'm asking for minimal improvement here. I'm not asking for the world. Just a little better online experience. Yeah, and slightly powerful. We're not asking for anything too crazy. We know that's not what Nintendo does. But I think the rumors were it would be on par with the PS4. So yeah, that same concept as a Switch, I'm fine with that. I don't need nothing too drastically different.
I think it's going to be hard to gauge the new system because it's going to use little tricks and stuff from NVIDIA to be at the raw power via PS4, I guess you could say a Steam Deck, but then be able to leverage things like DLSS as an example, ways to cut down on load time. So I think it's going to be a pretty big focus for Nintendo are the load times. I remember Nate mentioned that, and he kind of doubled down on it again. I feel like kind of the jump we had from the PS4 or the Xbox One to the Series and the PS5 where, you don't really think about load screens anymore now when you play it on those systems. I think it's going to be something similar for Nintendo's next system, where they work that out.
Unless you're playing Starfield, definitely thinking about
But most of the other games, yes. The load time will be mostly eliminated. I was trying to figure out the wrinkle that Nintendo would throw in there because it does feel like Nintendo's time to do something kind of weird with it, but maybe they're just thinking that, it works. We're going to sell another 130 million or so by making it all better. And yeah, that's all I really want. I picked up the Switch OLED, it's like just shiny thing.
It's also, if it's backwards, it would be incredibly not smart to not make it backwards compatible, but the fact that we're also, this is gonna be the first time in how long that we're gonna have a system that we can can, easily switch in between and you're not punished for not having the new system. So, I don't know, it worked well for the Wii to GameCube and then the Wii U to the Wii. But I'll tell you what, man, I think, I don't know, I do agree with Josie, there's always gonna be some new thing that they're probably gonna add, maybe they'll have really like cheap camera again. And
That's what I'm thinking, like AR.
yeah, just something, but I think for the most part, I hope for me that whatever it is, and I know it obviously comes down to each team and how dedicated they are to try to make it work, just something that is powerful enough to not just be noticeable for the player, but also easier for the new like devs that are trying to port things over to the Switch, make it more doable, versus something that is probably just too cumbersome to even try, so they just throw on a lazy port and then call it a day, and then people buy it and they're like, why the heck did I buy this? This doesn't even run. So
Camera on the Switch, like a front-facing one.
Like I think like it too.
Bezel?
Yeah.
I see what happens with these PS5 controllers. People leave these microphones on when they go.
Yeah. I think they're gonna do like the notch, like on the iPhone. Like random little camera just in the middle of it.
Okay.
I can see them doing like some type of like camera thing.
Some AR stuff. I feel
Yeah,
like
for the Wii U, and that was freaking hilarious playing those games.
yeah, 3DS. Like it's just it makes sense.
The Joy-Con
We
has
might not need that improved out online.
the Joy-Con has a little AR camera thingy on it.
Put the little have
Yeah,
sound come through the Joy-Cons.
The only time I really used the IR was like used for Labo, right? That was fine. But the only time I really remember using it in a game, I think was Resident Evil and the Revelations, and to reload you would cover up the IR sensor.
Okay.
So you would like shoot it, you go like that, and it would reload your gun. That's the only time I really remember using it that much.
I just use too much.
That's all I remember using it for. I was in Labo.
Well, the first party that came over, Trombone Jam. That was
Oh,
still
gosh.
IR.
Well, that 1-2 switch, that was a whole thing at the Nintendo event when they were trying to get people to do it. And there was like, look, you can detect it, and then like next to them while they're explaining it, people are there like milking a cow, staring at each other all the time.
Nice.
Weird
Nice.
situation, but
Eye contact is important.
yeah, like make sure you're looking at them. Okay.
So you use like the AR and Ring Fit for your pulse. That was kind of really cool.
That is true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, those are the kind of things I wouldn't necessarily miss if they left them behind. It was okay. But that's the kind of weird thing I'm envisioning on this. Where would they put the IR port kind of thing? So I don't know. Maybe they have an LCD screen that's higher refresh rate because they feel like they can get that higher frame rate handheld mode. But I'm trying to think of anything else. I feel like this is
They
just
wouldn't launch
digitally.
with they wouldn't launch with OLED, would they? They probably wouldn't.
This is.
I don't like it.
If they wanted to incrementally upgrade it later on, like they normally do.
You know what's funny? You mentioned that. When the PS5 got unveiled, I had no idea they were going to do two different versions of it, one digital, one physical. I always wonder if that's the same kind of situation that could happen here. We go into the new Switch unveiling, and it's like, here's an OLED, here's an LCD. The OLED was more expensive, but
You wouldn't think they'd just come up with an LCD later on? Like they did with the OLED?
You mean OLED later on?
OLED,
yeah.
probably.
Or, who knows? Maybe their big jump is the Switch Lite gets an OLED model next year. that's the big thing.
They want everybody to get to.
That's what I'm saying, I mean, apparently that's the strat, right? You make an incremental upgrade, even if you don't really
Yeah.
necessarily, I say you don't necessarily need it, but I really feel like the OLED has been a night and day difference, especially if you are.
Yeah. The OLED is it is nice.
It's fantastic, yeah.
It is. And okay, so well, if that's the case, what do you think they call the thing?
Super Switch. I don't think we're gonna Switch 2. I think Switch 2 is too like it makes too much sense. You know what I mean? Nintendo's gonna do something crazy here.
So they're not reverse. They're not gonna call it Switch. It's gonna be called something cool. Just look at how they named the Switch. They could have done something crazy with the Switch OLED or the Switch Lite. They just used that as the most force. They just called it a straight up Switch OLED.
I don't
So if they wanted to make things crazy, they would have done it.
How are you gonna say like we know what they're gonna say though, because would anybody have guessed Wii U?
Yeah, the people who made Wii U are no longer making.
Or would you have guessed DSi?
Nintendo has like a
No, people that made those systems are no longer
And Nintendo usually names their console after whatever the new special function of it is, right? So whatever that's gonna be. Yeah,
Oh no.
yeah. pretty much whatever that's gonna be, they're gonna find some clever name for it. And that's gonna differentiate it.
The Switch Shutter.
The Switch U. Oh man.
But wouldn't naming it Switch again though be the same issue that they had with the Wii and Wii U? That could still be kind of risky.
I
I don't think so, because it was the marketing itself that was the problem. It was like the way that they revealed it, people didn't know that it was a new system. When they first revealed it,
They only ever showed the controller, never the console.
Yeah.
They showed the console, but it was such a quick, it was barely even anything, like in that
And it was
first one
bland.
that they showed, it's not showing enough, so
I
you thought it was an
think-
add-on.
I think it would be less confusing than what we get right now, with like the Xbox S and X. Why is there no E? Why is there no Xbox E? Just make it Xbox X.
Xbox what?
You know like how Tesla does their Tesla models are sexy? Just make it,
You actually said that.
yeah, yeah.
I think this for us.
No, they're cowards. We need to
Lean into the Xbox Triple X next gen.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
You got X hamsters built in, is that what you're trying to say? What's going on?
Oh, wow.
So we have, alright, let's see, the new Nintendo Switch, the Super Switch. What did I miss? I think that's
Switcheroo.
Switcheroo. The Nintendo Switch with two eyes. I like that one.
I really think it's gonna be something like super laid back and
The swap.
Nintendo Switch Super. I think it's
Switch
gonna be
Super, Switch Plus.
The Super Nintendo Switch is the easy one, or Super Switch. That's the easy one. But it is, I don't know, that still also kind of sounds a little.
What if they,
Well,
Yeah,
They
it's just like
like
OLED. It's just like, I mean, like they reused the name that they already did once before, but like.
wasn't like Revolution like the code name for the GameCube or something like that? I always like that as
Oh,
for a
you know,
real game
was
show.
it, what was it?
It was Dolphin.
Was it Dolphin? It was Dolphin.
Okay, so Revolution. Yeah, I like that name. It was weird when they showed up and said we, and the media crushed them for that.
Oh,
It was crazy.
We would like to play.
That's what they like. They were like, the Revolution. This sounds
Okay,
sick.
well,
This is
you know
gonna be
what?
all this is a revolution. This is the Wii. It's like, what are you doing?
Short, sweet, to the point. Wi-Fi was new. People call it Wi-Fi. Come on.
We didn't know what it meant. We were like, I don't know what that means.
The thing with that though, quick, is like the reason why it didn't blow up in their face because the marketing campaign was really good. Like,
Mainstream one.
Yeah, like if the marketing campaign was bad, it could have blown up in their face. They actually had a good marketing campaign.
Right, I know. That's the whole point. When people say like, "Oh, marketing teams are so oversaturated," it's like, no, you don't understand. Like, you have to be on it with marketing. I think, still to this day, that is honestly why Breath of the Wild sold as much as it did, is because the marketing for the Switch in total, plus Zelda's phenomenal marketing team. That's the only reason why we're seeing Tears of the Kingdom even do the numbers it's doing now, is because of how solid that marketing campaign was.
How many copies do you think oversold of the Wii? All that for machines though.
I mean, it's over, man. You never know.
And like, literally, I feel like half the Wii like install base is still active in like like retirement homes and stuff, and they're still playing.
Soccer moms and old ladies and.
When
We play like dance.
Yeah.
You play Wii, okay.
Like literally, I was home for like 2 weeks, and every time me and my friends hung out, they were like, "Yo, we have Wii boxing," and we just boxed. It was really fun.
Yeah.
The Wii came out in 2006, so the Wii is almost, I mean, it's just about retro then, right? What do you consider retro?
That was 15 years, right?
Okay.
Because they said Xbox 360 is now retro.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap for us. We old as dust.
That's why Josie keeps us in perspective here.
I got a 12-year-old daughter, she called me corny. So I mean, like,
It does bother me
That's
when
your
I like
phone. You use that word.
when I like come in contact with people whose first console was like the PS3 and 360. I'm like, oh, don't talk to me.
I don't know,
Keep her mouth
Josie.
shut, actually. I don't know.
What was Josie's first system though?
It's the Wii, or the PS2, actually.
okay,
I can tolerate that. I can tolerate that.
And it was Tekken. That was your first one.
It was Tekken. PS2 and Tekken. weekend.
That was a vibe.
Yeah, that's a super vibe, actually. Tekken on PS2 was phenomenal.
I want to give a shout out to John O, who donated $100 in the chat. Shout out to John O, saying, happy to, I actually blew up John O's image here on StreamYard, and I'm now realizing that he was like a competitor on stage here. So I saw him in person.
Where is your shirt,
This
son?
dude is big. He's a big
Where
guy.
is your shirt?
Happy New Year, everyone. I vote click games while consideration now. I'm waiting for that Xbox Series E. I hope everyone fared well through the holidays and cheers a healthy and prosperous 24 for all. Be sure to catch all of you live more often this year. John O.
Bless you, John.
Shout out. Yeah, you gotta come out to the games again next year so people will understand, or this year, understand what I'm saying. He's a big guy.
You have to wear a shirt, though, just so you know.
No shirt. No shirt or nothing, Dave. No shirt, John.
What would you, alright, so we assume that this new system for Nintendo launching holiday? Is everyone kind of on board with the idea of that? Okay, what do you launch with? What's the launch
Metroid.
with that?
Mario.
Metroid, alright.
Donkey Kong.
Wow.
That's gonna be Donkey Kong disrespect. That's
No, Donkey Kong's dope. I
I love
agree
those
with you,
people on your
but
house.
launching it, it's gonna be Mario, right?
Bro, we get so many Marios, we don't get enough Donkey Kongs. Like I don't know what Donkey Kong feels like. It comes out every 8 years for me.
That's not right.
I think that's actually it. It's big.
Listen,
It's one on 10 years now for the last one.
I don't know how the platformer community feels. This might be blasphemous, but I feel Donkey Kong is the best platformer they have. It's better than Mario games. It's better than anything else to me, in my opinion.
I mean, I think like the core platformer fans will definitely agree with that. I've seen some people say
Got better music?
It's like Tropical Freeze.
Yeah, Tropical Freeze is like the greatest, greatest 2D platformer ever. But obviously, the more casual platformer fans are gonna be like, no, Super Mario Bros. Wonder is like the greatest thing ever, so.
I think the obvious one is the launch with Mario Kart and this 10-year drought. They've been riding this live service battle pass thing going on right now. Okay, it's time to get to the next Mario Kart, and I don't count the. I make jokes about it, but come on, the cell phone one is like. Let's get some.
The next one they launch is just gonna be all the new tracks on one card.
No, you can do Mario Kart 8 Plus. You can't do
They
that.
already did that, though.
Not again.
They already did that.
Do you think they pretty much treat the next one actually like a live service? Because it's towards the tail end of this one, that's what they've been doing.
I don't think it would be bad.
The thing people keep bringing up is they just show Mario Kart 8 and then the 8 rotates sideways and that's it.
I mean, it's going well. A live service Mario Kart, that's not like crazy, would do really well, but I think it's gonna be, maybe they kind of adapt it more like Splatoon, where it's like that, and
Yeah.
update.
Splatoon is essentially a live service.
It is,
but
it's a really well done live
It's
service.
just too bad that Splatoon 3's internet sucks, and I will never forgive Nintendo until they fix it.
They're not fixing
I think that's a lot. Is it still like
It's so bad, yeah.
It's so bad. I have DC'd in the first 3 months that I played Splatoon 3. I DC'd more in those 3 months than I did out of like 2,000 hours I played Splatoon 2. It's a try.
Yeah, I never had issues with Splatoon 2.
Yeah, so just call it Mario Kart, you can put Infinity thing on the side if you want, and then we do a Smash and just start bringing in characters from outside of Nintendo and do a whole
Yes,
collaboration.
honestly, make it the next,
Ride that thing for another 15 years.
make it the next reveal trailer excitement. You know what I mean?
They're gonna launch it with it, but I think it'll be within the first year, within the first.
We're gonna put it out, it's gonna be stupid numbers, so, there you go. They'll sell a bunch of systems, they'll make a ton of money.
The biggest thing is just make mechanics different than 8. Like, I think the anti-gravity stick is cool, but like, bro, I'm over it. And this is coming on the Wii U. I played like hundreds of hours. I played a couple hundred into the Switch era, but it's just time. Like, just give us new mechanics. And I'm not saying bring Double Dash back, because I freaking love Double Dash.
They put that as like a road, like that'd be pretty.
They could, you know?
They always use a new gimmick. Every Mario Kart game has like a new gimmick with the exception of like, I think,
What was Wii?
the GBA.
Wii was like ice.
Was online playing lights. That was like the big thing.
The body, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the online, and then the other one was like Mario Kart. I think the GBA one was pretty much like the one, but it has some new things. But
So the same as on SP? Is that basically just the same?
Yeah. It's the same thing, but there wasn't really anything too crazy about that. It was, I guess, like you can play like Super Mario Kart in the palm of your hand with better graphics.
Yeah.
This one was good. Gloves are off. There's no catch-up mechanics. Everyone actually gets random items. You get a star when you're in first place. It'd be great. That'll be so toxic.
I don't know why they don't do that more of like a browser mode, you know, like people create their custom scenarios versus just random rooms with lots of items or no items, like give people some creativity, like have it be like only certain types of gear or only bikes, or, you know.
They kind of did a little bit of that, but it wasn't exactly.
Well, clever abilities.
Like yeah, you can customize it. Believe it or not, which was terrible, which I hated about this. It came out at the very end where you can actually like customize the items in your own lobby. Like that wasn't a feature. Like I think about a year ago or so.
Oh,
and
yeah,
that made it
like
so
2
much
years.
better. Like, you can remove the stupid blue shell. You can remove the coin. You know,
mushrooms only.
Yeah, you can go mushrooms only. You can go wherever you want.
Blue shell only?
You can go blue shell only.
Something the worst. I always Google what the hell. I play Mario Kart a lot with my wife. I still can't remember what the hell those coins are for. Like,
It's
crazy.
supposed to increase your engine efficiency a little bit, but it's so minor.
All it does is piss me off when I get hit by blue shells. And also, why can't you dodge blue shells anymore? Why can't you, like, you know, you gotta be like frame perfect. You also can't dodge red shells easily anymore.
I thought it might have been a weight thing. It doesn't make you like heavier or something.
No, it makes you faster. Makes you a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's like
Just like your max speed is a little bit pushed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Down
I
to
feel like this is like all speculation that we not doing.
It's just.
No, serious.
There's probably an Excel spreadsheet out there somewhere for it. I'm sure there is. It's okay. Mario Kart. Maybe. We'll see. But it's gonna be an interesting year for Nintendo, I'd say. New Switch, holiday, maybe Donkey Kong, maybe 3D Mario.
I think Donkey Kong would come out like before the next Switch does, and for like this normal Switch.
And then you carry into.
Yeah, I think it'd be maybe like a cross-platform or something, but
I figure Metroid Prime 4 would be a cross-platform at this
Yeah.
point.
It would have to be. There's no way you could promote that at the beginning of a cycle and then only have it come out for the next one.
To me, at this point, let Retro do their thing with the new hardware. They'll get a lot out of it. I kind of want to play Metroid Prime 4 on better hardware.
I would say yes.
I'm kind of at that point.
It's gonna be like Zelda though. That's how Breath of the Wild was.
Yeah, but
That's how Twilight Princess was.
Retro's pretty good. Retro's pretty good with hardware, and I think they get a lot out of it. Ray tracing, most likely they use that, and that'd be cool. Move over to Xbox as our last company for 2024. Developer Direct coming up in a week and a half, so get excited. I don't know which studios they're going to, but I assume they're going to 4 of them. Maybe one more for a Shadow Drop. But that's something to look forward to as they work to set up 2024. The big game that I think is going to be first half, and now expectations are through the roof, is Hellblade 2, because Nate said some stuff on our Direct Xbox podcast, and got passed around a lot with their internal reviews, which people found out with Redfall that they do internal reviews, and Redfalls weren't coming out as anywhere near what Hellblade 2s are right now, and they still missed with Redfall. So Hellblade 2, they're getting mock reviews that are fairly high. It's in the 90s right now, but typically they'd still be off by average of 8 to 10 points. So it could still end up being like a mid to high 80s game, I would say Hellblade 2, but expectations through the roof. Do we think, which I feel like this is probably their first big game of the year, do we think Hellblade 2 is going to live up to any of these expectations that are now being placed in front of it?
I mean, you're essentially asking if a sequel is going to carry people's opinion of an entire console generation.
To start off 2024 as like their big game that they have coming up, because they should Starfield, Forza, but Starfield it's like a lightning rod for conversation. But even the Bethesda fans are like, it's not necessarily the level I was hoping it'd be at. But Hellblade 2, with what Ninja Theory did with the first Hellblade, which was done on a $10 million budget.
I mean, what they did was spectacular.
There's a lot of expectations around this, and let's be real, they've shown this game like 5 or 6 times now, and they just keep saying nothing or 2024 now for the year. So I mean, they showed it originally next to the Xbox Series X when that got unveiled. So it's been a trudge now waiting for this game to come out. I don't know. This is gonna be an interesting one. Because the combat people are scratching their head a little bit at from those brief flashes that they showed in the trailer. So there's a lot of hope being placed on Hellblade 2 right now. I mean, I am leaning on the side of believing Ninja Theory and what they can do with the funding put behind them right now and the talent, but
I don't think it should be under all this pressure that it has and all this heavy expectation that some are putting it on because, you know, I think it's a bad habit. Whether, and I don't know who does this. Sometimes it's the Xbox fans, but sometimes it's just people in general. Whatever the next game is, you know, has the cure cancer. You know, it's like, bro, the next game can it just be a good game? Can that just be the expectation? Like, it doesn't have to carry the weight of the world and everything like that.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder if there's, again, the Insomniac leads play into it, where they were kind of looking at Hellblade 2 in their meetings, and they were like, we gotta get Wolverine up to this level, kind of thing. Even Sony kind of looking at Hellblade 2 right now, that's pretty good. So I'm trying to figure out if it's going to be able to take things to the next level and blow away reviewers from the first game. Because the first game's experience is there, and it was very different. But will Hellblade 2 be that much different? Where it's memorable?
It's Hellblade 2, right? It's not something completely different. So I think the biggest thing you can hope for any sequel, but a game specifically like that, is it going to keep the experience and kind of the consistency of heart that lured you in with the first one? Is it gonna kind of give you that same universe of a feel? You know what I mean? So I think that's the biggest thing, is you don't necessarily have to surpass it, but is it just as good of a journey kind of thing? And as to it, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I would predict something like an 87, 88. That's what I think.
Yeah, because that's still kind of the thing for Xbox right now. While they have they put the Forces out and they've done, obviously Hi-Fi Rush was big for them, and Psychonauts 2 and stuff. People are looking for that game that's not only the graphical showcase, but also plays into that narrative adventure kind of game that really hits high on like the ratings board. And Hellblade 2 could be it. It's been developed at Microsoft this the whole way. It's not one of those games that are like, they kind of showed up at the end and just nudged it over the finish line. It's been there this whole time. So
what did Asher get?
Probably
182.
Yeah, I thought it was 80s. Yeah.
I'm not sure. It's in the 80s. Yeah.
So yeah, if they can push it up to like an 80, I think that'd be pretty good for Hellblade 2. So I could wait for them to start off 2024 as well, which actually brings us to something you kind of brought up earlier, Click, and that's about apparently a critically acclaimed game from Microsoft is set to go to a different platform this year. It's described as a game that wasn't the game of your conversation when it had released, and there's speculation around it being Hi-Fi Rush. This comes from Nate again, and I do believe that he's correct on this one, and that is going to be interesting if that happens, because now the question is, does this open up, I believe Jez mentioned on Twitter, does it open up the Pandora's box, as he put it, that more and more of these games will just start showing up on other platforms, and does it send a mixed message to, really at this point, just Xbox owners?
I heard that what he's saying, and I get what he's saying, but I don't think it sends a mixed message, at least not if you look a bit deeper. The games that do this, they're all the smaller or AA type of game that would fit well, that would obviously, the developers, if they have any ambitions for the game being more than what it's going to be, whether it's like a TV show or Netflix like Cuphead, it makes complete sense for them to do Cuphead on Switch or other platforms. What else? Ori? Makes complete sense for a game like Ori. Like, it's not like they're bringing over Starfield and Forza and like all these other bigger games. They're just bringing over the games that make sense. So I get why it would be on the optics level, yes, but if you look at the type of games that are coming over, it's not going to be. I know Hellblade came over, but that was before. That was already contracted over to other platforms. So like Hellblade 2 is not going to be on the next Switch or on PlayStation. So it makes sense if you look at the type of game. If it's a smaller AA or indie type of game, yes, there's a possibility that it can come over. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So it's just that.
Yeah, I also don't think it takes away from the game like in any way really, because like games like Ori and Cuphead, they're so good that they like sort of
And
transcend and found a new audience as well.
Yeah,
So
and
many
the
people,
developers make so much money off of it's like a night. If you saw how much money they made off of Ori and everything, everyone would think, okay, yeah, it's a good idea, right? Because the developers are small, they're indie developers, right? Or what's the developer for? Sorry, yeah. Or no, the other developer, Hyper Rush, they're Tango, right? Tango is not as big.
Well, they're part of, they're part of Microsoft now, so
Yes,
they're hiring a ton now. So.
Yeah, but if they want, like, let's say they want Hyper Rush to be something more, because that could be a multimedia franchise, you know? Like,
I think it make a whole show out of it probably for Netflix or
sorry about that, just.
very good. I agree with everything you said.
Yeah, no, I think Hi-Fi Rush would do crazy numbers on the Switch.
Yeah.
Obviously we.
Alright, who called for Ludacris? Oh, you don't need me. Like a good name, but State Farm is there. It's a soft thing on the app. Regardless. Lovely home, by the way. Like the neighbor, State Farm is there.
A vote for Sherrod Brown is a vote against Donald Trump, partial birth abortion, men and girls sports and bathrooms, amnesty for illegals. He's the opposite of Trump's agenda. Liberal Sherrod Brown, he's for they, them, not you.
This is more than a laptop launch. This is a huge, AI just got personal. Introducing the Lenovo ThinkPad AI PC. That's smarter AI for you.
It doesn't work on everything, but you can't try.
We all don't know for sure, but even on Game Pass, I don't think Hi-Fi Rush. I personally wasn't exactly my type of game. I didn't give it a try, but I could see it could be much bigger, even on other platforms. Even though it was in Game Pass, I don't think it got the light and the attention it could have.
Yeah, it would do pretty well with the Switch. I think people looked at that game when it was first shown and they're like, I heard people say, this kind of looks like a game that would do well on the Switch, like just immediately seeing it. So I think it would, I was a second life, but it would definitely bring many people would be interested in that. And the idea here, from what I understand, would be you show them the first game, which would be Hi-Fi Rush, and surprise, they're probably going to do something to follow it up, the Tango will. And where you go for it, wherever Microsoft decides it goes. And I think that's the strategy here. So, like you said, down like Starfield, anything like that would go, but I gotta admit, I understand why people are kind of looking at this a little, raised eyebrows a bit, like, what are we doing here exactly? Because then there's concerns that Microsoft may eventually find their way out of the hardware game. I've seen that even from like, Bad mention on the Defining Duke. They kind of started to discuss that, and it's like, wow, really, geez, we're to the point where we're thinking Microsoft might just back away from the hardware game at this time. I don't know, it seems a little too soon for that because they might start the next generation legitimately in 3 years. But I think Microsoft's a software company, and that's what they're comfortable with. So I actually wonder how long hardware for consoles are really going to be around in the first place, just in general. Go, Jesse.
I think that just might be a little bit of an oversimplification. Just people aren't super happy with this generation of Xbox. But if you think about it, like OJ was saying, all even games that are successful, they bring to Nintendo because it makes sense, and they've always played ball with Nintendo really well. Like the rare stuff, all that. I think it's just I don't necessarily think it needs doom and gloom for them.
No, I don't see them. This all of a sudden means that Microsoft starts putting all their games on everything. Just the games that make sense, guys. Just the games that make sense. I mean, you just let it wither away on Game Pass. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure people are playing it, but once you play it, it's done, right? Then where does your reach go? Because now a lot of people on Xbox, right? They just do Game Pass, right? They're not buying the games, regular first party games. You just get all that on Game Pass. So if you can find 100 million install base, I mean, that is if you guys are running the company, you guys would all do this. Everybody would do the same thing for those type of games. For games like Ori, for games like Cuphead, you guys would all. It says, oh, we're gonna make an extra $40 million, $50 million, or whatever. Everybody's like, yeah, that's the smart thing to do for in that situation, just in that situation. Not in every situation, because because there's things that you want as like system sellers, right? That you want only to be on your console. So stuff like Hellblade, it's a system seller. That's something that people are gonna really go out there like big game, whatever game of the year.
And
So
then,
yeah, you don't do that, but you
did
do
people,
Cuphead, you do stuff like that.
did people equally, freak out? Because to me, it would be a bigger deal when you find out that like Horizon or God of War are coming to PC versus remaining only on.
Just like crazy. That's like
And
crazy.
that seems, but that seems more far fetched to me than seeing like Hi-Fi Rush on the Switch or something, because I don't know, like what's the other game that should have been on Switch way sooner and it didn't? Fall Guys. Fall Guys should have been on Switch like easily a year before it did.
Sony paid for a deal for that.
Yeah.
I think it's just a console thing. Like I think people look at PC as just sort of like, because PC is a number of different companies and launchers, and I think it's just like, okay, that's PlayStation, that's Nintendo, this is Xbox kind of thing. I think that's what it is really.
I don't know, man. I don't get it. I mean, I guess if that's like the biggest thing you have to worry about, consider yourself lucky, maybe. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Alright, like Hi-Fi Rush? And it goes to the Switch, it doesn't really work.
I mean, I'll get to play it.
So there you go.
Yeah, I haven't tried it. So.
It's on PC, but if you want.
It's a good game.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, I guess.
You can just play it terrible, well, I think terrible. You can just play it like an action game and not even pay attention to the rhythm stuff.
I think you'll like it, but you're like, yeah, you're on the rhythm guy. Yeah. So you'll like it.
Okay.
Oh, you like that, yeah. Let me go through some of these super chats as we finish up here. I'm on the screen, but let me just do a quick glance at them. Make sure, okay. I think we're good.
Yo, do we, are we running low on time though, as far as him getting murdered by his wife? Are you good?
No.
You're not on borrowed time, right? I just wanna make sure you're not gonna get in trouble.
Oh, me, no, I'm good.
Oh,
She's
okay.
on the phone. She's actually on the phone.
Check on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just thought, I told BJ to get it for like an hour or so, or for the hour mark or something, to go do some of the super chats here.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, when she said time to throw me off, because I just came back from watching a movie about this dude who murdered his wife.
Oh, no.
I was like, what are you talking about?
Wait, who's murdering you?
I'm a little bit high, so that kind of freaked me out.
I told you it was last minute.
I already took it after you.
That's why he agreed, John.
Hey, it's after 10 o'clock. Marie says, hey everyone, Happy New Year. What do you think Metroid needs to get over the hump to sell more than 5 million? You need Metroid Prime 4.
Metroid Prime 4 can get it done.
There you go. It's coming up. G-Man says,
The Metroid argument in the Nintendo community is always funny to me with the sales.
I will say, give it a really good marketing campaign, give us a really epic trailer, give us some good billboards or some good just on the broadside building, you know what I mean? Just give us some solid Samus support and we should be good.
Yeah, I mean, they could, and if the support doesn't come through, then.
Well, then we know that it's not everybody else.
We've answered the
They
ring.
tried. I mean, I have my hashtag buy Metroid games, I don't know what else I can do.
They could do like a multiplayer mode. I think that could make it big, because I think it could get really big. I don't think it should be cool thing, but I think it could be cool.
Multiplayer, one of the worst multiplayer consoles.
Yeah, I realize, but.
G-Man says, Josie is my favorite Amish content creator.
Oh. I wore a shirt.
Mennonites in the house.
I like that shirt. It's a nice shirt.
Enrique has a bunch of suggestions for you, quick. I don't know if oh, wow, okay, let's see. New Wa?
This is for your.
Oh, for my mom, yeah.
I still think
that
that
last
is
one.
probably the best one I heard.
Oh, translate the panda clip. There you go.
Hey, I like that.
Good suggestions. There you
Some
go.
good ideas, thank you. Thank you, Enrique.
Let's see. This is from Master Detective. Says, I need to know the small way of war why John loses glasses. Also, the new Nintendo console will be called Nintendo Switch Plus. Originally, I broke my glasses after trying to keep them around for a long. Like I try to keep my glasses around for a long time. I don't get new glasses very often. I broke them. I think it was at a park at one point. I go to the doctor. They tell me that my eyes are healed enough to put contacts. Because I originally had scarring on my eyes and I couldn't wear contacts. They healed, and then I can use contacts.
How do you get scarring on your eyes?
Because when I was younger, I would just like sleep in my contacts sometimes.
Really? You did
I
something?
would just forget they were in there, and it was like over a period of time. I ended up having storing in my left, but it was fine.
Wow.
I got contacts and stopped wearing them after one day and went right back to glasses.
Really?
I'm serious, I couldn't do it.
Wow.
Going towards your finger.
I didn't like when you go through the classes or your contacts.
Drop it. I left the winter. I just used my night or
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, night day difference. It's wild. No one wants
What
to
big
know.
is hell?
Bro, it's
Screw that person.
right. I've had glasses for like 12 years, and like the week after I started wearing contacts was wild, dude. It pissed me off. Maybe now?
You gotta get the right glass.
Maybe now. Yeah. You got the cool like frames or whatever.
Dark Dreams asks DG, do you still communicate with Acid Snake 87?
Oh yeah, so he commented on one of my videos before. Acid Snake is a dude from the old guard, like back when he's probably making content when YouTube first started. You know, when it was the Wild Wild West and there weren't really any communities. He was making videos since then. Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's from Deeps, who says, play a licensed Xbox exclusive for a future all digital console subscription. How long do you have to buy it before the license runs out? Yeah, at least something I'll have to deal with. You see it with a lot of the car games where they have to pull it down because that Ferrari or whoever doesn't want their can't have a license in there anymore. So that'll be a fun future. Let's see, it's from Ghost, who said WPGB in here. We need a podcast tonight.
Yeah, we're gonna get to it. People are spending time with their family and enjoying their Sundays. They'll be selling back to you.
Oh,
Or to the Eagles lose the playoffs.
Yeah, I've already given up on my team. I really.
I thought it was something. So we're good.
Yeah,
Still, I'll be honest, I'm still she put the Eagles flag in like half step. That's fine.
Baltimore is beating y'all no matter what. They beat it.
I'm not gonna say that. We gotta get out of the NFC first. As a Niner fan, I've been here before. The past 10 years, there's been, what, 2 Super Bowls? And lost both. So,
Hey, but Browns up to take out Baltimore to the flag.
yes, I know.
University of Delaware is gonna represent, take down
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Match that'd be so.
That'd be good.
It says Dragon's all. I can't push back on that. You guys see how they look right now. Let's see. Xbox is trash. You really have a good comment. Nintendo and PlayStation still look better. You're the next trash. Yeah, great.
So elegant.
Michael Gibson says, we got PS5 for Christmas and playing on the 16, which is awesome. And it has Techno and Master Player. It's a blast time. Yeah. This one, that's true. Okay, let's see. Casual Gamer says, okay, we're gonna put that spoiler up. Thank you, Casual Gamer. Appreciate it. Hey, I grew in Final 7 for a whole bunch of young people, apparently. Maybe the
People, if you weren't born in the right generation, that's too damn bad. That's not our fault.
The right generation is some crazy thing to say.
We got to experience Final Fantasy 7. You did it. You're late. You should
I got to experience Fortnite at its height, so I think I'm good.
That's not a thing.
I'm kidding. I was a joke. I can't make a show.
Okay, that's so great. Yeah, we keep your chance because I gave you 2 weeks to play through Final Fantasy 7 this week.
I tried.
You chose the right answer.
Let's try randoms. I don't know.
What? Oh,
Did you play the random music? I have the random.
no, she played the, just the.
Did you play the Switch version where it's 3 times setup? Yeah. It's still rough. I mean, you can just button match, honestly. You don't get
Like that game with a PS1 controller that didn't have any of those things. I'm probably sneak this thing up to 3 times.
That's how I replayed it. Just on the 3 times. I was on a trip in Colorado, sitting in the freaking waiting for my plane. I'm just
I played halfway through the second disc without a memory card.
well, I'm not trying. I really weren't a person either.
Well, we didn't have memory cards back then. If you remember, when the PS1 was like Dave & Buster's now my air. Makes me wonder if the arcade scene never really died or is being revived. There's Mario Kart Arcade GP that no fighting games sadly. Yeah, Dave & Buster's was a lot of casual games that just didn't sell tickets. Like you honestly, I don't know if they should just sell tickets at the counter at the register at this point. It's
like the true arcade thing.
Yeah.
It needs to be attached to a bar or something else. It's always inside stuff.
But hey, I think that's successful. I'm trying to split my words here.
The arcade approach is pretty good.
Marketing is like I feel like the perfect balance. I've 3 times in the last half year, I've met up with a couple of friends from out of state, and they drove a couple hours to come meet up, and it was like 5 or 6 of us. We all just went to an arcade. We all just hung out. It was super fun, but it's just there's a lot of kind of attractions that just don't seem appealing anymore, and the fact that especially so many people being online that have gaming as something in common, I feel like that can be really fun still these days. But I've even been to some of those arcades. Have you been to some of the ones where it's like a big F1 model, so you can sit in front of a screen and it's actually like driving the way you drive? Dude, those things are bonkers.
I've been to one arcade who's like alcohol, and I'm not crazy about a lot of the retro games, but alcohol and those cabinets and everything, the retro games, there's something really good about it.
Yeah, my friends love actually a lot, which is weird. They love, and they feel like super old ones too, which is weird.
There was like an arcade, and I nice cabinets, and people are walking around with pictures of beer, like my Markers got on 2 cabinets. First beer.
They don't really sell pictures. It's usually just like individual glasses. You can't really.
I go there all the time with my daughter.
No, but I mean like an arcade that's like owned by like a family owned one or something. Like people are doing that now. Where they open up, I don't know, you refurbish an entire arcade cabinet and people are walking around with like beer pitchers and stuff.
Everyone that I've been to, because there's a couple, and actually when I was back in Florida last week, we went to a pretty popular one. They're just, as long as you're respectful of the rules, but because you are a smaller establishment, I feel like the owners usually involved there. They're like, hey man, listen to the rules or get out. And usually people are pretty chill about it, so.
This is from Lone Star, who said, a great man once said, oh, the camera's on. It's been on the whole time, huh? Yeah, right from the legendary, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Lone Star, I appreciate it.
Something has to go back around the DSP.
Oh, no, they are.
They're small ones, but they're ones.
No, there's gonna be a big one from the.
Is this that guy who did Boogie? Oh, that's gonna be fire.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Because I've seen the small ones for DSP, and those are great. So
The downfall of DSP has to be studied and put in history books, man. It's
A vote for Sherrod Brown is a vote against Donald Trump, partial birth abortion, men and girls sports and bathrooms, amnesty for illegals. He's the opposite of Trump's agenda. Look for Sherrod Brown. He's for they, them, not you.
No sugar added, and the bar tastes this great. Lily's really is magic.
Sandy employs a special employee discount. And this week, so you start with up to 20% off. Get up to an additional 20% off furniture. And up to 12 months in cash financing at Big Sandy Superstore.
News Sunshine Phone for Wife gives 2 shades wire teeth, 24/7 sensitivity protection. I recommend it.
It's insane. Just look at his whole history. Like, and I'm not even wishing on his downfall or anything like that, but his whole history.
everyone loves a train wreck.
This is Future Millionaire says, welcome back to Iron First Week for a lot of us. And I say the show was missed. Future Millionaire. And I believe that is, I think that's all the super chats here that popped up. Let's say, here's one from Bradbury who says, happy 2024 Swancast. Sorry, all right. Happy 2024 Swancast crew. Any advice for starting my own YouTube channel?
Yes, there's a guy called Reforged Gaming. Go watch his latest clip on Twitter and just basically follow what he does. And I can be good.
Okay.
This is real disrespectful.
What do you mean?
I would,
He saw the clip.
He saw the clip. I think he just saw the clip.
Like that's very backhanded advice he's giving.
I would start YouTube with the intent of having fun with it, treating it like a hobby, and if it blows up for you, then run with it. But I wouldn't go into it with a business plan or strategy and stuff.
Just
so.
like the biggest thing is just post videos that if no one else saw, be prepared for no one else to see. But if you were the only person that could see it, that you still love it, like you're still proud of it. Don't feel like you have to meet expectations of other people because you start trying to mold when it's supposed to be, like John said, a hobby. You're gonna be miserable right out of the gate. Like once you kind of hone in on your craft, you hone in on your style, you hone in on your voice, your branding, whatever it is, that's when you can start worrying about, do I want to follow the algorithm more? But that by then, it's like you've hit a stride and you can make those decisions better. So just do you. Have fun with it.
I think you definitely got to be yourself and let the audience that naturally attracts to you just attract to you. Don't try to copy nobody else because it's going to be really hard for you to gain that audience that's not real and authentic to you. So that's, I think that's what I did. So.
And John O again says, Buster was a phenomenal man, great dude, and so humble, such a great father, grandfather. Thank you, John O. Shout outs. And I think that's everything here. Let me go around. I'll double check while we're going around here with outros. Let me start with our guest again. Thanks for joining us, BG. Last minute filling in. Where can everyone find you? Anything coming up? What do you got?
Yeah, my channel is Broken Games HDR. My podcast is Weapon Wheel Podcast. We go live Sundays at 5 p.m. So come and check us out. It's very, it's real debauchery and there's a lot of degenerate conversations going on. We're really bad. Just all the things you never want your mother to hear on a Gator podcast. But yeah, come check us out. And you might enjoy it. 5 p.m. Sundays, but we might not come back until the 21st. So, yeah.
Okay, couple weeks. Keep on the radar. There was one, I guess I just missed it, but it says Derek asked what games have you been playing and give details. Okay, so I'm actually right now I'm playing Prince of Persia. I cannot give details, but I will be talking about that. I think next week is when all that stuff's going live because the game will be out. There's gonna be a demo next week as well, so check out that. Otherwise, it's still more RoboCop, which the update for New Game Plus actually.
Very underrated game. I really love it.
Yep, that one's good. And then I'm trying through Alan Wake 2 stuff, man. I'm trying. It's
Wait. Do you not like it?
It's not playing with me. It's just slower. It's
Yeah, I made the same complaint on Twitter, and I got attacked by the mob.
Absolutely.
And you know what? It's okay because when I say something that's very something that's unpopular, I guess, and I get attacked for it on Twitter, you see it happen all the time. I'm like, you know what? There are a lot of people who feel the exact same way I do. They're just staying quiet. I gotta take the bullets. I'm gonna speak for everybody else who feels this way but won't say anything. So I was like, okay. I'm glad to know. I see somebody else.
Like 7 hours in, I'm like, man, I'm still walking.
They call me so many names. You're unsophisticated. They call me so many names. They call me a frag head. Oh, you just want to shoot all the damn time. I'm like, it's not.
Oh, it's not. Here's my problem. Right? So I have Xbox here. I was going to place it here. So I'm like, RoboCop, go to Alan Wake 2. I'm like, man, I was having fun with RoboCop too. RoboCop, I'm playing Alan Wake 2. I'm like, oh man, I don't know. I'm trying. What I end up doing is, and I've done it multiple times. I would say it's not for Alan Wake 2. I hate beating it, but I hit my head against the wall until I beat the game. I did it with things like Saints Row, Redfall, Alan Wake 2 next. Trudge through it.
I played it for 3 hours and dropped it. I was like, no,
okay. Well, I will get to that spike. I'll beat it. But yeah, not on my top list of games right now. So, but, Josie, we're gonna run
You can find me on YouTube at Josie Woe. I'll have a video on Wednesday. And I'm gonna try to have a normal straight schedule because I got my classes, so I should be able to structure stuff around that. Hopefully. But yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for having me on.
Let me see, I have John Harrington. Will Mevo be a thing next gen, or are they coming up with a replacement collectible? I think they'll be a thing next. Yeah, they changed the package to be very generic. People are reading into that. I think they're just preparing it for future stuff. So, yeah, the price will be around. I'm sure they make something on it, so. And then, Banana says, BG is right, by the way. Josie was born in the wrong generation. Should have been born earlier. No, Josie for being younger than us.
I don't know, shame.
What can I do about that? Granted,
Hey,
I'm happy I don't care.
OJ, where can we find you? What game did you play? I heard you trying to drop the game there earlier.
What's that?
I thought you were gonna talk about Mario Wonder 600%. Like,
Oh, no, well, yeah, I already, yeah, I 100% appreciate it. It's the worst game ever made, so.
yeah.
Hashtag.
I love it. That's like watching the Starfield reviews where they play for 130 hours. Like,
Yeah.
it's terrible. It's like,
Yeah,
hold on.
That last stuff just really pissed me off. But no, yeah, Super Mario Bros. Is awesome. Then you find me right here on YouTube. Yeah, I have some pretty cool videos that I already did. I did like a top 25, like it's like an hour-long video on like the best ports from the Nintendo Switch era. And my top 25, there's some pretty surprising picks in there. So if you're into like countdown videos and stuff, I've got all of that I've been doing, which has been fun. Top RPGs for this year coming up, all that stuff is on the channel as well. And I stream pretty much every day, so if you guys want to come watch the streams and hang out, do that. So yeah.
And what about
and also one more thing, if you want to hear about why the Panthers shouldn't have drafted Bryce Young, that's also what we talk about too. He's too little. There's barely any little quarterbacks that have ever won the Super Bowl. That was a mistake, and they're looking stupid now.
it's year one for him. Come on, don't kill him already.
He's too small.
Oh,
Would
man.
you have drafted him? Would you have drafted him?
Wow. What's discrimination against height? Is that what it is?
How many?
Elevation is.
I'm asking you, would you have drafted him?
He's not as short as Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's shorter.
Kyler Murray's like 4'3".
He's short. I don't care what he runs. He's little. There's no redemption from being.
Kyler Murray runs a 4'3". Bryce Young does not.
Little short, stubby legs.
I have to deal with that dude 2 times a year, so yeah, I don't like him. I don't like Kyler Murray at all.
what about Click?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Happy New Year, everyone. Hoping to be more present this year, up until hopefully moving again, whatever that is. Yeah, we're back to streaming. If you haven't been up to date, we're streaming, yes, on Twitch, but we're also streaming on to YouTube as well. So if you don't have notifications on for live streams on my YouTube, Misclick Gaming, make sure you have those on, because a couple people have said that they weren't aware of it, because YouTube doesn't push it. So outside of that, you can follow me on social media at _misclick_. And then I'll kind of let you know when I go live there. We were talking for the new year and in regards to other videos being posted to YouTube outside of even just gaming content, and it was kind of like mined up videos. So thanks to everybody who's been sharing their thoughts on that. But yeah, we're looking forward to the new year. Baby's getting older, my schedule's freeing up a little bit, and just getting to hang out with you guys all over again. So thanks for having me.
So what about Evan?
Find me over at Kimmer's Project on YouTube. Find me there as well, Twitter, Instagram, pretty much anything. But if you're into tabletop games, strategy, stuff like that, I'm gonna try to get a lot of faster videos out in the next couple of months. See if I can churn some interest. Yeah.
Hey, good news over there. People should go check it out. Get more videos out quicker. It's a good idea. Make sure to check out Evan over on his tabletop channel. Let's see. T-Joe says, have you guys ever played the Termites?
Anime action dating game.
Yeah, I played it.
Okay.
Very easy. Of course, OJ has.
Of course.
Of course you have.
I have not played that one, T-Joe.
It's like Persona. Similar to it's like a Persona style game, but not as good.
Want to give a shout out to KJ Wars 85, member it up. And Juice Man Bonds, I salute to this podcast. I also want to shout out BG because I don't always agree with what he says, but I like that he says whatever he wants to say.
That's what most people tell me these days. Like, nobody ever agrees with me, but I appreciate you.
That's all the side of respect.
Yeah, that's genuine respect.
Happy New Year. This is our Chris Moore says, Happy New Year, everyone. Always awesome to see guests. Look forward to checking out Like a Wheel. Good short movie, Josie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shout out to Chris Moore. And that is going to do it. Adam says, Sup, Rose Ladies was just clicking in real quick. Love all. Thanks for the constant content. Take care. Just finished Armor Core 6, by the way. Shout out Armor Core 6. Surprise a lot of people actually 2023. Did pretty well give me a magazine. And I think that is it. Yep, shout out to Adam once again. That's it here for the Spawncast mini episode. So yeah, whatever we call it. It's we'll be back. Everyone should be back next Saturday night. We'll see you guys then.
World Series in. That's the same why I got you got to go straight to win.
Like, I don't know why. Oh, it's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spawncast episode 349, the final Spawncast of 2023. As we wrap up the year, and I think we look forward to a pretty good 2024. So the plan here is basically the next 2 weeks. We talked about it. We're going to give the cast a couple of weekends off to enjoy the holidays, spend some time with the family, play some video games, do whatever. And then on January 6th, that will be the following Sunday, the first Sunday basically, or Saturday, sorry, the first Saturday of 2024, we will return. So mark your calendars, but we have a whole night to get through here, all kinds of stuff happening, so good podcast, close the year out. Let me go around here. Let's start with from the left to the right. Josie, how are you doing?
So good. Yeah, I'm excited to talk about everything.
Josie made the rounds, went out to another event. She has a jacket on. She's going to tell us about Tekken and her time there.
Tekken.
Is that the Tekken? Sorry.
Of course.
And so I see Chris and Nate will return in 2024. I'm gonna have him here for the first episode of next year. So
Nice. Is he alive? Damn.
Yeah, he works on Saturday nights and he gets off work at like 10.
Mr. Joe John, shut up.
Oh, okay. Well, OJ's here. OJ's players is here. How you doing, OJ?
I'm doing good. I'm sorry. He started answering all normal. I killed him. You guys ever? I killed him. He's not supposed to be alive.
But apparently he's alive. All right, he'll be back.
Allegedly. We don't know if it could be AI, guys. Like, it really could be AI. We've never actually seen him. Nobody here's actually seen him. So
that is true. I haven't looked at him so I can confirm if he's a real person or not.
Yeah.
How do you guys know? I'm gonna make my way out to taxis maybe next year. So Sean will go there too.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I just volunteered. How you doing, Sean?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Sean has a controversial video for tomorrow, so make sure you check it out.
I don't think it's more controversial than today's video, but
This video is wild.
Now you have to go on a company's list after tomorrow, Sean. They're gonna be looking for you, keep an eye on you.
Just reporting facts, sir.
Well, we have Sean here. He'll be on camera soon instead of editing this video. We also have Evan. Evan's here. Good to have Evan here. So I do want to jump over real quick to the Spawncast Network, spawncastnetwork.com or patreon.com/Spawncast to recognize some of the executive producers over there. We got William Hogue, got Mr. Joe. I feel like, Sean, help me out here.
Joby. It's like Joby.
Thank you. Mr. Joe. Joshua Butts, John L. That's it. Achievement, and the Game Orb, who is also a sponsor for December. Shout out to the Game Orb. Make sure you check them out. I'm going to have them linked down below in the description, both their YouTube channel and also check out on Twitch, where they play all kinds of games. And They also do all kinds of roundups at different live events, so you can kind of explore it without actually having to go out there, as they essentially walk around the floor and show all the different events, whether it's Nintendo Live.
I need to go to PAX East, so then I don't have to go. I just live through his video. Like, I was pretty much there.
There you go. Well, we're going to be talking about, speaking of events, E3, that is officially dead and buried at this point, leaving us, I think, with a lot of questions that Sean, I believe, you brought up as to who actually runs gaming now. Last of Us Online, that is canceled. Fortunately, at this point, Naughty Dog put it out of its misery so we can stop questioning what's going on with that. We got Kojima finally reaching his final destination, making a movie. Xbox is rumored to release, apparently, the next generation here a bit sooner than maybe we were thinking. And the day before, it was a wild situation. Developers disappeared. Who knows what's going on there? We'll go over it. Let me though start real quick. As we will have 2 weeks off, what's the plan? What's the move? What do we got? What are we thinking over the holiday break? Are we gonna be any backlog games in there? Got anything we're going out to do?
Also construction for me.
What's going on there? There's a whole like demolition thing going on.
Yeah, demo. I bought a house and I bought a different house. Yeah, thank you. And there's demo. Like we're just like the people who made the house are morons. Like the way that it's like there's plenty of space, but the way that it's constructed is garbage. So we're making it better, making a better bathroom, making a better kitchen, and my gaming room. Like there's like 3 rooms that were all like in a line that were all small and tiny, so we made that into 2 rooms. So one was gonna be my gaming room, and I'm gonna make it like a nice gaming room, and another one's gonna be just like a, I don't know, like a hangout, I don't know, room.
A vibe room.
Like a hangout, like watch movies, like theater or whatever. So we're gonna have that, and then of course master bedroom. So I'm gonna be doing a lot of. I'm not actually doing the demo, but I'm gonna go check out the guys, make sure everything's going good. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm hoping I'm gonna try to get it done by the end of the year, like hopefully, so I can get everything moved in and be ready for 2024. So
Nice.
that's what I'll be doing.
So you're gonna be background and streaming setup and stuff?
Yeah, streaming setup, background. I'm working on some like I have a pretty new PC, so like the PC I'm not gonna change that. Like but camera I'll probably get like a different one. But yeah, new background. I'm gonna have some cool designs and background like a sign, all that different type of stuff. So it's gonna be dope. It's gonna be fun. So that's what I'm gonna be doing. And I'm gonna try to play some more games. I'm gonna try to play more RoboCop. I did stream that video. Yeah. So more RoboCop. Yeah.
RoboCop is fun. RoboCop is good. Yeah. We got any backlog games going on, Josie? Anything you're thinking about maybe playing?
Yeah.
Holiday break?
I haven't finished Mario RPG yet, so I need to finish that. And then I want to try to beat Ocarina of Time. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I've been trying to work through it for the last year, and then I just get hung up, and then I stop playing for a while. So I think I'm gonna try to stick to it because I don't have school anymore. That's a break. Like I'm on code break.
You got kicked out of school. We're starting it right now. Just
yeah, that threw me out.
Grades. How are grades looking, Josie? How are those grades looking?
Good. I like straight A's, man.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh.
Okay.
Speaking of random things, I'm not trying to plug myself, but I did just release my short film that a lot of people I know here talked about. So if you want to see that, it's on my channel.
Plug. Is it an Amish video?
It's not Amish. I don't know where this is coming. I'm wearing a jacket.
Most of my life living in an Amish paradise. Sean, what are you doing? You gonna watch the Simpsons reruns for like the 30th time, or Jurassic Park for the 100th?
I've started watching this dude uploaded sequentially all of the WWF Superstars episodes from the 90s, so I've been going through those. I'll probably beat Spider-Man 2 because I haven't finished it yet. I got distracted with Batman Arkham City for the millionth time, but I beat that yesterday or today. I don't remember.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm doing some of the endgame stuff with it, but I mean, I'm done with it. Yeah, so probably.
You like challenge stuff in there, or you doing?
Yeah, I do some of them. I'm not like worried if I complete them all or anything like that, but I do enjoy doing those.
Trying to though, man, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I'm trying to find all the Riddler stuff too. It's fun. And honestly trying to do all the side missions because I still haven't done all the side missions. I got one fucking Titan tank to blow up, and I always just get distracted. But I'll probably do Spider-Man 2. I don't really know. I'm not really like taking a break from anything. Like I'm gonna go to my grandma's on Sunday, and again on Monday, and then like that's pretty much it.
Okay. Right. Okay. Let's spend your Saturday nights then over the next 2 weeks.
I don't know what ask him that.
Black down the couch covered in raisins.
Does it involve Tinder? Tinder, raisins, WWE, Hogan?
No Tinder until after the 15th.
Oh gosh. Okay.
I saved that money, pal.
February.
Yeah, you gotta skip Valentine's Day.
Well, Valentine's Day.
And Christmas. Yes. That can cost you over the years, especially with somebody that's a habitual mover of women like you.
I still ended up buying some shit for some people, and that's a story for another day.
Kind of like how Max is, man. Max will need no girlfriend. Christmas. Also, you got a new girlfriend the new year.
What about you, Evan?
Probably my week-long land after frickin' Christmas, so I'll be doing that.
Oh, you are doing a week-long land.
Yeah, just waiting
But
to
it
see.
closes out the year.
Oh, yeah.
What are you guys playing there? What's the multiplayer game?
I don't know yet. We got a lot of the tabletop stuff to do and record, but not too sure on game specific, so probably just alcohol.
You see what happened to that Dota 2 player?
Which one?
The one that opened up the coal and they banned his account.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. He's like a toxic like Dota 2 player online, and like
he's like professional. He's
The devs were like, yeah, we're gonna teach you a lesson, buddy. Like she like opened up whatever microtransactions, what the hell they do. It's like,
they were doing like free drops where you get randomized thing, and they gave him a lump of coal, and it banned his account from the game. Like, there's a video clip. Like, you go burn.
That was good. I wish I had friends like that who would do a LAN party, but I do not.
I'm gonna try to finish out late too. There's a struggle through that game right now for me, but I was able to get there.
Yeah, physical.
It's on sale right now on Xbox. I thought about buying it.
Really? How much is
Here's your
that?
take on it.
I think it was like 35, maybe.
It's kind of eating into it.
Maybe it was
I don't even have an Xbox that has a physical thing, or the Series S.
Yep.
It's just.
I'm sorry to save money in college. Sue me.
No, you're not saving money. You're
Really?
No.
What am I doing? What?
It's fake. It's fake because you're just limiting your options. Because you could say, think about it though, because there's a lot of deals that maybe you can't take.
$500 or.
Well, it's $350 now. It's $350 now.
Not what I bought it. I bought mine like on sale a while ago. It was like $200.
You gotta play the waiting game, pal. Wait, you're
3 years in. Alright. Well, we'll see how everyone did when we come back, see what games people played and how everything went in their time off. Joe, so you want to tell us about your Tekken 8 adventure?
I would love to. Yeah.
Okay.
So I went to go play Tekken 8 like how I did with the Avatar thing, and the embargo thing is up, so I can finally talk about it. And I really, really enjoyed it. I've always liked Tekken, so it's kind of like if you like Tekken, you'll like this new iteration. But they're kind of doing the Street Fighter thing and trying to make it more accessible for people. So like they have the new style controls where it's like a lot of combos will be mapped to a button, or like you press this button like 3 or 4 times and you can pull off some really fun combos, which is really fun for people just like trying to get into it and understand, because I feel like Tekken is a little bit complicated because you can jump in and out. It's a 3D fighter, obviously, so you're jumping in and out of the background. So it's just like the Street Fighter type deal, but it allows, for more people to get into it and enjoy it. And then I played like half of the story, or not half of it, but I played a good bit of the story mode, and that was really fun as well. And the graphics in this game are really good, in my opinion. I'm not a huge graphic person, so I can't tell you the specifics, but they looked really nice. And it's a fun story. It kind of picks off, because Tekken just continues the story, so it's been the same, like, running story since the very beginning. So we have, like, This one's just a continuation from the last one, and now Jin and Kazuya are fighting, but it's the same thing. It's like the Iron Fist tournament. You get through it. There's some like little arcs in it. It's very goofy, but it's a really fun story. And then they also have like a second story mode thing, which is new to this game, which is an arcade mode where you like play as your character, and there's a lot of customization. You can make your own avatar, and then you go to this arcade and you play through the whole thing. And it just teaches you the game really well. So it will pause it. It'll show you how to like rewind, how to like have characters that'll mimic your movements, so you can learn how to play against yourself and learn what tendencies you have, stuff like that. That's really helpful if you really want to get into Tekken. And yeah, and a lot of stuff is returning as well with like Tekken Ball, which is pretty fun. And that's do you guys know what Tekken Ball is?
No, what is that?
So it's basically like this side game we've had, and it's like volleyball, and you have this ball, and you just kick it or attack it, and it goes to your opponent, and you like kill each other, but with this ball. It's kind of fun. So it's like a good little distraction. And if you guys are like diehard into Tekken, I don't know if somebody in chat might like know what it is. It's a fun game that kind of breaks up the rest of the style. And yeah, I mean, other than that, it's like kind of like another Tekken game, but this one's really good. They don't have Eddie, which was really sad for me because they usually play Eddie, but they have this other girl that I've been playing. I can't remember her name, which sounds bad, but she was cool. So yeah, it was a
Pretty much the second person on this podcast, Josie.
Okay, I didn't realize.
You were the second person.
Okay.
How was the event though? You guys played on, was it on PlayStation 5 you played on?
Yeah, it was on PlayStation 5. The event was awesome. There was a bunch of like really cool creators there. They also had a lot of people there who were like pros. So it's funny because I guess here I'm the Tekken person, but there I was like, yikes, because people were like they get the other person up in the air and they would never come down until they KO'd each other. It was crazy.
The juggles.
Yeah, the juggles were insane. Yeah, I played Yanya, and he's another creator. He's huge, and we like played against each other, and we were sort of similar levels, thank God. But it was funny because we played against each other and we look over, and it was like these people just going insane behind us. And they had like fight sticks and stuff there as well, so I'm sure that's going to be supported. It was a super fun experience though, very cool, like gathering all together as well. I don't know, this stuff has been really fun. I really enjoyed going to these events and stuff. So
Yeah, it's just been our field correspondent. Two events.
Yes.
It's our Avatar one, we've done the Tekken one now.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of Tekken. Like I played the games before. I've played almost all of the Tekken games. I'm just not big into it. I'm just got the demo though for sure. But I love watching Evo. Like Evo Tekken, like high level Tekken is very cool. It's like high, like mid, low. So there's like a lot of strategy in that.
Yes.
And like there's always like a lot of cool characters. They had like the range art stuff in the last Tekken game. So it's just fun. Like you have like the stage breaks, like the stage breaking and stuff back. Where you're like,
yeah.
Okay, we have that.
And the raid cards are still there as well.
Recharges are in there, so it's one of them. Like the last Evo for Tekken was really good. Like so I'm looking forward to watching Tekken 8 a lot.
Yeah, it's the demo's out on the PlayStation, so you guys can play it now. And then it's coming to PC and Xbox, I believe, December 21st. So
Yeah, it's next. So yeah, I was curious trying to see that, just see how it run. I was just curious. I'm not a big Tekken person. I played Tekken. I remember playing Tekken 6 on the 360, but the most Tekken I think I played like outright was probably when we had that arcade machine in the back room. We had the I think it was Tekken 4.
I'm pretty sure it was because I remember
we had the actual full arcade, like a real one back there, and we had the free to play thing clicked on it. We would just play that when we had time. That was pretty cool. That's like the most technically played that I played was there.
You guys didn't play like Tekken 3 or like Tekken 3 on the PS1?
That's what I played.
Yeah, it was insane. Like I played so much of that, like so much Tekken 3 on the PS1.
That was one. It's like the fighting game. Like I'll like at least try out a little bit of fighting. That Tekken 4 I just never really got into. Like I was
like Tekken 3 on the PS2 because that was pretty wild. Because like that was her launch title very close to launch. Like the graphics were insane. So I was just playing a ton of Tekken 3 and Tekken Tag. Those were like the two Tekkens that I played a lot. And I played a lot of the Dark Resurrection on the PS3 because that was like the first, I think, online Tekken games. We were playing that one quite a bit. It was one of the first online Tekken games. We were playing that quite a bit too. So
I just Tekken 3D. Tekken 3D was an amazing game. I definitely recognize it from the visuals because I feel like you're glad I'm doing it because I would lose a lot not attacking mid. So that's how it goes. But
It teaches you a lot about like the ins and outs of Tekken, which was helpful to me because I also wasn't super great at it. But like literally that arcade book will pause it and be like, great, this is your high, this is your low, this is your mid attacker. Like these are what you need to know, which is pretty helpful. So yeah.
You're on that, Josie, when it comes out?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. Very good. We'll check in with you when it releases. That's January. Is that the end of January? Is this like a 26 or something?
Yeah.
Like 6 weeks away. So. Okay.
I'll send a video like of my full thoughts as well.
Yes, Josie, we'll have the video coming up. You said you think this week around.
Yeah, I think on Monday.
Your full thoughts. I think you have pictures too from the event and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, and that's where she got her jacket from. FAA.
Yeah, it's from
Yep.
they gave it to me.
Good stuff, good stuff. So keep an eye out for Josie. We'll probably get her out for more events. So let's go.
Please.
Let's I will also talk very quickly about God of War Ragnarok Valhalla, as that was a free update for God of War Ragnarok. Don't think anyone else played it. I think it was just me.
I didn't play it.
It is, I thought it was going to be a very small update, that's actually quite substantial. I was a little surprised, but it's a roguelike add-on for Ragnarok, and it deals with a lot of the story from the first three God Wars. So you have a lot of flashbacks and discussion about his past there, and even shows some events kind of in flashbacks. Not like the visuals that they usually used to, but like they'll go to just like drawings or paintings kind of, and then discuss this and talk about some of these things. But there's a lot of story to this mode. I'm a little surprised on it actually. So this is a mode that feels like somebody would have charged for normally, and they didn't. I'm not sure why they didn't, because they're going to charge like $10 upgrade for The Last of Us, like survival mode or whatever it is. So this one though, it is roguelike. You go to an island, Kratos all of a sudden loses all his strength and powers. They don't explain it, they just say it's gone. Like I said, it's like a mist that comes over you and
The Metroid sounds.
basically, it's all okay on how it's going. But as you go through, and you go through the first room, you have your weapons now. So you have like your spear, your blades, your the axe. As you go through each room, you choose different power-ups, whether it's for your stats or different currencies you get. When you die, you go back to your starting area, but you can buy permanent upgrades. So it does have that situation of you die, you build your character, you go further, you die, you build your character. And it's all the same combat from Ragnarok, it's just they've turned it into like this roguelike arcade mode that is incredibly fun. Like I'm really surprised how much to this update and just how good it is. But I feel like this might be setting up, I haven't beaten yet. I've probably played like 5 or 6 hours on it now. I haven't beaten it yet, and I feel like it's setting up either the I think there's going to be an expansion DLC to it, like Burning Shores for Horizon. It's either setting that up, or it's setting up whatever the next full God of War will be that inevitably comes at some point, because it does feel like there are story beats going forward. And if I told you what the first boss was, would just spoil a lot of stuff. So I'm having a really good time with it, and I feel like I'm gonna probably end up with like 12 or 13 hours into a free DLC. So I'm pretty satisfied with it there. And then the upgrading, it does have those RPG elements where you're upgrading your strength, vitality, defense, your runic abilities, and you're basically just putting what's essentially experience points into it to then level them up. So it's quite enjoyable. If you like the God of War combat, it's mostly that with little bits of story here and there as you go through. So think of Returnal mixed with God of War Ragnarok. That's me again. So I'm enjoying it free. I recommend that one. You do have to, I will say you should beat the game, because it even tells you when you go up to it, and it's not a spoil the game if you haven't beaten it yet. Technically, you go to it from the menu, you don't go to it from in the game. So beat Ragnarok, then go to it in the menu. That'd be my recommendation. Don't tell me what to do. I'll play it, go to it, and it'll spoil everything. Although I'm trying to, does talk about stuff that happened at the end of Ragnarok. Yeah, I guess it does. Did you play Ragnarok yet, Sean?
Yeah, I didn't need it. That's why I was playing another game like that. I'm like, I'm pretty far into it, honestly, but I mean,
I know you like the first 3 God of War story. You like God of War 3 a lot.
yes.
That's the one. That's what I said I would go back and play.
Yeah, it is.
I said I would go back and play God of War 3. Yeah. There's a discussion on the combat between them, and I was like, I haven't actually played God of War 3 in a long time. So I should go back and play that before I attempt to compare the combat.
Yes, exactly.
I played God of War 3. Yeah, I played God of War 3 recently, I think like 2 years ago. And it's so they're very, very different. I mean, Kratos can jump. Like,
Yeah, because I think Ragnarok's probably better than other God of Wars.
yeah, that's what most people think. Yeah, most people definitely think that, which is fine.
I haven't played 3 in a long time, so I realized I'm like, I'm so used to this God of War now, where it's closer to Kratos over the shoulder, like you said, you don't jump necessarily in the game, that maybe I've just kind of like forgotten about 3 or that good about that. So
Here's the thing: if you like Devil May Cry or Bayonetta combat more, you're gonna like 3. That's 3 is more like that. If you're more like you like more like the Dark Souls or grounded combat, that's not so flashy in the air, you're gonna like right. Like that's what I've seen. People that like Bayonetta and the DMC like the most, like doing air combos and flashing and all that, will probably like the older God of War games, especially God of War 3. God of War 3 is insane. It's combo ability. In terms of what you can do in the air and all that. So that's kind of how what I've seen is kind of split up into them. So I personally like God of War 3's combat more, but I think that obviously what they've done with God of War Ragnarok and God of War 2018, like the story and some of the stuff, and like just kind of like that visceral feel. It feels more brutal at times, what Kratos can do. So I guess it just comes down to they're very different combat styles now. They're so different. It's gonna feel I think you play it's gonna feel awkward going back to that one. In my that's a lot of out now. So yeah, it's gonna feel super awkward because everything's so different. Like Kratos is so fast and like acts up with him like all the God of War games like he can jump really like he jumps super high. Like God of War 3, like you're gonna be in the air, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna be hitting people with arrows in the air, you can switch weapons and just do all sorts of crazy combos. So it's pretty wild. Like I love it at least. Let's move over to E3. Let's get this out of the way. E3 is officially over after they were getting close to 30 years. That was 90 was that 94? I feel like that was 90 because they did the PS1 $299 thing, so they were really close to 30 years. But they said after more than 2 decades of E3, each one bigger than the last, the time has come to say goodbye. Thanks for the memories. That was it. That's all we got. 2 sentences, 2 commas, 2 periods, and they're out. That's it. So E3 is gone. I guess the ESA said we're not gonna. This is normally when they would have at least started to plan, figure things out for June, and they're not gonna try it. They're out. E3 is gone. So it is unfortunate. The part that's really unfortunate about all of this is from here on, E3 will be that moment of time that only this generation remembers. Like we're gonna get to the point in a couple of years where there are gonna be a lot of people in gaming don't even know what E3 is, which is crazy because I feel like that's such a massive part of gaming history, and it's becoming safe now. And I will admit I do regret never going to an E3. There was probably 2 years I could have gone. 2 years, I would say 2 solid years. Where if I made the effort, I probably could have gone out there. It was that situation where I'll go next. I'll go next. It's such a bad move financially to go to E3. It's such for like a YouTuber, it's a terrible move. Unless you're at the top of the top and you can get exclusive interviews and IG and stuff, it's such a bad move to go there. If you're running a conference like you're on, especially for you where you were, maybe now it's a little better for you, John, you would go. But at the time that you were thinking of, we're saying we're all trying to build, and it's just, oh man, I'm like 3 years, 2016, and they just don't see the line on everything because you're going to be standing in line for forever. You know, you're going to be standing in line. You're going to be just getting really bad demo playthroughs of things. You know, so I can understand why you're saying, maybe I'll go next year. I can understand that. You know, after going 3 years myself.
Yeah, I feel like it's the other thing with this is it's very unknown as to when things are going to happen throughout the year now because you can at least go second week June. Mark it on the calendar. We'll have a week.
Now, you got enough this one?
Here, this is Jay. You are sexy. I would totally eat your ass. So let's see the images. If you were just insinuating for the 30 seconds that you did, they were of me. So man, I busted that damn image where I had a blood plug up my ass while I'm stroking my 1-inch cock. God damn it. Come on, Jay.